Chapter 27 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Alan Wayman. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 27. The Republican and the Resurrection Man. As Richard was walking up and down the yard, an hour or two after his interview with Mr. Munro, he was attracted by the venerable appearance of an elderly gentleman who was also parading that dismal place to and fro. This individual was attired in a complete suit of black, and his pale countenance, and long grey hair flowing over his coat-collar, were rendered the more remarkable by the mournful nature of his garb. He stooped considerably in his gait, and walked with his hands joined together behind him. His eyes were cast upon the ground, and his meditations appeared to be of a profound and soul-absorbing nature. Markham immediately experienced a strange curiosity to become acquainted with this individual, and to ascertain the cause of his imprisonment. He did not, however, choose to interrupt that venerable man's reverie. Accident presently favoured his wishes, and placed within his reach the means of introduction to the object of his curiosity. The old gentleman changed his line of walk in the spacious yard, and tripped over a loose flagstone. His head came suddenly in contact with the ground. Richard hastened to raise him up, and conducted him to a bench. The old gentleman was very grateful for these attentions, and, when he was recovered from the effects of his fall, he surveyed Markham with the utmost interest. "What circumstance has thrown you into this vile den?" he inquired, in a pleasant tone of voice. Richard instantly related, from beginning to end, those particulars with which the reader is already acquainted. The old man remained silent for some minutes, and then fixed his eyes upon Markham in a manner that seemed intended to read the secrets of his soul. Richard did not quail beneath that eagle glance, but a deep blush suffused his countenance. "I believe you, my boy. I believe every word you have uttered," suddenly exclaimed the stranger. "You are the victim of circumstances, and deeply do I commiserate your situation." "I thank you sincerely, most sincerely, for your good opinion," said Richard. "And now, permit me to ask you what has plunged you into a jail. No crime, I feel convinced, before you speak." "Never judge hastily, young man," returned the old gentleman. "My conviction of your innocence was principally established by the very circumstance which would have led others to pronounce in favor of your guilt. You blushed, deeply blushed, but it was not the glow of shame, it was the honest flush of conscious integrity unjustly suspected. Now, with regard to myself, I know why you imagine me to be innocent of any crime. But remember that a mild, peaceable, and venerable exterior frequently covers a heart eaten up with every evil passion, and a soul stained with every crime. You were, however, right in your conjecture relative to myself. I am a person accused of a political offence, a libel upon the government, in a journal of considerable influence which I conduct. I shall be tried next session. My sentence will not be severe, perhaps, but it will not be the less unjust. I am the friend of my fellow countrymen and my fellow creatures. The upright and the enlightened denominate me a philanthropist. My enemies denounce me as a disturber of the public peace, a seditious agitator, and a visionary. You have undoubtedly heard of Thomas Armstrong?" "I have not only heard of you, sir," said Richard, surveying the great republican writer with profound admiration and respect, "but I have read your works and your essays with pleasure and interest." "In certain quarters," continued Armstrong, "I am represented as a character who ought to be loathed and shunned by all virtuous and honest people, that I am a moral pestilence, a social plague, and that my writings are only deserving of being burnt by the hands of the common hangman. The organs of the rich and aristocratic classes level every species of coarse invective against me. And yet, O God, he added enthusiastically, I only strive to arouse the grovelling spirit of the industrious millions to a sense of the wrongs under which they labor, and to prove to them that they were not sent into this world to lick the dust beneath the feet of majesty and aristocracy. Do you not think, asked Richard timidly, that you are somewhat in advance of the age? Do you not imagine that a republic would be dangerously premature? My dear youth, let us not discuss this matter in a den where all our ideas are concentrated in the focus formed by our misfortunes. Let me rather assist you with my advice on the mode of conduct you should preserve in this prison, so that you may not become too familiar with the common herd, nor offend by being too distant. Mr. Armstrong then proffered his counsel upon this point. I feel deeply indebted to you for your kindness, exclaimed Markham. Very, very grateful. Grateful, cried the old man, somewhat bitterly. Oh, how I dislike that word! The enemies who persecute me now are those who have received the greatest favours from me. But there is one whose treachery and base ingratitude I never can forget, although I can forgive him. Almost 4 years ago, I accidentally learnt that a young man of pleasing appearance, genteel manners, and good acquirements, was in a state of the deepest distress in an obscure lodging in Hoxton Old Town. I called upon him. The account which had reached my ears was too true. He was bordering upon starvation, and, although he assured me that he had relations and friends moving in a wealthy sphere, he declared that particular reasons, which he implored me not to dive into, compelled him to refrain from addressing them. I relieved his necessities. I gave him money, and procured him clothes. I then took him as my private secretary, and soon put the greatest confidence in him. Alas, how was I recompensed? He betrayed all my political secrets to the government. He literally sold me. At length he absconded, taking with him a considerable sum of money, which he abstracted from my desk. How despicable! Ejaculated Richard. That is not all. I met him afterwards, and forgave him, said Armstrong. Ah, you possess, sir, a noble heart, cried Richard. I hope that this misguided young man gave sincere proofs of repentance. Oh, he was very grateful, ejaculated Mr. Armstrong, with a satirical smile. When he heard that there was a warrant issued for my apprehension upon a charge of libel on the government, he secretly instructed the officers relative to my private haunts, and thus sold me again. The villain, cried Markham, with unfeigned indignation. Tell me his name, that I may avoid him as I would a poisonous viper. His name is George Montague, returned Mr. Armstrong. George Montague? Cried Richard. Do you know him? Have you heard of him before? If you happen to be aware of his present abode, you would send and have him arrested for the robbery of the money in your desk? No. Write and assure him of my forgiveness once more, replied the noble-hearted republican. But how came you acquainted with his name? I have heard of that young man before, but not in a way to do him honour. A tale of robbery and seduction, of heartless cruelty and vile deceit, has been communicated to me relative to this George Montague. Can you forgive such a wretch as he is? From the bottom of my heart, answered the republican. Markham gazed upon that venerable gentleman with profound respect. He remembered to have seen the daily Tory newspapers denounce that same old man as an unprincipled agitator, the enemy of his country, the foe to morality, a political ruffian, a bloody-minded votary of Robespierre and Danton. And he now heard the sweetest and holiest sentiment of Christian morality emanate from the lips of him who had thus been fearfully represented. And that sentiment was uttered without affectation, but with unequivocal sincerity. For a moment, Richard forgot his own sorrows and misfortunes, as he contemplated the benign and holy countenance of him whom a certain class loved to depict as a demon incarnate. The old man did not notice the interest which he had thus excited, for he had himself fallen into a profound reverie. Presently the conversation was resumed, and the more that Markham saw of the republican, the more did he respect and admire him. In the course of the afternoon, Markham was accosted by one of his fellow prisoners, who beckoned him aside in a somewhat mysterious manner. This individual was a very short, thin, cadaverous-looking man, with coal-black hair and whiskers, and dark piercing eyes half concealed beneath shaggy brows of the deepest jet. He was apparently about 35 years of age, his countenance was downcast, and when he spoke he seemed as if he could not support the glance of the person whom he addressed. He was dressed in a seedy suit of black, and wore an oilskin cap with a large shade. This person, who was very reserved and retired in his habits, and seldom associated with his fellow prisoners, drew Markham aside, and said, "I've taken a liberty with your name, but I know you won't mind it. In a place like this we must help and assist each other." "And in what way?" began Markham. "Oh, nothing very important. Only it's just as well to tell you, in case the turnkey says a word about it. The fact is, I haven't half enough to eat with this infernal gruel and soup that they give those who, like me, are forced to take the jail allowance, and my old mother, who is known by the name of the Mummy, has promised to send me in presently a jolly good quartern loaf and 3 or 4 pound of Dutch cheese." "But I thought that those who took the jail allowance were not permitted to receive any food from outside," said Markham. "That's the very thing," said the man. "So I have told the Mummy to direct the parcel to you, as I know that you grub yourself at your own cost." "So long as it does not involve me—" "No, not in the least, my good fellow," interrupted the other. "And in return," he added, after a moment's pause, "if I can ever do you a service, outside or in, you may reckon upon the Resurrection Man." "The Resurrection Man!" ejaculated Richard, appalled in spite of himself at this ominous title. "Yes, that's my name and profession," said the man. "My godfathers and godmothers called me Anthony, and my parents had previously blessed me with the honourable appellation of Tidkins, so you may know me as Anthony Tidkins, the Resurrection Man." "And are you really," began Richard with a partial shudder, "are you really a body snatcher?" cried Anthony. "Of course I am, when there's any work to be done, and when there isn't, then I do a little in another line." "And what may that be?" demanded Markham. This time the Resurrection Man did look his interlocutor full in the face, but it was only for a moment, and he again averted his glance in a sinister manner, as he jerked his thumb towards the wall of the yard, and exclaimed, "Cranky Jem on t'other side will tell you, if you ask him. They would not put us together. No, no," he added with a species of chuckle, "they know a trick worth 2 of that. We shall both be tried together. 15 years for him, freedom for me. That's the way to do it." With these words, the Resurrection Man turned upon his heels, and walked away to the farther end of the yard. We shall now take leave of Markham for the present. When we again call the reader's attention to his case, we shall find him standing in the dock of the Central Criminal Court to take his trial upon the grave accusation of passing forged notes. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Natalie Oram. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds, Chapter 28. Return we now to Bill Bolter, the murderer who had taken refuge in the subterranean hiding place of the old house in Chick Lane. Heavily and wearily did the hours drag along. The inmate of that terrible dungeon was enabled to mark their lapse by the deep-mouthed bell of St. Sepulchre's Church on Snow Hill, the sound of which boomed ominously at regular intervals upon his ear. That same bell tolls the death note of the convict on the morning of his execution at the debtor's door of Newgate. The murderer remembered this and shuddered. A faint light glimmered through the little grating at the end of the dungeon, and the man kept his eyes fixed upon it so long that at length his imagination began to conjure up phantoms to appall him. That small square aperture became a frame in which hideous countenances appeared, and then one gradually changed into another, horrible, dissolving views that they were. But chiefly he beheld before him the tall, gaunt form of his murdered wife, with one eye smashed and bleeding in her head, the other glared fearfully upon him. This phantasmagoria became at length so fearful and so real in appearance that the murderer turned his back towards the little grating through which the light struggled into the dungeon in two long, narrow and oblique columns. But then he imagined that there were goblins behind him, and this idea soon grew as insupportable as the first. So he rose and groped his way up and down that narrow vault, a vault which might become his tomb. This horrible thought never left his memory, even while he reflected upon other things, amidst the perils which enveloped his career, and the reminiscences of the dread deeds of which he had been guilty. Amongst the reasons which he assembled together to convince himself that the hideous countenances at the grating did not exist in reality, there was that one idea, unmixed, definite, standing boldly out from all the rest in his imagination, that he might be left to die of starvation. At one time, the brain of this wretch was excited to such a pitch that he actually caught his head in his two hands and pressed it with all his force to endeavour to crush the horrible visions which haunted his imagination. Then he endeavoured to hum a tune, but his voice seemed to choke him. He lighted a pipe and sate and smoked, but as the thin blue vapour curled upwards in the faint light of the grating, it assumed shapes and forms appalling to behold. Spectres clad in long winding sheets, cold, grisly corpses dressed in shrouds seemed to move noiselessly through the dungeon. He laid aside the pipe, and in a state of mind bordering almost upon frenzy, tossed off the brandy that had remained in the flask. But so full of horrible ideas was his mind at that moment that it appeared to him as if he had been drinking blood. He rose from his seat once more and groped up and down the dungeon, careless of the almost stunning blows which he gave his head, and the violent contusions which his limbs received against the uneven walls. Hark! Suddenly, voices fell upon his ears. He listened with mingled fear and joy, fear of being discovered, and joy at the sound of human tones in the midst of that subterranean solitude. Those voices came from the lower window of the dwelling on the other side of the ditch. "How silent and quiet everything has been lately in the old house opposite," said a female. "Last night, or rather early this morning, I heard singing there," replied another voice, which was evidently that of a young woman. Oh, never had the human tones sounded so sweet and musical upon the murderer's ears before. "It is very seldom that anyone ever goes into that old house now," said the first speaker. Strange rumours are abroad concerning it. I heard that there are subterranean places in which men can conceal themselves, and no power on earth could find them save those in the secret. How absurd! I was speaking to the policeman about that very thing a few days ago, and he laughed at the idea. He said it is impossible, and of course he knows best. I'm not so sure of that. Who knows what fearful deeds have those old walls concealed from human eye? For my part, I can very well believe that there are secret cells and caverns. Who knows but that some poor wretch is hiding there this very moment? Perhaps the man that murdered his wife up in Union Court. Well, who knows? But at this rate, we shall never get on with our work. The noise of a window being shut down fell upon the murderer's ears, and he heard no more. But he had heard enough. Those girls had spoken of him. They had mentioned him as the man who had murdered his wife. The assassination, then, was already known. The dread deed was bruited abroad. Thousands and thousands of tongues had no doubt repeated the tale here and there, conveying it hither and thither, far and wide. And throughout the vast metropolis was he already spoken of as the man who had murdered his wife? And in a few hours more would millions in all parts hear of the man who had murdered his wife. And already were the officers of justice actively in search of the man who had murdered his wife. Heavily, heavily passed the hours. At length the dungeon became pitch dark, and then the murderer saw sights more appalling than when the faint gleam stole through the grating. In due time the sonorous voice of Saint's Sepulchre proclaimed the hour of 9. Scarcely had the last stroke of that iron tongue died upon the breeze, when a noise at the head of the spiral staircase fell upon the murderer's ears. The trapdoor was raised, and the well-known voice of Dick Flare was heard. "Well, Bill, alive or dead, eh, old fella?" exclaimed the burglar. "Alive, and that's all, Dick," answered Bill Bolter, ascending the staircase. "My God, how pale you are, Bill!" said Dick, the moment the light of the candle fell upon the countenance of the murderer as he emerged from the trapdoor. "Pale, Dick!" ejaculated the wretch, a shudder passing over his entire frame. "I do not believe I can stand a night in that infernal hole." "You must, Bill, you must," said Flare. "All is discovered up in Union Court there, and the police are about in all directions." "When was it found out? Tell me the particulars, speak," said the murderer with frenzied impatience. "Why, it appears that the neighbours heard a devil of a noise in your room, but didn't think nothing about it, 'cause you and Polly used to spy a bit now and then. But at last the boy, Harry I mean, went downstairs and said that his mother wouldn't move, and that his father had gone away. So up the neighbours went, and then everything was blown. The children were sent to the workhouse, and the coroner held his inquest this afternoon at 3. Harry was had up before him, and..." "And what?" demanded Bolter hastily. "And in course," added Dick, "the coroner got out of the boy all the particulars, so the jury returned a verdict." "Of wilful murder, eh?" said Bill, sinking his voice almost to a whisper. "Wilful murder against William Bolter," answered Dick coolly. "A little vagabond, Harry!" cried the criminal, his entire countenance distorted with rage. "I'll lay the death on him." "There's no news at all about t'other affair up at Clapton, and no stir made in it at all," said Dick, after a moment's pause. "So that there business is all right. But here's a lot of grub and plenty of lush, Bill. That'll cheer you, if nothing else will." "Dick!" exclaimed the murderer. "I cannot go back into that hole. I had rather get nabbed at once. The few hours I have already been there have nearly drove me mad. And I won't attempt the night in that infernal, cold, damp vault. I feel as if I was in my coffin." "Well, you know best," said Dick coolly. "A hempen neckcloth and tuck up fair, and a leap from a tree with only one leaf is what you'll get if you're perverse." "My God! My God!" ejaculated Bolter, wringing his hands and throwing glances of extreme terror around the room. "What am I to do? What am I to do?" "Lie still down below for a few weeks, or go out and be scragged," said Dick Flarer. "Come, Bill, be a man, and don't take on in this here way. Besides, I'm in a hurry and must be off. I've bought you enough grub for 3 days, and I shan't come here too often till the business has blowed over a little." Bill Bolter took a long draught from a quart bottle of rum which his friend had brought with him, and he then let his spirits revive. Horrible as the prospect of a long sojourn in the dungeon appeared, it was still preferable to the fearful doom which must inevitably follow his capture. And, accordingly, the criminal once more returned to his hiding-place. Dick Flarer promised to return on the 3rd evening from that time, and the trap-door again closed over the head of the murderer. Bolter supped off a portion of the provisions which his friend had brought him, and then lay down upon the hard stone bench to sleep. A noisome stench entered the dungeon from the ditch, and the rats ran over the person of the inmate of that subterranean hole. Repose was impossible. The miserable wretch therefore sat up and began to smoke. By accident he kicked his leg a little way beneath the stone bench. The heel of his boot encountered something that yielded to the touch, and a strange noise followed. That noise was like the rattling of bones. The pipe fell from the man's grasp, and he himself was stupefied with sudden terror. At length, exercising immense violence over his feelings, he determined to ascertain whether the horrible suspicions which had entered his mind were well-founded or not. He thrust his hand beneath the bench and encountered the mouldering bones of a human skeleton. With indescribable feelings of agony and horror, he threw himself upon the bench, his hair on end and his heart palpitating violently. Heaven only can tell how he passed that long, weary night alone, in the darkness of the dungeon, with his own thoughts, the skeleton of some murdered victim, and the vermin that infected the subterranean hole. He slept not a wink throughout those live-long hours, the lapse of which was proclaimed by the voice of St. Sepulchre's solemn, deep-toned bell. And none who heard the bell during that night experienced feelings of such intense anguish and horror as the murderer in his lurking hole. Not even the neighbouring prison of Newgate, nor the hospital of St. Bartholomew, nor the deathbed of a parent knew mental suffering so terrible as that which wrung the heart of this guilty wretch. The morning dawned, and the light returned to the dungeon. The clock had just struck 8, and the murderer was endeavouring to force a mouthful of food down his throat, when the voice of a man in the street fell upon his ear. He drew close up to the grating, and clearly heard the following announcement. "Here is a full and perfect account of the horrible assassination committed by the miscreant William
Bolter upon the person of his wife, with a portrait of the murderer and a representation of the room as it appeared when the deed was first discovered by a neighbour. Only 1 penny, the fullest and most perfect I can. Only 1 penny.
A pause ensued, and then the voice, bawling more lustily than before, continued thus.
A full and perfect account of this bloody and cruel murder in Upper Union Court, showing how the assassin first dashed out one of his victim's eyes and then fractured her skull upon the floor. Only 1 penny, together with a true portrait of the murderer, for whose apprehension a reward of £100 is offered. Only 1 penny.
A reward for £100? cried another voice. My eye! How I should like to find him! Wouldn't I precious soon give him up? Ejaculated the third. I wonder whereabouts he is, said a fourth. No, I doubt that he's run away. Perhaps to America, perhaps to France. That shows how much you know about such things, said a fifth speaker. It is a very strange fact that the murderer always lingers near the scene of their crime. They are attracted towards it, seemingly as the moth is to the candle. Now, for my part, I shouldn't at all wonder if the miscreant was within 100 yards of us at the present moment. Only 1 penny! The fullest and most perfect account of the horrible and bloody murder. The itinerant vendor of pamphlets passed on, followed by the crowd which his vociferations had collected, and his voice soon ceased to break the silence of the morning. Bolter sank down upon the stone bench, a prey to maddening feelings and fearful emotions. £100 were offered for his capture. Such a sum might tempt even Dick Flare or Tom the cracksman to betray him. Instinctively, he put his fingers to his neck to feel if the rope were there yet, and he shook his head violently to ascertain if he were hanging on a gibbet or could still control his motions. The words miscreant, horrible and bloody murder, and portrait of the assassin still rang in his ears, loud, sonorous, deep, and with a prolonged echo like that of a bell. Already were men speculating upon his whereabouts, and anxious for his apprehension, some for the reward, others to gratify a morbid curiosity. Already were the newspapers, the cheap press, and the pamphleteers busy with his name. None now mentioned him save as the miscreant William Bolter. Oh, if he could but escape to some foreign land! If he could but avoid the ignominious consequences of his crime in this, he would dedicate the remainder of his days to penitence. He would toil from the dawn of morning till sunset to obtain the bread of honesty. He would use every effort, exert every nerve to atone for the outrage he had committed upon the laws of society. But no, it was too late. The bloodhounds of the law were already upon his track. An hour passed away, and during that interval the murderer sought to compose himself by means of his pipe and the rum bottle. But he could not banish the horrible ideas which haunted him. Suddenly a strange noise fell upon his ear. The blood appeared to him cold to his very heart in a refluent tide, for the steps of many feet and the sounds of many voices echoed through the old house. The truth instantly flashed to his mind. The police had entered the premises. With hair standing on end, eyeballs glaring, and forehead bathed in perspiration, The murderer sat motionless upon the cold stone bench, afraid even to breathe. Every moment he expected to hear the trapdoor at the head of the spiral staircase move. But several minutes elapsed, and his fears in this respect were not accomplished. At length he heard a sound as of a body falling heavily, and then a voice almost close to him fell upon his ear. The reader will remember that the vault in which he was concealed joined the cellar from whence Walter Sidney had escaped. The officers had entered that cellar by means of the trap-door in the floor on the room immediately above it. Bolter could overhear their entire conversation.
"Well, this is a strange crib, this is," said one. "Show the bull's-eye up in that farther corner. There may be a door in one of them dark nooks."
"It will just end as I said it would," exclaimed another.
"The feller wouldn't be such a fool as to come to a place that's known to the force as one of bad repute. I didn't think myself there was much good in coming to search this old crib, but the inspector said yes, and so we couldn't say no. Let's be off. The cold of this infernal den strikes to my very bones. But I say, that there shelving board that we first lighted on in getting down isn't made to help people to come here alive. Turn the bull's-eye more on it.
Now can you see?
Yeah, plain enough. It leads to a hole that looks on the ditch, but the plank is quite old and rotten, so I dare say it was put there for some purpose or another a long time ago. Perhaps the thieves used to convey their swag through that there hole into a boat in the ditch, and—"
No, interrupted the other policeman. It wasn't swag that they tumbled down the plank into the Fleet. It was stiff uns.
Very likely, but there can't be any of that kind of work ever going on now, so let's be off.
The murderer, in the adjoining vault, could hear the policeman climb up the plank towards the trap-door, and in a few minutes profound silence again reigned throughout the old house. This time he had escaped detection, and yet the search was keen and penetrating. The apparent safety of his retreat restored him to something like good spirits, and he began to calculate the chances which he imagined to exist for and against the probability of his escape from the hands of justice.
"There's but 5 men in this world as knows of this hiding place," he said to himself, "and them is myself, Dick Flarer, Cranky Jem, the Resurrection Man, and Tom, the Cracksman. As for me, I'm here. That's one what won't blab. Dick Flarer, ain't likely to sell a pal. Tom, a cracksman, I'd rely on even if he was on the rack. Cranky Jem is staunch to the backbone. Besides, he's in the jug. So is the Resurrection Man. They can't do much harm there. I think I'm tolerably safe. And as for frightening myself about ghosts and goblins—"
He was suddenly interrupted by the rattling of the bones beneath the stone bench. He started, and a profuse perspiration instantly broke out upon his forehead. A huge rat had disturbed those relics of mortality. But this little incident tended to hurl the murderer back again into all that appalling gloominess of thought from which he had, for a moment, seemed to be escaping. Time wore on, and heavily and wearily still passed the hours. At length darkness again came down upon the earth. The light of the little grating disappeared, and the vault was once more enveloped in the deepest obscurity. The murderer ate a mouthful, and then endeavoured to compose himself to sleep, for he was worn out mentally and bodily. The clock of St. Sepulchre's proclaimed the hour of 7 as he awoke from a short and feverish slumber. He thought he heard a voice calling him in his dreams, and when he started up, he listened with affright.
"Bill, are you asleep?"
It was not then a dream, A human voice addressed him in reality.
"Bill, why don't you answer?" said the voice. "It's only me."
Bolter suddenly felt relieved of an immense load. It was his friend Dick, who was calling him from the little trapdoor. He instantly hurried up the staircase and was surprised to find that there was no light in the room.
"My dear fella," said Dick in a hurried tone, "I didn't mean to come back so soon again, but me and Tom is going to do a little business together down Southampton way, summat that he has been told of, and as we may be away a few days, thought I'd better come this evening with a fresh supply. Here's plenty of grub and rum and bacca." "Well, this is a treat to hear a friendly voice again so soon," said Bill. "But why the devil don't you light the candle?" "I'm a-going to do it now,"
returned Dick, and he struck a lucifer match as bespoke.
"I thought I wouldn't show a light here sooner than was necessary, and we must not keep it burning too long, because there may be chinks in them shutters, and I dare say the blue bottles is on the scent."
"They come and searched the old place this morning," said Bill, "but they didn't smell me, though."
"And you're all safe now, my boy," cried Dick. "Here, look alive. Take this basket and pitch it down the stairs. It's well tied up and chock full of sold meat and bread. Put them 2 bottles in your pocket. There, that's right. Now, do you want anything else?"
"Yeah, a knife. I was forced to gnaw my food like a dog for want of one."
"Here you are,"
said Dick, and taking a knife from the secret cupboard between the windows, he handed it to his friend.
"Now, are you all right?"
"Quite. That is, as right as a fellow in my situation can be. You won't forget to come."
Bolter was standing within 2 or 3 steps from the top of the staircase, and the greater part of his body was consequently above the trapdoor. He stopped suddenly short in the midst of his injunction to his companion, and staggered in such a way that he nearly lost his footing. His eye had caught sight of a human countenance peering from behind the half-open door of the room.
"Damnation!" exclaimed the murderer. "I'm sold at last!"
And rushing up the steps, he fell upon Dick Flare with the fury of a tiger. At the same moment 4 or 5 officers darted into the room, but they were too late to prevent another dreadful deed of blood. Bolter had plunged the knife, which he held in his hand, into the heart of Dick Flare, the burglar. The blow was given with fatal effect. The unfortunate wretch uttered a horrible cry and fell at the feet of his assassin, stone dead.
"Villain, what have you done?"
ejaculated the sergeant who headed the little detachment of police.
"I've drawn the claret of the rascal that nosed upon me,"
returned Bolter doggedly.
"You were never more mistaken in your life," said the sergeant.
"Ah, what do you mean? Wasn't it that scoundrel Dick that chirped against me?"
"No, 10,000 times no," cried the officer. "It was a prisoner in Newgate who split upon this hiding place. Somehow or another he heard of a reward offered to take you, and he told the governor the whole secret of the vault. Without knowing whether we should find you here or not, we came to search it."
"Then it was the resurrection man who betrayed me after all,"
exclaimed Bolter, and dashing the palms of his 2 hands violently against his temples, he added in a tone of intense agony,
"I have murdered my best friend! Monster! Miscreant that I am!"
The policeman speedily fixed a pair of manacles about his wrists, and in the course of a quarter of an hour he was safely secured in one of the cells at the station house in Smithfield. On the following day he was committed to Newgate. End of Chapter 28. Recording by Natalie Oram, England. www.rockbarnmedia.co.uk.
Chapter 29 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 29. The Black Chamber. Once more does the scene change. The reader who follows us through the mazes of our narrative has yet to be introduced to many strange places, many hideous haunts of crime, abodes of poverty, dens of horror, and lurking holes of perfidy, as well as many seats of wealthy voluptuousness and aristocratic dissipation. It will be our task to guide those who choose to accompany us to scenes and places whose very existence may appear to belong to the regions of romance rather than to a city in the midst of civilization, and whose characteristic features are as yet unknown to even those that are the best acquainted with the realities of life. About a fortnight had elapsed since the events related in the preceding chapter. In a small, high, well-lighted room, 5 individuals were seated at a large round oaken table. One of these persons, who appeared to be the superior, was an elderly man with a high forehead, and thin white hair falling over the collar of his black coat. He was short and rather corpulent. His countenance denoted frankness and good nature. But his eyes, which were small, grey, and sparkling, had a lurking expression of cunning, only perceptible to the acute observer. The other 3 individuals were young and gentlemanly-looking men, neatly dressed, and very deferential in their manners towards their superior. The door of this room was carefully bolted. At one end of the table was a large black tray covered with an immense quantity of bread seals of all sizes. Perhaps the reader may recall to mind that, amongst the pursuits and amusements of his school days, he diverted himself with moistening the crumb of bread and kneading it with his fingers into a consistency capable of taking and retaining an accurate impression of a seal upon a letter. The seals, or rather blank bread stamps, now upon the tray were of this kind, only more carefully manufactured, and well consolidated with thick gum water. Close by this tray, in a large wooden bowl, were wafers of all sizes and colors, and in a box, also standing on the table, were numbers of wafer stamps of every dimension used. A second box contained thin blades of steel, set fast in delicate ivory handles and sharp as razors. A third box was filled with sticks of sealing wax of all colors, and of foreign as well as British manufacture. A small glass retort fixed over a spirit lamp was placed near one of the young men. A tin box containing a little cushion covered with printer's red ink in one compartment, and several stamps such as the reader may have seen used in post offices in another division, lay open near the other articles mentioned. Lastly, an immense pile of letters, some sealed and others wafered, stood upon that end of the table at which the elderly gentleman was seated. The occupations of these 5 individuals may be thus described in a few words. The old gentleman took on the letters one by one, and bent them open, as it were, in such a way that he could read a portion of their contents when they were not folded in such a manner as effectually to conceal all the writing. He also examined the addresses, and consulted a long paper of an official character which lay upon the table at his right hand. Some of the letters he threw, after as careful a scrutiny as he could devote to them without actually breaking the seals or wafers, into a large wicker basket at his feet. From time to time, however, he passed a letter to the young man who sat nearest to him. If the letters were closed with wax, an impression of the seal was immediately taken by means of one of the bread stamps. The young man then took the letter and held it near the large fire which burnt in the grate until the sealing wax became so softened by the heat that the letter could easily be opened without tearing the paper. The third clerk read it aloud, while the fourth took notes of its contents. It was then returned to the first young man, who resealed it by means of the impression taken on the bread stamp, and with wax which precisely matched that originally used in closing the letter. When this ceremony was performed, the letter was consigned to the same basket which contained those that had passed unopened through the hands of the examiner. If the letter were fastened with a wafer, the second clerk made the water in the little glass retort boil by means of the spirit lamp, and when the vapour gushed forth from the tube, the young man held the letter to its mouth in such a way that the steam played full upon the identical spot where the wafer was placed. The wafer thus became moistened in a slight degree, and it was only then necessary to pass one of the thin steel blades skilfully beneath the wafer, in order to open the letter. The third young man then read this epistle, and the fourth took notes, as in the former instance. The contents being thus ascertained, the letter was easily fastened again with a very thin wafer of the same colour and size as the original, and if the job were at all clumsily done, the tin box, before noticed, furnished the means of imprinting a red stamp upon the back of the letter in such a way that a portion of the circle fell precisely over the spot beneath which the wafer was placed. These processes were accomplished in total silence, save when the contents of the letters were read, and then, so accustomed were those 5 individuals to hear the revelations of the most strange secrets and singular communications, that they seldom appeared surprised or amused, shocked or horrified, at anything which those letters made known to them. Their task seemed purely of a mechanical kind. Indeed, automatons could not have shown less passion or excitement. Oh, vile, despicable occupation! Performed, too, by men who went forth, with heads erect and confident demeanour, from their atrocious employment, after having violated those secrets which are deemed most sacred, and broken the seals which merchants, lovers, parents, relations, and friends had placed upon their thoughts. Base and diabolical outrage, perpetrated by the commands of the ministers of the sovereign. Reader, this small, high, well-lighted room, in which such infamous scenes took place with doors well secured by bolts and bars, was the Black Chamber of the General Post Office, Saint Martin le Grand. And now, reader, do you ask whether all this be true? Whether, in the very heart of the metropolis of the civilized world, such a system and such a den of infamy can exist? Whether in a world, the means of transferring thought at a cheap and rapid rate be really made available to the purposes of government and the ends of party policy? If you ask these questions, to each and all do we confidently and boldly answer yes. The first letter which the examiner caused to be opened on the occasion when we introduce our readers to the Black Chamber was from the state of Castelcicala, in Italy, to the representative of that Grand Duchy at the English court. Its contents, when translated, ran thus: City of Montoni, Castelcicala. I am desired by my lord the Marquis of Gerano, his Highness's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, to inform your Excellency that, in consequence of a general amnesty just proclaimed by his Serene Highness, and which includes all political prisoners and emigrants, passports to return to the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala may be accorded to his Highness Alberto, Prince of Castelcicala, nephew of his Serene Highness the reigning Grand Duke, as well as to all other natives of Castelcicala now resident in England, but who may be desirous of returning to their own country. I have the honour to renew to your Excellency assurances of my most perfect consideration. Baron Ruperto, Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, etc., etc. The second letter perused upon this occasion by the inmates of the Black Chamber was from a famous London banker to his father at Manchester. You will be astounded, my dear father, when your eye meets the statement I am now at length compelled to make to you. The world believes my establishment to be as firmly based as the rocks themselves. My credit is unlimited, and thousands have confided their funds to my care. Alas, my dear father, I am totally insolvent. The least drain upon the bank would plunge me into irredeemable ruin and dishonour. I have, however, an opportunity of retrieving myself and building up my fortunes. A certain government operation is proposed to me, and, if I can undertake it, my profits will be immense. £50,000 are absolutely necessary for my purposes within 6 days from the present time. Consider whether you will save your son by making him this advance, or allow him to sink into infamy, disgrace, and ruin by withholding it. Whichever way you may determine, breathe not a word to a soul. The authorities in the Treasury have made all possible inquiries concerning me, and believe me to be not only solvent, but immensely rich. I expect your answer by return of post. Your affectionate, but almost heartbroken son, James Tomlinson. The writer of this letter flattered himself that the government had already made all possible enquiries. He little dreamt that his own epistle was to furnish the Treasury, through the medium of the Post Office, with the very information which he had so fondly deemed unknown to all save himself. When the third letter was opened, the clerk whose duty it was to read it looked at the signature, and, addressing himself to the examiner, said, "From whom, sir, did you anticipate that this letter came?" "From Lord Tremerdon." "Is it not directed to Lady Tremerdon?" exclaimed the examiner. "It is, sir," answered the clerk, "but it is written by that lady's daughter, Cecilia." "I am very sorry for that. The Home Office," said the examiner, "is particularly anxious to ascertain the intention of Lord Tremerdon in certain party matters, and it is known," he added, referring to the official paper beside him, "that his lordship communicates all his political sentiments to her ladyship, who is now at Bath." "Then, sir, this letter need not be read?" cried the clerk interrogatively. "Not read, young man!" ejaculated the examiner, impatiently. "How often am I to tell you that every letter which is once opened is to be carefully perused? Have we not been able to afford time, government, and the police, some very valuable information at different times, by noting the contents of letters which we have opened by mistake?" "Certainly," added the first clerk, "there is that deeply planned and well laid scheme of Stephen's, and his young lady disguised as a man, who lives at Upper Clapton, which we discovered by the mere accident of opening a wrong letter." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the clerk, whose duty it was to read the epistles, and whose apology to the examiner was delivered in a most deferential manner. "I will now proceed with the letter of the Honourable Miss Cecilia Huntingfield to her mother, Lady Tremerdon." The young clerk then read as follows: "Oh, my dear mother, how shall I find words to convey to you the fearful tale of my disgrace and infamy, of which I am the unhappy and guilty heroine? 1,000 times before you left London, I was on the point of throwing myself at your feet and confessing all. But no, I could not, I dared not. And now, my dear parent, I can conceal my shame no longer. Oh, how shall I make you comprehend me, without actually entrusting this paper with the fearful secret? My God, I am almost distracted. Surely you can understand my meaning. If not, learn the doleful tidings at once, my dearest and most affectionate parent. I am about to become a mother. Oh, do not spurn me from you, do not curse your child. It has cost me pangs of anguish ineffable, and of mental agony an idea of which I could not convey to you, to sit down and rend your heart with this avowal. But, oh heavens, what am I to do? Concealment is no longer possible. In 3 months more I shall be a mother. That villain Harborough, the friend of our family, Sir Rupert Harborough, the man in whom my dear father put every confidence, that wretch has caused my shame. And yet there are times, my dear mother, when I feel that I love him, for he is the father of the child which most soon published my disgrace. And now, my fond, confiding, tender parent, you know all. Oh, come to my rescue, adopt some means to conceal my shame. Shield me from my father's wrath. I can write no more at present, but my mind feels relieved now I have thus opened my heart to my mother. Your afflicted and almost despairing daughter, Cecilia Huntingfield. Thus was a secret involving the honour of a noble family, a secret compromising the most sacred interests, revealed to 5 men at one moment by means of the atrocious system pursued in the Black Chamber of the General Post Office. The 4th letter was from Mr. Robert Stevens of London to his brother, Mr. Frederick Stevens of Liverpool. My dear brother, I write you a few hasty instructions, to which I solicit your earnest attention. You are well aware that the 26th instant is my grand day, the day to which I have been so long and so anxiously looking forward. All my schemes are so well organized that detection is impossible. That fellow Montague gave me a little trouble a fortnight or so ago, by suddenly and most unexpectedly declaring that he would not act as the witness of identity, and I was actually compelled to give him £500 to silence him. What could have been his motive for shirking out of the affair I cannot tell. Be that as it may, I have supplied his place with another and better man, a lawyer of the name of Mac Chisel. But now for my instructions. The grand blow will be struck soon after midday on the 26th instant. Immediately it is done, I shall give Walter, I always speak of her as a man, the £10,000 I have promised him, and then off to Liverpool in a post-chaise and 4. Now, if there be a packet for America on the 27th, secure me a berth. If not, ascertain if there be a vessel sailing for Havre or Bordeaux on that day, and then secure me a berth in such ship. But should there be none in this instance also, then obtain a list of all the ships which, according to present arrangements, are to leave Liverpool on the 27th, with their place of destination, and all other particulars. Burn this letter the moment you have read it. We then know that it cannot possibly have told tales. Your affectionate brother, Robert Stevens. Poor deluded man! He believed that letters confided to the General Post Office Administration could "tell no tales" during their progress from the sender to the receiver. How miserably was he mistaken! And here we may observe, that if the system of opening letters at the General Post Office were merely adopted for the purpose of discovering criminals and preventing crime, we should still deprecate the proceeding, although our objections would lose much of their point in consideration of the motive. But when we find, and know it to be a fact, that the secrets of correspondence are flagrantly violated for political and other purposes, we raise our voice to denounce so atrocious a system, and to excite the indignation of the country against the men who can countenance or avail themselves of it. Numerous other letters were read upon the occasion referred to in this chapter, and their contents carefully noted down. The whole ceremony was conducted with so much regularity and method, that it proceeded with amazing despatch, and the refastening of the letters was managed with such skill, that in few, if any instances, were the slightest traces left to excite suspicion of the process to which these epistles had been subjected. It was horrible to see that old man forgetting the respectability of his years, and those 4 young ones laying aside the fine feelings which ought to have animated their bosoms. It was horrible to see them earnestly, systematically, and skilfully devoting themselves to an avocation the most disgraceful, soul-debasing, and morally execrable. When the ceremony of opening, reading, and resealing the letters was concluded, one of the clerks conveyed the basket containing them to that department of the establishment where they were to undergo the process of sorting and sub-sorting for despatch by the evening mails. And the examiner then proceeded to make his reports to the various offices of the government. The notes of the despatch from Castelcicala were forwarded to the Foreign Secretary. The contents of the banker's letter to his father were copied and sent to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The particulars of Miss Cecilia Huntingfield's affecting epistle to her mother were entered in a private book in case they should be required at a future day, and an exact copy of Robert Stevens's letter to his brother was forwarded to the solicitor of the Bank of England. End of Chapter 29. Recording by Rosie. Chapter 30 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 30. The 26th of November. As soon as the first gleam of morning penetrated through the curtains of the boudoir in the villa near Upper Clapton, Walter leapt from her couch. Conflicting feelings of joy and sorrow filled her bosom. The happy day had at length arrived, when, according to the promise of the man on whom she looked as her benefactor, a grand event was to be accomplished, which would release her from the detestable disguise which she had now maintained for a period of nearly 5 years. The era had come when she was again to appear in the garb that suited alike her charms and her inclinations. This circumstance inspired her with the most heartfelt happiness. But, on the other hand, she loved, tenderly loved, one who had meditated against her an outrage of most infamous description. Instead of hailing her approaching return to her female attire as the signal for the consummation of the fond hopes in which she had a few weeks before indulged, hopes which pictured her imagination delicious scenes of matrimonial bliss in the society of George Montague, she was compelled to separate the dream of felicity from the feat of her emancipation from a thraldom repulsive to her delicacy and her tastes. It was, therefore, with mingled feelings of happiness and melancholy that she commenced her usual toilet, that masculine toilet which she was that day to wear for the last time. "You ought to be in good spirits this morning, my dearest mistress," said Louisa, as she entered the room. "The period so anxiously looked forward to you by Yon has at length arrived." "And tomorrow, tomorrow!" exclaimed Walter, her hazel eyes lighting up with a brilliant expression of joy. "You, my excellent Louisa, will assist me to adorn myself with that garb which I have neglected so of late." "I shall be happy both for your sake and mine," returned Louisa, who was indeed deeply attached to her mistress; "and when I see you recovering all your usual spirits in a foreign land—" "In Switzerland," hastily interrupted Walter, "in Switzerland, whither you will accompany me, my good and faithful Louisa, and to which delightful country we will proceed without delay. There indeed I shall be happy, and, I hope, contented." "Mr. Stephen is to be here at 10, is he not?" said Louisa, after a short pause. "At 10 precisely, and we then repair forthwith to the west end of the town, where certain preliminaries are requisite, previously to receiving an immense sum of money which will be paid over to us at the Bank of England. This much Mr. Stevens told me yesterday. He has never communicated so much before." "And this very afternoon it is your determination to leave London?" said Louisa. "I am now resolved upon that step," replied the lady. "You alone shall accompany me. Mr. Stevens has promised to provide for the groom and the old cook. Therefore, while I am absent this morning about the momentous business, the real nature of which, by the by, has yet to be explained to me, you will make all the preparations that may be necessary for our journey." This conversation took place while Louisa hastily lighted the fire in the boudoir. In a few minutes the grate sent up a cheering and grateful heat, and the flames roared up the chimney. The lady, with an elegant dressing gown folded loosely around her, and her delicate white feet thrust into red morocco slippers, threw herself into her luxurious easy-chair, while Louisa hastened to serve up breakfast upon a little rosewood table, covered with a napkin as white as snow. But the meal passed away almost untouched. The lady's heart was too full of hope and tender melancholy to allow her to experience the least appetite. The mysterious toilet was completed, and Walter descended to the parlour, attired in masculine garments for the last time. At 10 o'clock precisely Mr. Stevens arrived. He was dressed with peculiar neatness and care, but his countenance was very pale, and his eyes vibrated in a restless manner in their sockets. He, however, assumed a bold composure, and thus the profound anxiety to which he was at that moment a prey was unnoticed by Walter Sidney. They seated themselves upon the sofa, and looked at each other for an instant without speaking. Those glances on either side expressed, in the ardent language of the eye, the words, "This is the day." "Walter," said Mr. Stevens, at length breaking the silence which had prevailed, "your conduct to-day must crown my designs with glorious success, or involve me in irretrievable ruin." "You may rely with confidence upon my discretion and prudence," answered Walter. "Command me in all respects, consistently with honour." "Honour!" exclaimed Stevens impatiently. "Why do you forever mention that unmeaning word? Honour is a conventional term, and is often used in a manner inconsistently with common sense and sound judgment. Honour is all very well when it is brought in contact with honour only, but when it has to oppose fraud and deceit, it must succumb if it trusts solely to its own force. The most honest lawyer sets chicanery and quibble to work, to counteract the chicanery and quibble of his pettifogging opponent. The politician calls the machinery of intrigue into play, in order to fight his foeman with that foeman's own weapon. If the French employ the aid of riflemen concealed in the thicket, while the fair fight takes place upon the plain, the English must do the same. I certainly comprehend the necessity of frequently fighting a man with his own weapons, said Walter, but I do not see to what point in our affairs your reasoning tends. "Suppose, Walter," resumed Stevens, speaking very earnestly and emphatically accentuating every syllable, "suppose that you had a friend who was entitled to certain rights which were withheld from him by means of some detestable quibble and low chicanery. Suppose that by stating that your friend's name was George instead of William, for instance, you could put him in possession of what is justly and legitimately his due, but which, remember, is shamefully and most dishonestly kept away from him. In this case, should you hesitate to declare that his name was George and not William?" I think that I should be inclined to make the statement to serve the cause of justice and to render a friend a signal service, answered Sydney after a moment's hesitation. I could not have expected a different reply, exclaimed Stevens, a gleam of joy animating his pale countenance. And you would do so with less remorse when you found that you were transferring property from one individual who could well spare what he was never justly entitled to a person who would starve without the restoration of his legitimate rights. "Oh, certainly," said Walter, and this time the reply was given without an instant's meditation. "Then," continued Stevens, more and more satisfied with the influence of his sophistry, "you would in such a case eschew those maudlin and mawkish ideas of honour, which arbitrarily exact that a falsehood must never be told for a good purpose, and that illegitimate means must never, never be adopted to work out virtuous and profitable ends?" "My conduct in assuming this disguise," returned Sydney, with a smile and a blush, "has proved to you, I should imagine, that I should not hesitate to make use of a deceit comparatively innocent, with a view to oppose fraud and ensure permanent benefit to my friend and myself." "Oh, Walter, you should have been a man in person as well as in mind," cried Stevens, enthusiastically. "Now I have no fears of the result of my plans, and before sunset you shall be worth £10,000. £10,000!" repeated Walter, mechanically. "How much can be done with such a sum as that?" "You expressed a wish to leave this country, and visit the south of Europe," said Stevens. "You will have ample means to gratify all your tastes, and administer to all your inclinations. Only conceive a beautiful little cottage on the shore of the Lake of Brienz, that pearl of the Oberland, the fair boat women, the daughters of Switzerland, passing in their little shallops beneath your windows, and singing their national songs full of charming tenderness, while the soft music mingles with the murmuring waves and the sound of the oars." "Oh, what an enchanting picture!" cried Walter. "And have you ever seen such as this?" "I have, and I feel convinced that the existence I recommended is the one which will best suit you. To-day," continued Stevens, watching his compatriot's countenance with a little anxiety, "shall you recover your rights. To-day shall you oppose the innocent deceit to the enormous fraud. To-day shall you do for yourself what you ere now stated you would do for a friend." "If you have drawn my own case in putting those queries to me, if immense advantages will be derived from my behaviour in this affair, if I am merely wresting from the hands of base cupidity that which is justly mine own, and if the enemy whom we oppose can well afford to restore to me the means of subsistence, and thus render me independent for the remainder of my days, oh, how can I hesitate for a moment? How can I refuse to entrust myself wholly and solely, blindly and confidently, in your hands, you who have done so much for me, and who have taught me to respect, honour, and obey you?" The lady uttered these words with a species of electric enthusiasm, while her eyes brightened and her cheeks were suffused with the purple glow of animation. The specious arguments and the glowing description of Swiss life, brought forward by Stevens with admirable dexterity, awakened all the ardour of an impassioned soul, and the bosom of that beauteous creature palpitated with hope, with joy, and with excitement, as she gazed upon the future through the mirror presented by Stevens to her view. She was now exactly in a frame of mind suited to his purpose. Without allowing her ardour time to abate, and while she was animated by the delicious aspirations which he had conjured up, as it were by an enchanter's spell, in her breast, he took her by the hand, and led her up to the mantelpiece. Then, pointing to the portrait of her brother, he said in a low, hurried, and yet solemn tone, "The fortune which must be wrested from the grasp of cupidity this day, would have belonged to your brother, and no power on earth could have deprived him of it; for, had he lived, he would yesterday have attained his 21st year. His death is unknown to him who holds this money, but by a miserable legal technicality you, his sister, and, in justice, his heiress, you would be deprived of that fortune by the man who now grasps it, and who would chuckle at any plan which made it his own. Now do you comprehend me? You have but to say that you name is Walter instead of Eliza, and you will recover your just rights, defeat the wretched chicanery of the law, and enter into possession of those resources which belong to you in the eyes of God, by which, if you shrink, will be forever alienated from you and yours." "In one word," said the lady, "I am to personate my brother?" "Precisely. Do you hesitate?" demanded Stevens. "Will you allow the property of your family to pass into the hands of a stranger, who possesses not the remotest right to its enjoyment? Or will you by one bold effort, an effort that cannot fail, direct that fortune into its just, its proper, and its legitimate channel?" "The temptation is great," said the lady, earnestly contemplating the portrait of her brother; "but the danger," she added hastily. "What would be the result if we were detected?" "Nothing save the total loss of the entire fortune," answered Stevens; "and, therefore, you perceive, that want of nerve, hesitation, awkwardness, blushes, confusion on your part, would ruin all. Be firm, be collected, be calm and resolute, and our plans must be crowned with unequivocal success." "Oh, if I proceed farther, I will pass through the ordeal with ease and safety," exclaimed the lady. "I can nerve my mind to encounter any danger when it is well defined, and I know its extent. It is only when it is vague, uncertain, and indistinct, that I shrink from meeting it. Yes," she continued, after a few moments' reflection, "I will follow your counsel in all respects. You do know, you must know how much we risk, and how far we compromise ourselves; and when I see you ready to urge on this matter to the end, how can I fear to accompany you? Yes," she added, after another pause, much longer than the preceding one, "I will be Walter Sidney throughout this day at least." "My dear friend," ejaculated Stevens, in a transport of joy, "you act in a manner worthy of your noble-hearted brother, I see. He smiles upon you even in his picture frame." "I will retrieve from the hands of strangers that which is thine, dear brother," said the lady, addressing herself to the portrait as if it could hear the words which she pronounced with a melancholy solemnity. Then, turning towards Stevens, she exclaimed, "But you must acquaint me with the ceremonies we have to fulfill, and the duties which I shall have to perform in order to accomplish the desired aim." "I need not instruct you now," returned Stevens. "The forms are nothing, and explain themselves, as it were, a few papers to sign at a certain person's house in Grosvenor Square, then a ride to the bank, and all is over. But we must now take our departure. The hackney coach that brought us hither is waiting to convey us to the West End." Stevens and Sydney issued from the house together. The former gave certain directions to the coachman, and they then commenced their memorable journey. Mr. Stevens did not allow his companion a single moment for calm and dispassionate reflection. He continued to expatiate upon the happiness which was within her reach amidst the rural scenery of Switzerland. He conjured up before her mental vision the most ravaging and delightful pictures of domestic tranquillity, so congenial to her tastes. He fed her imagination with all those fairy visions which were calculated to attract and dazzle a mind tinged with a romantic shade; and then he skilfully introduced those specious arguments which blinded her as to the real nature of the deceit in which she was so prominent an agent. He thus sustained an artificial state of excitement, bordering upon enthusiasm, in the bosom of that confiding and generous-hearted woman; and not for one moment during that long ride did she repent of the step she had taken. In fact, such an influence did the reasoning of Stevens exercise upon her mind, that she ceased to think of the possibility of either incurring danger or doing wrong. She knew not how serious might be the consequences of detection. She believed that she was combating the chicanery of the law with a similar weapon, the use of which was justified and rendered legitimate by the peculiar circumstances of the case. The hackney coach proceeded by way of the New Road, and stopped to take up Mr. Mac Chisel at his residence near St. Pancras New Church. The vehicle then proceeded to Grosvenor Square, where it stopped opposite one of those princely dwellings whose dingy exteriors afford to the eye of the foreigner accustomed to the gorgeous edifices of continental cities but little promise of the wealth, grandeur, and magnificence which exist within. The door was opened by a footman in splendid livery. This domestic immediately recognized Mr. Stevens, and said, "His lordship expects you, sir." The three visitors alighted from the coach, and as Stevens walked with the disguised lady into the hall of the mansion, he said in a hurried whisper, "Courage, my dear Walter, you are now about to appear in the presence of the Earl of Warrington." The servant led the way up a wide staircase, and conducted the visitors into a library fitted up in the most luxurious and costly manner. Cases filled with magnificently bound volumes, statues of exquisite sculpture, and pictures of eminent artists, denoted the taste of the aristocratic possessor of that lordly mansion. Two individuals were seated at a table covered with papers and legal documents. One was a fine, tall, middle-aged man, with a noble and handsome countenance, polished manners, and most kind and affable address. The other was an old gentleman with a bald head, sharp features, and constant smile upon his lips, when he addressed the personage just described. The first was the Earl of Warrington, the other was his solicitor, Mr. Pakenham. The Earl rose and greeted Mr. Stevens cordially. Then, turning towards Walter, he shook her kindly by the hand, and said, "I need not ask if you are the young gentleman to whom I am to be introduced as Mr. Walter Sidney." "This is my ward, your lordship," said Mr. Stevens, smiling. "I think it is scarcely necessary to call your lordship's attention to the striking resemblance which he bears to his lamented father." "Yes, it would be impossible to mistake him," said his lordship hastily, while a cloud passed over his brow. "But sit down, pray sit down, and we will proceed to business. I presume that gentleman is your professional adviser?" "Mr. Mac Chizzle," observed Mr. Stevens, introducing the lawyer. "Mr. Pakenham, I have had the pleasure of seeing you before," he added, addressing the nobleman's attorney with a placid smile. Mr. Pakenham acknowledged the salutation with a bow, and his eye wandered for a moment with some surprise towards Mac Chizzle, as much as to say, "I am astonished to see a person like you employed in so important an affair." When every one was seated, the Earl of Warrington referred to some papers placed before him, and said, "The object of this meeting is known to every one present. The duty that devolves upon me is to transfer to Walter Sidney, the only son and heir of the late Stanford Sidney, upon being satisfied with respect to the identity of the claimant, the sum of £41,000 now invested in certain stocks in the Bank of England." "It is needless, I presume," said Mr. Pakenham, "to enter into the particulars of this inheritance. We on our side admit our liability to pay the amount specified by his lordship to the proper claimant." "Quite satisfactory," observed Mac Chizzle, to whom these observations were addressed. "The proofs of identity are, then, all that your lordship now requires?" said Mr. Stevens. "And I only require them as a mere matter of necessary form and ceremony, Mr. Stevens," returned the Earl of Warrington. "I am well aware of your acquaintance with the late Mrs. Sidney, and of the fact that the deceased lady left her children to your care." "My lord, here are the various certificates," said Stevens, placing a small packet of papers before the Earl. "In the first instance, you have the marriage certificate of Stanford Sidney and Letitia Hardinge, the natural daughter of the late Earl of Warrington, your lordship's uncle." "Well, well," exclaimed the nobleman, somewhat impatiently, as if he were anxious to get rid as soon as possible of a business by no means pleasant to him, "that certificate is beyond all dispute." "Here," continued Stevens, "is the certificate of the birth of Eliza Sidney, born October 12th, 1810, and here is the certificate of her death, which took place on the 14th of February, 1831. "This certificate is not necessary," observed Mr. Pakenham, "as in no case under the provisions of these deeds," he added, pointing to a pile of documents before him, "could that young lady have instituted even a shadow of a claim to this money." "We had better possess one deed too many than one too few," said Mr. Stevens, with another bland smile. "And this precaution shows the exact condition of the late Mr. Stanford Sidney's family. The daughter is no more, the son lives, and is present." "Here, then, my lord," continued Stevens, "is the certificate of the birth of Walter Sidney, on the 25th day of November, 1814. The nobleman examined this document with far more attention than he had devoted to either of the former. He then handed it to Mr. Pakenham, who also scrutinized it narrowly. "It is quite correct, my lord," said this gentleman. "We now require two witnesses as to identity." "I presume his lordship will receive me as one," observed Mr. Stevens, "considering my intimate acquaintance with all—" "Oh, certainly, certainly," interrupted the Earl hastily. "And Mr. Mac Chizzle will tender his evidence in the other instance," said Stevens. "I have known this young gentleman for the last 6 years," exclaimed Mac Chizzle, pointing towards Walter, "and I knew his mother also." "Is your lordship satisfied?" inquired Mr. Pakenham, after a short pause. "Perfectly," answered the nobleman, without hesitation. "I am, however, in your hands." "Oh, as for me," returned Mr. Pakenham, "I have no objection to offer. Your lordship is acquainted with Mr. Stevens." "Yes, yes," again interrupted the Earl. "I have known Mr. Stevens for some years, and I know him to be a man of honour." "Then there is nothing more to be said," observed Pakenham. "No, nothing," added Mac Chizzle, "but to complete the business." "I will now read the release," said Mr. Pakenham. The solicitor settled himself in a comfortable manner in his chair, and taking up a deed consisting of several folios, proceeded to make his hearers as much acquainted with its contents as the multifarious redundancies of law terms would allow. The disguised lady had now time for reflection. She had been more or less prepared for the assertion of Mr. Stevens that Eliza Sydney was dead and that Walter was living, but the barefaced falsehood uttered by Mac Chizzle, who, so far from having been acquainted with her for years, had never seen her until that morning, shocked and astounded her. She had also just learnt for the first time that her late mother was the natural daughter of an earl, and she perceived that she herself could claim a distant kinship with the nobleman in whose presence she then was. This circumstance inspired her with feelings in his favour, which were enhanced by the urbanity of his manners, and the readiness with which he admitted all the proofs submitted to him by Mr. Stevens. She had expected from the arguments used by this gentleman to convince her that she should not hesitate to fight the law with its own weapons, etc., that every obstacle would be thrown in the way of her claims by him on whom they were to be made, and she was astonished when she compared all the specious representations of Stevens with the readiness, goodwill, and alacrity manifested by the Earl in yielding up an enormous sum of money. Now also, for the first time, it struck her as remarkable that Stevens had promised her £10,000 only, a fourth part of that amount to which, according to his own showing, she alone was justly entitled. All these reflections passed rapidly through her mind while the lawyer was reading the deed of release, not one word of which was attended to by her. She suddenly felt as if her eyes were opened to a fearful conspiracy, in which she was playing a conspicuous part. She trembled as if she were standing upon the edge of a precipice, and yet she knew not how to act. She was bewildered, but the uppermost idea in her mind was that she had gone too far to retreat. This was the impression that ruled her thoughts at the precise moment when Mr. Pakenham brought the reading of the long wearisome document to a termination. The buzzing, droning noise which had filled her ears for upwards of 20 minutes suddenly ceased, and she heard a voice say in a kind tone, "Will you now please to sign this?" She started, but immediately recovered her presence of mind, and, taking the pen from the lawyer's hand, applied the signature of Walter Sydney to the document. It was next witnessed by Pakenham, Stevens, and Mac Chizzle, who handed it to the Earl. The nobleman then took several papers, familiar to all those who have ever possessed bank stock, from an iron safe in one corner of the library, and handing them to the disguised lady, said, "Mr. Walter Sydney, I have much pleasure in putting you in possession of this fortune, and I can assure you that my very best wishes for your health and prosperity accompany the transfer." Walter received the documents mechanically as it were, and murmured a few words of thanks and gratitude. "Perhaps, Mr. Stevens," said the Earl, when the ceremony was thus completed, "you and your friends will do me the honour to accept a slight refreshment in the adjoining room. You will excuse my absence, but I have a few matters of pressing importance to transact with my solicitor, and which cannot possibly be postponed. You must accept this as my apology, and believe in my regret that I cannot keep you company." The Earl shook hands with both Stevens and Sydney, and bowed to Mac Chizzle. These three individuals then withdrew. An elegant collation was prepared for them in another apartment, but Mac Chizzle was the only one who seemed inclined to pay his respects to it. Walter, however, gladly swallowed a glass of wine, for she felt exhausted with the excitement she had passed through. Stevens was too highly elated either to eat or drink, and too anxious to complete the business in the city, to allow Mac Chizzle to waste much time over the delicacies of which the collation consisted. They were, therefore, all three soon on their way to the Bank of England. "Well, I think we managed the job very correctly," said Mac Chizzle. "Everything passed off precisely as I had anticipated," observed Mr. Stevens. "But you, Walter, you are serious." "I do not look upon the transaction in the same light as I did a couple of hours since," answered she coldly. "Ah, my dear friend," cried Stevens, "you are deceived by the apparent urbanity of that nobleman and the mildness of his solicitor. They assumed that appearance because there was no help for them. They had no good to gain by throwing obstacles in our way." "But the certificate of my death was a forgery," said Walter, bitterly. "A necessary alteration of names, without which the accomplishment of our plan would have been made impossible," answered Stevens. "But let me ease your mind in one respect, my dear Walter. That nobleman is a relation of yours, and yet until this day his name has never been mentioned to you. And why? Because he visits upon you the hatred which he entertained for your deceased mother. Did you not observe that he interrupted me when I spoke of her? Did you not notice that he touched with extreme aversion upon the topics connected with your revered parents?" I did," exclaimed Walter. "He hates you, he detests you," continued Stevens, emphatically, "and he will not countenance any claim which you might advance towards kinship with him. His duties as a nobleman and a gentleman dictated the outward civility with which he treated you, but his heart gave none to the words of congratulations which issued from his lips." "I believe you, I know that you are speaking the truth," cried Walter. "Pardon me, if for a moment I cease to look upon you as a friend." Stevens pressed the hand of the too confiding being, over whom his dangerous eloquence and subtle reasoning possessed an influence so omnipotent for purposes of evil. And he then again launched out into glowing descriptions of the sources and means of happiness within her reach. This reasoning, aided by the hope that in a few hours she should be enabled to quit London for ever, restored the lady's disposition to that same easy and pliant state to which Stevens had devoted nearly 5 years to model it. At length the hackney coach stopped at the Bank of England. Stevens hurried to the rotunda to obtain the assistance of a stockbroker, for the purpose of transferring and selling out the immense sum which now appeared within his reach, and to obtain which he had devoted his time, his money, and his tranquillity. Walter and the lawyer awaited his return beneath the porch of the entrance. After the lapse of a few minutes he appeared, accompanied by a broker of his acquaintance. They then all four proceeded together to the office where the business was to be transacted. The broker explained the affair to a clerk, and the clerk, after consulting a huge volume, received the documents which Lord Warrington had handed over to Sydney. Having compared those papers with the entries in the book, the clerk made a sign to 3 men who were lounging at the upper end of the office, near the stove, and who had the appearance of messengers or porters. These men moved hastily forward, and advanced up to Stevens, Mac Chizzle, and Walter Sidney. A deadly pallor spread over the countenance of Stevens. Mac Chizzle appeared alarmed, but Walter remained still unsuspicious of danger. "Those are the persons," said the clerk significantly, as he pointed to the 3 conspirators, to whom he observed, almost in the same breath, "Your plans are detected. These men are officers." "Officers!" ejaculated Sydney. "What does this mean?" "We are here to apprehend you," answered the foremost of these functionaries. "Resistance will be vain. There are others outside in readiness." "Merciful heavens!" cried Walter, joining her hands in agony. "Oh, Stevens, to what have you brought me?" That unhappy man hung down his head, and made no reply. He felt crushed by this unexpected blow, which came upon him at the very instant when the object of his dearest hopes seemed within his reach. As for Mac Chizzle, he resigned himself with dogged submission to his fate. The officers and their prisoners now proceeded to the mansion house, accompanied by the clerk and the stockbroker. Sydney, a prey to the most dreadful apprehensions and painful remorse, was compelled to lean for support upon the arm of the officer who had charge of her. St. Peter Lorry sat for the Lord Mayor. The worthy knight is the terror of all swindlers, mock companies, and bubble firms existing in the city of London wherever there is fraud, within the jurisdiction of the civic authorities. He is certain to root it out. He has conferred more benefit upon the commercial world, and has devoted himself more energetically to protect the interests of the trading community than any other alderman. Unlike the generality of the city magistrates, who are coarse, vulgar, ignorant, and narrow-minded men, Sir Peter Lorry is possessed of a high range of intellect, and is an enlightened, an agreeable, and a polished gentleman. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Stevens, Mac Chizzle, and Sydney were placed in the dock of the Mansion House police office. The solicitor of the Bank of England attended for the prosecution. "With what do you charge these prisoners?" demanded the magistrate. "With conspiring to obtain the sum of £41,000 from the hands of the Earl of Warrington and the Governor and Company of the Bank of England." "Is his lordship present?" "Your worship, he is, at this moment, unaware of the diabolical fraud that has been contemplated and in part perpetrated upon him. He has given up to the prisoners certain documents, which constituted their authority for transferring and selling out the sum I have mentioned. By certain means the intentions of the prisoners were discovered some time ago, and secret information was given to the bank directors upon the subject. The directors were not, however, permitted to communicate with the Earl of Warrington, under penalty of receiving no farther information from the quarter whence the original warning emanated. Under all circumstances, I shall content myself with stating sufficient to support the charge today, so that your worship may remand the prisoners until a period when the attendance of the Earl of Warrington can be procured. State your case." "I charge this prisoner," said the solicitor, pointing towards Sydney, "with endeavouring to obtain the sum of £41,000 from the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, under pretence of being one Walter Sydney, a man, whereas the prisoner's name is Eliza Sydney, and she is a woman." An immense sensation prevailed in the justice room at this announcement. The disguised lady moaned audibly, and leant against the bar of the dock for support. "And I charge the other prisoners, Robert Stevens and Hugh Mac Chisel, with aiding and abetting in the crime," added the solicitor, after a pause. The unhappy lady, yielding to emotions and feelings which she was now no longer able to contain, threw herself upon her knees, clasped her hands together in an agony of grief, and exclaimed, "It is true, I am not what I seem. I have been guilty of a fearful deception, a horrible cheat, but it was he, she cried, pointing to Stevens, who made me do it." There was a universal sentiment of deep sympathy with the female prisoner throughout the court, and the worthy alderman himself was affected. "You must remember," he said, in a kind tone, "that anything which you admit here may be used against you elsewhere." "I am anxious to confess all that I have done and all that I know," cried the lady, "and in so doing I shall in some measure atone for the enormity of my guilt, which I now view in its true light." "Under these circumstances," said the alderman, "let the case stand over until tomorrow." The prisoners were then removed. In another hour they were inmates of the Giltspur Street Compter. And how terminated the 26th of November for Walter Sydney? Instead of being in possession of an ample fortune, and about to visit a clime where she hoped to enjoy all the blessings of domestic tranquillity and the charms of rural bliss, she found herself a prisoner, charged with a crime of deep dye. Oh, what a sudden reverse was this! Still, upon that eventful day, there was one hope of hers fulfilled. She threw aside her masculine attire, and assumed the garb adapted to her sex. A messenger was despatched to the villa to communicate the sad tidings of the arrest to Louisa, and procure suitable clothing for her wretched mistress. But alas, that garb in which she had so ardently desired to appear again, was now doomed to be worn, for the first time, in a prison. The new epoch of her life, which was to be marked by a return to feminine habits, was commenced in a dungeon. Still, that new period had begun, and from henceforth we shall know her only by her real name, of Eliza Sydney. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Rosie. Chapter 31 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Mysteries of London, by George Reynolds. Chapter 31. Explanations. With the greatest forethought and the best taste, Louisa had forwarded to her mistress the most simple and unassuming garb which the boudoir contained, amongst its miscellaneous articles of female attire. Dressed in the garments which suited her sex, Eliza was a fine and elegant woman, above the common female height, yet graceful in her deportment, and charming in all her movements. Her shoulders possessed that beautiful shape, and the contours of her bust were modelled in that ample and voluptuous mould which forms such essential elements of superb and majestic loveliness. Although so long accustomed to masculine attire, there was nothing awkward, nothing constrained in her gait. Her step was free and light, and her pace short, as if that exquisitely turned ankle and long narrow foot had never known aught save the softest silken hose, and the most delicate prunella shoes. In a word, the beauty of Eliza Sydney was of a lofty and imposing order. A pale high brow, melting hazel eyes, a delicately chiselled mouth and nose, and a form whose matured expansion and height were rendered more commanding by its exquisite symmetry of proportions. The morning journals published an account of the extraordinary attempt at fraud detected at the bank on the previous day, and the utmost curiosity was evinced by an immense crowd that had collected to obtain a view of the prisoners, especially the female one, as they alighted from the separate cabs in which they were conveyed to the mansion house for re-examination. Eliza's countenance was flushed and animated, and the expression of her eyes denoted profound mental excitement. Stephen's was ghastly pale. The lawyer maintained a species of sullen and reserved composure. The police office at the mansion house was crowded to excess. St. Peter Lorry presided, and on his right hand was seated the Earl of Warrington. Mr. Pakenham was also present, in company with the solicitor of the Bank of England. The moment the prisoners appeared in the dock, Eliza in a firm tone addressed the magistrate, and intimated her intention of making the most ample confession, in accordance with her promise of the preceding day. She was accommodated with a chair, and the chief clerk proceeded to take down the narrative which detailed the origins and progress of this most extraordinary conspiracy. Alas, that so criminal a tale should have been accompanied by the music of that flute-like voice, and that so foul a history should have emanated from so sweet a mouth. Those words of guilt which trembled upon her lips resembled the slime of the snail upon the leaf of the rose. When the confession of Eliza Sydney was fully taken down and signed by her, the Earl of Warrington's solicitor entered into a statement which placed the magistrate in full possession of the facts of the case. We shall now proceed to acquaint our readers with the complete history formed by these revelations. The late Earl of Warrington was a man of eccentric and peculiar habits. An accident in his infancy had rendered his person deformed and stunted his growth, and, being endowed with tender feelings and acute susceptibilities, he could not bear to mingle in that society where his own physical defects were placed in strong contrast with the fine figures, handsome countenances, and manly forms of many of his aristocratic acquaintances. He possessed a magnificent estate in Cambridgeshire, and in the country seat attached to that domain did he pass the greater portion of his time in solitude. The bailiff of the Warrington estate was a widower, and possessed an only child, a daughter. Letitia Hardinge was about 16 years of age when the Earl first took up his abode in Cambridgeshire in the year 1790. She was not good-looking, but she possessed a mild and melancholy expression of countenance, and an amiability of disposition, which rendered her an object of interest to all who knew her. She was fond of reading, and the library at the neighbouring mansion was always open to her inspection. The reserved and world-shunning Earl soon became attracted towards Letitia Hardinge. He found that she possessed a high order of intellect, and he delighted to converse with her. By degrees he experienced a deep attachment towards a being whose society often relieved the monotonous routine of his life, and the gratitude which Letitia entertained towards the Earl for his kindness to her soon partook of a more tender feeling. She found herself interested in a nobleman of high rank and boundless wealth, who was compelled to avoid the great world, where the homage shown to his proud name appeared to him to be a mockery of his physical deformity. She ministered to him with all a woman's devotedness during a tedious and painful malady which seized upon him shortly after his arrival in Cambridgeshire, and at length her presence became, as it were, necessary to him. They loved, and although no priest blessed their union, they entertained unalterable respect and affection for each other. That dread of ridicule which had driven the Earl from society, and which with him was a weakness amounting almost to folly, prevented the solemnization of his nuptials with the woman he loved. She became pregnant, and the day that made the Earl the father of a daughter robbed him of the mother of that innocent child who was thus born in sin. Letitia Hardinge, the Earl's natural child, grew up in health and beauty. The father was dotingly attached to her, and watched her growth with pride and adoration. She was 16 years of age when Frederick, the Earl's nephew and heir presumptive to the title and vast estates of the family, arrived in Cambridgeshire to pay his respects to his uncle on his emancipation from college. The young man's parents had both died in his infancy, and he was entirely dependent upon the Earl. Letitia Hardinge passed as the niece of the Earl of Warrington. Frederick was acquainted with the real history of the young lady, and previous to his arrival at the mansion of his uncle, he was not prepared to treat her with any excess of civility. He was brought up in that aristocratic school which looks upon pure blood as a necessary element of existence, and as alone entitled to respect. But he had not been many days in the society of Miss Hardinge before his ideas upon this subject underwent a complete change, and he could not help admiring her. Admiration soon led to love. He became deeply enamoured of her. The Earl beheld this attachment on his part, and was rejoiced. A union between the two cousins would secure to his adored daughter that rank and social position which he was most anxious for her to occupy. As the wife of the heir presumptive to the richest earldom in the realm, her origin would never be canvassed nor thought of. But Letitia herself returned not the young man's love. By one of those extraordinary caprices which so often characterize even the strongest female minds, she had taken a profound aversion to her suitor, and being of high and independent disposition, not even the dazzling prospect of wealth and title could move her heart in his favour. There was a farmer upon the Earl's estate of the name of Sidney. He had a son whose Christian name was Stanford, a handsome but sickly youth, and by no means comparable to the polished and intellectual Frederick. Nevertheless, Letitia entertained for this young man an affection bordering upon madness. The Earl discovered her secret, and was deeply afflicted at his daughter's predilection. He remonstrated with her, and urged the necessity of conquering her inclinations in this respect. It was then that she showed the temper and the spirit of a spoiled child, and declared that she would follow the dictates of her own mind in preference to every other consideration. The Earl swore a most solemn oath that if she dared marry Stanford Sidney, neither she nor her husband should ever receive 1 single shilling from him. Reckless of this threat, indifferent to the feelings of that father who had cherished her so fondly, the perverse girl one morning abandoned the paternal home, and fled with Stanford Sidney, on whom she bestowed her hand. The blow came like a thunderbolt upon the head of the old Earl. He was naturally of a delicate and infirm constitution, and this sudden misfortune proved too much for his debilitated frame. He took to his bed, and a few hours before his death he made a will consistent with his oath. He left all his property to his nephew, with the exception of £41,000, the amount of his savings since he had inherited the title. This will ordained that his nephew should enjoy the interest of this aunt, but that, should Letitia bear a male child to Stanford Sidney, such issue should, upon attaining the age of 21 years, receive as his portion the above sum of £41,000. Such was the confidence which the old Earl possessed in his nephew, that he left the execution of this provision to him. It was also enacted by that will, that should the said Letitia die without bearing a son to the said Stanford Sidney, or should a son born of her die previously to attaining his 21st year, then the sum alluded to should become the property of Frederick. The old man died, a prey to the deepest mental affliction, indeed literally heartbroken, shortly after making this will. Frederick, who was honour and integrity personified, determined upon fulfilling all the instructions of his uncle to the very letter. The fruits of the union of Stanford Sidney and Letitia Hardinge were a daughter and a son. The name of the former was Eliza, that of the latter was Walter. Eliza was a strong and healthy child. Walter was sickly and ailing from his birth. Shortly after the birth of Walter, the father, who had long been in a deep decline, paid the debt of nature. Letitia was then left a widow, with 2 young children, and nothing but a small farm for her support. Her high spirit prevented her from applying to the Earl of Warrington, the man whose love she had slighted and scorned, and thus she had to struggle with poverty and misfortune in rearing and educating her fatherless progeny. The farm which she tenanted was situated in Berkshire, whither she and her husband had removed immediately after the death of the father of Stanford. The farm belonged to a gentleman of the name of Stevens, a merchant of respectability and property in the city of London. It was the year 1829 that Robert Stevens appeared at the farmhouse to announce the death of his father and his inheritance of all the landed property which had belonged to the deceased. The widow was considerably in arrears of rent. Stevens inquired into her condition and prospects, and learnt from her lips her entire history, that history which, from motives of disappointed pride, she had religiously concealed from her children. She was well aware of the provisions of the late Earl's will, but she had determined not to acquaint either Eliza or Walter with the clause relative to the fortune, until the majority of the latter. Towards Stevens she did not manifest the same reserve, the revelation of that fact being necessary to convince him that she possessed good prospective chances of settling those long arrears, which she was in the meantime totally unable to liquidate. Robert Stevens was immediately attracted towards that family. It was not the beauty of Eliza which struck him. He was a cold, calculating man of the world, and considered female loveliness as mere dross compared to sterling gold. He found that Walter was an amiable and simple-hearted youth, and he hoped to turn to his own advantage the immense inheritance which awaited the lad at his majority. He accordingly treated Mrs. Sidney with every indulgence, forgiving her the arrears already accumulated, and lowering her rent in future. He thus gained an immense influence over the family, and when a sudden malady threw the widow upon her deathbed, it was to Stevens that she recommended her children. Stevens manifested the most paternal attention towards the orphans, and secured their unbounded gratitude, attachment, and confidence. But his designs were abruptly menaced in an alarming manner. The seeds of consumption, which had been sown by paternal tradition in the constitution of Walter, germinated with fatal effect, and on the 14th of February, 1841, he surrendered up his spirit. Scarcely had the breath left the body of the youth, when Stevens, by that species of magic influence which he had already begun to exercise over Eliza, induced her to assume her brother's garb, and she was taught to believe, even by the very side of his corpse, that immense interests were connected with her compliance with his wish. An old woman was the only female attendant at the farmhouse, and she was easily persuaded to spread a report amongst the neighbours that it was the daughter who was dead. Eliza did not stir abroad. Stevens managed the funeral, and gave instructions for the entry in the parish register of the burial of Eliza Sidney; and as Eliza immediately afterwards repaired to the villa at Clapton, the fraud was not suspected in the neighbourhood of the Berkshire farm. Stevens duly communicated the deaths of Mrs. Sidney and Eliza to the Earl of Warrington, and obtained an introduction to this nobleman. He called occasionally in Grosvenor Square, during the interval of 4 years and 9 months which occurred between the reported death of Eliza and the 26th of November, 1835, and invariably took care to mention not only that Walter was in good health, but that he was residing at the villa. His lordship, however, on no occasion expressed a wish to see the young man, for years had failed to wipe away the impression made upon Frederick's mind by the deceased Letitia Hardinge. When Stevens introduced the disguised Eliza to the nobleman as Walter Sidney, upon the morning of the 26th of November, the Earl entertained not the least suspicion of fraud. He knew that Stevens was the son of an eminent merchant, and that he was well spoken of in society, and he was moreover anxious to complete a ceremony which only recalled painful reminiscences to his mind. Thus, so far as his lordship was concerned, the deceit was managed with the most complete success, and there is no doubt that the entire scheme might have been carried out, and the secret have remained for ever undiscovered, had not a private warning been communicated in time to the Bank of England. Such was the complete narrative formed by the statement of the Earl of Warrington, through his solicitor, and the confession of Eliza Sidney. The history excited the most extraordinary interest in all who heard it, and there was a powerful feeling of sympathy and commiseration in favour of Eliza. Even Lord Warrington himself looked once or twice kindly upon her. The examination which elicited all the facts detailed in the narrative, and the evidence gone into to prove the attempt to obtain possession of the money at the Bank of England, occupied until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the magistrate committed Robert Stevens, Hugh Mac Chisel, and Eliza Sidney to Newgate to take their trials at the approaching session of the Central Criminal Court. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Rosie. Chapter 32 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 32. The Old Bailey. The sessions of the Central Criminal Court commenced. The street of the Old Bailey was covered with straw, and the pavement in the neighbourhood of the doors of the court on one side and of the public houses on the other was crowded with policemen, the touters of the barristers and attorneys practising criminal law, and the friends of the prisoners whose trials were expected to come on that day. The press yard, which is situated between the solid granite wall of Newgate and the courthouse, was also flooded with living waves, which rolled onwards from the street to the flight of steps leading into the gallery of the old court. In former times, prisoners who refused to plead were pressed beneath immense weights until they would consent to declare themselves guilty or not guilty. This odious punishment was inflicted in that enclosure, hence its name of the press yard. It cannot be necessary to describe the courthouse with its dark, sombre walls and its huge ventilator at the top. Alas! the golden bowl of hope has been broken within those walls, and the knell of many a miserable wretch has been rung upon its tribunals from the lips of the judge. The street of the Old Bailey presents quite an animated appearance during the sessions, but it is horrible to reflect that numbers of the policemen who throng in that thoroughfare upon those occasions have trumped up the charges for which prisoners have been committed for trial, in order to obtain a holiday, and extort from the county the expenses of attending as witnesses. At the time of which our tale treats, the sheriffs were accustomed to provide 2 dinners for the judges every day, one at 3 and the other at 5 o'clock, so that those who could not attend the first were enabled to take their seats at the second. Marrow puddings, beef steaks, and boiled rounds of beef invariably formed the staple commodities of these repasts, and it was the duty of the ordinary chaplains of Newgate to act as vice-presidents at both meals. This ceremony was always performed by those reverend gentlemen the ecclesiastical gourmands contrived, during sessions, to eat 2 dinners every day, and wash each down with a very tolerable allowance of wine. We said that the sessions commenced. On the Monday and Tuesday, the recorder in the old court, and the common sergeant in the new, tried those prisoners who were charged with minor offences. On the Wednesday, the judges upon the rota took their seats on the bench of the old court. Richard Markham's name stood first for trial upon the list on that day. He was conducted from Newgate by means of a subterraneous passage, running under the press yard, into the dock of the court. The hall was crowded to excess, for the case had produced a profound sensation. The moment Markham appeared in the dock, every eye was fixed upon him. His countenance was very pale, but his demeanour was firm. He cast one glance around, and then looked only towards the 12 men who were to decide upon his fate. Close by the dock stood Mr. Munro. Whittingham was in the gallery. The baronet, Chichester, and Talbot lounged together near the reporter's box. The jury were sworn, and the counsel for the prosecution stated the case. He observed that the prisoner at the bar was a young man who, upon his majority, would become possessed of a considerable fortune, but that in the meantime he had no doubt fallen into bad company, for it would be proved that he was arrested by the police at a common gambling house in the evening of the very same day on which he had committed the offence with which he was now charged. It was but natural to presume that this young man had imbibed the habit of gaming, and, having thereby involved himself in pecuniary embarrassments, had adopted the desperate and fatal expedient of obtaining money by means of forged bank-notes, rather than communicate his situation to his guardian. Where he procured these forged notes it was impossible to say. It would, however, be satisfactorily proved to the jury that he passed a forged note for £500 at the banking-house of Messrs. Blank, and that when he was arrested a second note for £50 was found upon his person. Several concurrent circumstances established the guilt of the prisoner. On the evening previous to his arrest, the prisoner dined with Sir Rupert Harborough, Mr. Chichester, and Mr. Talbot, and when these gentlemen proposed a walk after dessert, the prisoner requested them to accompany him to a common gaming-house in the Quadrant. They refused, but finding him determined to visit that den, they agreed to go with him, with the friendly intention of taking care that he was not plundered of his money, he being considerably excited by the wine he had been drinking. Ere he set out, the prisoner inquired if either of his companions could change him a £50 note, but neither gentleman had sufficient gold to afford the accommodation required. Now it was not fair to presume that the prisoner intended to pass off upon one of his friends the very forged £50 note subsequently found upon him. On the following day the prisoner, the moment he was released from custody on the charge of being found in a common gaming house, hurried home, and ordered his servants to prepare for his immediate departure for the Continent. He moreover wrote 2 letters, which would be read to the jury, one to a lady, and the other to his guardian, and both containing unequivocal admission of his guilt. The learned counsel then read the letters, and commented upon their contents at some length. There were several expressions, he said, which clearly tended to self-crimination. Circumstances of a very peculiar nature, and which I cannot at present explain, compel me to quit London thus abruptly. I could not have remained in London another minute with safety to myself. I conceive it to be my duty, in consequence of rumours which may shortly reach you concerning me, to inform you that I have this moment only awoke to the fearful perils of the career in which I have for some weeks past been blindly hurrying along, till at length yesterday. I am penitent, deeply penitent. Let this statement induce you to defend and protect my reputation. The last paragraph but one, which concluded so abruptly with the words, "till at length yesterday," clearly pointed to the crime with which the prisoner was now charged, and the last paragraph of all undeniably implored Mr. Munro, the young man's guardian, to hush up the matter the moment it should reach his ears. The clerk at the banking house, who changed the £500 note for the prisoner, then gave his evidence. At length Sir Rupert Harborough was called into the witness box, and he deposed that the prisoner had dined with him on the evening previous to his arrest, that he very pressingly solicited him, Sir Rupert, and Mr. Chichester, and Mr. Talbot, to accompany him to the gambling house, and that he, moreover, inquired if either of them could accommodate him with change for a £50 note. Mr. Chichester was called next. He stated the line of defence adopted by the prisoner at Bow Street, and positively denied having ever given the prisoner any notes to change for him. Markham's counsel cross-examined this witness with great severity. "What are you, sir?" "A private gentleman." "What are your means of subsistence?" "I receive an allowance from my father." "Who is your father? Now take care, sir, how you answer that question." "He is a commercial man, sir." "Is he not a tradesman?" "Well, he is a tradesman, then, if you like it." "Yes, I do like it. Now, upon your oath, is he not a pawnbroker in Brick Lane, Bethnal Green?" "He is a goldsmith in a large way of business, and lends money occasionally—" "Ha!" complacently observed the counsel for the defence. "Go on, sir. Lends money occasionally." "Upon real security, I suppose," added Chichester, taken considerably aback by these questions. "Upon deposits. Let us give things their proper names. He lends money upon flannel petticoats, watches, flat-irons, etc.," observed the barrister, with withering sarcasm. "But I have not done with you yet, sir. Was your father, this very respectable pawnbroker, ever elevated to the peerage?" "He was not, sir." "Then how come you by the distinction of honourable prefixed to your name?" Mr. Chichester hung down his head and made no reply. The counsel for the prisoner repeated the question in a deliberate and emphatic manner. At length Mr. Chichester was fairly bullied into a humble acknowledgment that he had no right to the distinction, but that he had assumed it as a convenient West End appendage. The cross-examination then proceeded. "Did you not travel under the name of Winchester?" "I did, in Germany." "With what motive did you assume a false name?" "I had no particular motive." "Did you not leave England in debt, and were you not afraid of your bills of exchange following you abroad?" "There is some truth in that, but the most honourable men are frequently involved in pecuniary difficulties." "Answer my questions, sir, and make no observations. You will leave me to do that, if you please. Now, sir, tell the jury whether you were not accompanied by a valet or coachman in your German trip?" "I am always accustomed to travel with a domestic." "A man who runs away from his creditors should have more delicacy than to waste his money in such a manner. When you were at Baden-Baden, were you not involved in some gambling transactions which compelled you to quit the Grand Duchy abruptly?" "I certainly had a dispute with a gentleman at cards, and I left the town next morning." Yes, and you left your clothes and your servant behind you, and your bill unpaid at the hotel? But I have since met my servant, and paid him more than double the wages then due. You may stand down, sir, said the counsel for the defence, a permission of which the witness availed himself with surprising alacrity. The counsel for the prosecution now called Mr. Whittingham. The poor butler ascended the witness box with a rueful countenance, and, after an immense amount of badgering and baiting, admitted that his young master had meditated a sudden and abrupt departure from England, the very day upon which he was arrested. In his cross-examination he declared that the motives of the journey were founded upon certain regrets which Richard entertained at having permitted himself to be led away by Messrs. Chichester and Talbot and Sir Rupert Harborough. "And, my lords," ejaculated the old domestic, elevating his voice, "Master Richard is no more guilty of this here circumwention than either one of your lordships, but the man that did it all is that there Chichester which bilked his Wally de Shamble, and that wulgar fellow Talbot which called me a tulip." This piece of eloquence was delivered with much feeling, and the judges smiled, for they appreciated the motives of the honest old domestic. The officer who arrested Markham proved that he found upon his person, when he searched him at Bow Street, a pocket-book containing between 30 and 40 pounds in notes and gold, together with a note for 50 pounds. A clerk from the Bank of England proved that both the note for 500 pounds changed at the banker's, and the one for 50 just alluded to, were forgeries. The case for the prosecution here closed, and the judges retired to partake of some refreshment. Markham had leisure to think over the proceedings of the morning. He was literally astounded when he contemplated the diabolical perjury committed by Sir Rupert Harborough and Mr. Chichester. But he entertained the most sanguine hope that the discredit thrown upon the character of the latter would render his testimony worthless. He shuddered when he reflected how ingeniously the counsel for the prosecution had grouped together those circumstances which told against him, and then again a ray of satisfaction animated his countenance when he remembered that his counsel would speedily show those circumstances in a new light. The judges returned, silence prevailed throughout the hall, and the prisoner's counsel rose for the defence. Richard seated himself in the dock, and prepared to listen with the greatest attention to the speech of his advocate, and Whittingham placed his hand in a curved position behind his ear, in order to assist that organ on the present important occasion. The counsel for the defence began by giving some account of the family and social position of the prisoner, who was born of parents accustomed to move in the first rank of life, and who was the heir to a fortune of no inconsiderable amount. During his minority, his guardian, who was then present, had promised to allow the prisoner 600 pounds a year. With these pecuniary advantages, it was absurd to suppose that young man of education, a young man whose noble and honourable feelings had been the object of remark on the part of all his friends, and who had only to express a want to his guardian, in order to receive its immediate gratification, it was absurd to imagine that such an individual would enter either into a conspiracy with others, or plan by himself, for the purpose of raising money upon forged notes. No, this young man was one of a most generous and confiding disposition, and, as he had seen but little of the world, he was totally unacquainted with its wiles and artifices. Thus he was made the dupe of some designing villains at his very outset upon life. The whole history of the present transaction was to be summed up in a few words. A gang of conspirators had hit upon the desperate mode of passing forged notes in order to retrieve their ruined fortunes. Not as magnanimous as the highwayman who perils his own existence while he perpetrates a crime, these men required a tool of whom they might make use, and who could be at any time sacrificed to save them. This instrument, this scapegoat, was the prisoner at the bar. The witness, whose real name was Chichester, but who, by his own confession, had travelled on the Continent under another denomination, was not a person on whom the jury could place any reliance. He had assumed a distinction to which he was by no means entitled. He had affected all the arrogance and importance of a man of rank and fashion, whereas he was the son of a pawnbroker in the refined locality of Brick Lane, Bethnal Green. Endowed with much impudence, clever in imitating the manners of his superiors, and well versed in all the intricacies and subtleties of the world, this possessor of assumed distinctions, this swaggering imitator of a class far above him, this adventurer with fascinating conversation, ready wit, amusing anecdote, and fashionable attire, this roue of the present day, with jewelry about his person and gold in his pocket, allowing ever an engaging smile to play upon his lips, and professing unmitigated disgust at the slightest appearance of vulgarity in another, this individual, this Mr. Chichester, was the principal witness whom the counsel for the prosecution had brought forward. But no English jury would condemn a fellow creature upon such testimony, the testimony of one who was compelled to fly ignominiously and precipitately from Baden on account of some rascality at cards, and who left his domestic in a strange land, penniless, ignorant of the language, and surrounded by the odium which also attached itself to the name of his master. The prisoner had no motive in passing forged notes, because he was wealthy. But Mr. Chichester had a motive, because he evidently lived far beyond the means which his father could allow him. The learned counsel here related the manner in which Richard had been induced to change the larger note, and had become possessed of the smaller. He then proceeded to observe that the letters addressed to Mrs. Arlington and Mr. Munro related to the fact that the prisoner's eyes had been suddenly opened to the characters of his associates, and to the career of dissipation in which they were leading him. The phrase upon which so much stress had been laid, "till at length yesterday," alluded to the suicide of a young officer, which had taken place while the prisoner was at the gambling house, whither he had been inveigled instead of inveigling others. He could not have remained in London another minute with safety to himself. And why? Because these associates, whom he had accidentally picked up, would not leave him quiet. They regularly beset him. He was penitent, and he hoped that Mr. Munro would defend and protect his reputation. Yes, when the newspaper reports conveyed to the knowledge of that gentleman the fact that his ward had been arrested in a common gambling house, and fined for being there. The letters were written hurriedly, and were ambiguous. Thus they were susceptible of more than one interpretation. Let the jury interpret them in favor of the prisoner. It was better to send a dozen guilty men back again into society, terrible as that evil would be, than to condemn one innocent person. Then, with regard to the precipitate departure, the witness Whittingham had shown, in his cross-examination, that the prisoner's object was to escape from the three men whose characters were suddenly unveiled to him. It was said that the prisoner had requested those three individuals to accompany him to the gaming house, and that they at first refused. Oh, amazing fastidiousness, especially on the part of Mr. Arthur Chichester, who had been compelled to decamp from Baden for cheating at cards. Then it was stated that the prisoner asked for change for a £50 note, and it was said that he would have availed himself of that accommodation to pass a forged note. Why, he, the learned counsel, had already explained how that £50 note came into the prisoner's possession, his own gold having been transferred by Mr. Chichester to Sir Rupert Harborough's writing desk. The learned counsel concluded by asking how it happened that no other forged Bank of England notes, no copper plates to print them with, no materials for such a fraud, were found at the prisoner's house? Could it be supposed that a young man with his prospects would risk his reputation and his safety for a few hundreds of pounds? The idea was preposterous. The prisoner's counsel entered into a few minute points of the evidence which told in favor of his client, and wound up with a powerful appeal to the jury on his behalf. Richard followed, with an absorbing interest, the able defence made for him by his counsel, and his soul was filled with hope as each fact and argument in his favour was divested of all mystery, and lucidly exhibited to the consideration of the court. Mr. Munro was summoned to the witness-box, and he proved the statements made by the prisoner's counsel relative to the pecuniary position of his ward. Snoggles, the ostler, followed, and very freely stated all the particulars of his late master's precipitate decampment from Baden. Thus terminated the case for the defence. The counsel of the prosecution, according to that odious right which gives the accusing party the last word in those instances where the defendant has called witnesses, rose to reply.
He stated that neither the wealth nor the social position of an individual afforded a certain guarantee against crime. Besides, the law must not always be swayed by the apparent absence of motives. Because some of the most extraordinary deeds of turpitude upon record had never been traced to a source which could satisfactorily account for their origin. The perpetration was the object which the jury had to keep in view, and the use of evidence was to prove or deny that perpetration by some particular individual. A forgery had been committed, and money was obtained by the prisoner at the bar through the agency of that forgery. The defense had not attempted to deny that the prisoner was the individual who had thus obtained the money. The point to be considered was whether the prisoner knew the note to be a forged one, and he, the learned counsel, considered that an assemblage of circumstances of a most unequivocal nature stamped the prisoner with that guilt. Mr. Chichester's evidence went to show that he himself never gave any notes to the prisoner. Even if Chichester were proved to be a disreputable person, there was nothing beyond the prisoner's mere assertion, made through his counsel, to prove that he had received the 2 notes from Chichester. Mr. Chichester had certainly assumed another name during his German tour, but it was for the purpose of avoiding arrest in a foreign land upon bills of exchange which might have been sent from England after him. He had, moreover, assumed the distinction of honourable, a foolish vanity, but by no means a crime, for half the Englishmen who were called captain were no more captains than he, the learned counsel, was. The senior judge now summoned up the evidence to the jury, and the most profound interest was still manifested by all present in the proceedings. The learned judge occupied nearly 2 hours in his charge to the jury, whom he put in possession of all the points of the case which it was necessary to consider. The jury retired, and debated for a considerable time upon their verdict. This was the dread interval of suspense. Richard's countenance was deadly pale, and his lips were firmly compressed in order to prevent any sudden ebullition of feeling, a weakness to which he seemed for a moment inclined to yield. Mr. Munro did not entertain much hope. The summing up of the judge had been unfavourable to Markham. As for Whittingham, he shook his head dolefully from time to time, and murmured, loud enough to be heard by those near him, "Oh, Master Richard, Master Richard! Who would ever have promulgated an opinion that you would have been brought into such a fixture as this? It's all along of them fellers which call butlers tulips." How singularly reckless is the mind of man with regard to the destinies of those to whom he is not connected by any ties of blood or friendship! While the jury were absent, discussing their verdict, the various barristers assembled round the table began chattering together, and laughing, and telling pleasant anecdotes, as if the fate of a fellow creature was by no means compromised at that moment. The counsel for the prosecution, who had done his duty by exerting all his talents, all his energies, and all his eloquence, to obtain the conviction of a youth who had never injured him, and whom he had never seen before, coolly took up a newspaper, and perused it with evident gratification, while at a little distance from him stood the individual whom he had so zealously and earnestly sought to render miserable for life. How strange, how horribly depraved and vitiated might be that state of society in which hundreds of talented men are constantly employed, with large recompense, in procuring the condemnation of their fellow creatures to the scaffold, the hulks, or eternal banishment! And what an idea must we entertain of our vaunted condition of consummate civilization, when we behold these learned men calling to their aid every miserable chicanery, every artificial technicality, and every possible exaggeration, to pursue the accused prisoner either to the platform of the gibbet, to loathsome dungeons, or to the horrors of Norfolk Island! Does society avenge, or does it merely make examples of the wicked to warn others from sin? If the inquirer who asks himself or us these questions would only attend the Central Criminal Court, he would hear the banister for the prosecution imploring, coaxing, and commanding the jury to return such a verdict as will either condemn a human being to the scaffold, or separate him forever from home, wife, children, kindred, and friends. He would find men straining every nerve, availing themselves of every miserable legal quirk and quibble, torturing their imaginations to find arguments, calling subtlety and mystification to their aid, shamefully exaggerating trivial incidents into important facts, dealing in misrepresentation and false deduction, substituting and dovetailing facts to suit their purposes, omitting others which tell against their own case, almost falling upon their knees to the jury, and staking their very reputation on the results. And all these dishonorable, disgraceful, vile, and inhuman means and efforts exerted and called into action for the sake of sending a fellow creature to the scaffold, or separating him forever from the family that is dependent on him and that will starve without him. O God, is it possible that man can have been made for such sad purposes? Is it possible that the being whom thou hast created after thine own image should be so demon-like in heart? Oh, if the prisoner standing in the dock had inflicted some terrible injury upon the honor or the family of the barrister who holds a brief against him, then were it easy to comprehend that profound anxiety on the part of this barrister to send the trembling criminal to the gallows. But no, that barrister has no revenge to gratify, no hatred to assuage, no malignity to appease. He toils to take away that man's life with all his strength, with all his talent, and with all his energy, because he has received gold to do his best to obtain a conviction. Ah, what a hideous traffic in flesh and blood! And if anyone were to say to that barrister, "Thou art a bloodthirsty and merciless wretch," he would answer coolly and confidently, "No, on the other hand, I subscribe to philanthropic institutions." The jury returned, and the feeling uppermost in their minds was satisfaction at the prospect of being so speedily dismissed to their respective homes, where they would pursue their efforts after wealth, and speedily forget the youth whom they had condemned to punishment, and whose prospects they had blasted, for their verdict was guilty. And the judges hastened to terminate the proceedings. Richard was commanded to rise, and receive the sentence of the court. He obeyed with a kind of mechanical precision, for his mental energies were entirely prostrated. The voice of the judge addressing him rang like the chimes of distant bells in his ears. The numerous persons whom he beheld around appeared to be all moving and agitating like an immense crowd assembled to witness an execution. He stood up as he was commanded, and the judge proceeded to pass sentence upon him. He said that the court took his youth into consideration, and that there were circumstances which would render a very lenient sentence satisfactory to that society which had been outraged. The court accordingly condemned him to 2 years' imprisonment in the Giltspur Street Compter, without hard labor. "That's all," said the spectators to each other, and they appeared disappointed. The audience then separated. End of Chapter 32. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 33 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 33. Another Day at the Old Bailey. Richard was conveyed back to Newgate in a state of mind which can be more easily imagined than described. The judges returned in their handsome carriages to their splendid abodes. The prosecuting barrister, that zealous and enthusiastic defender of social morality, hastened to the Temple to entertain a couple of prostitutes in his chambers, and the various lawyers engaged about the court hurried to their respective homes to prepare writs relating to fresh cases of turpitude and crime for the morrow. Richard had shaken hands with Munro and Whittingham over the parapet of the dock. He would not be allowed to see them again for 3 months. They still believed in his innocence, although 12 men that afternoon had declared their conviction of his guilt. On the ensuing morning, the trial of Eliza Sydney, Robert Stevens, and Hugh Mac Chisel took place. As on the preceding day, the court was crowded from floor to roof. The bench was filled with the ladies and daughters of the alderman. There was a full attendance of barristers, and extra reporters occupied the box devoted to the gentlemen of the press. The case had created an extraordinary sensation, not only in consequence of the immensity of the stake played for by the prisoners, but also on account of the remarkable fraud practised by one of the most lovely women that had ever breathed the air of this world. Eliza was dressed with extreme simplicity but great taste. A straw bonnet with a plain riband enclosed her pale but charming countenance. There was a soft and bewitching melancholy in her eyes, and her moist red lips were slightly apart as if she breathed with difficulty. She was a woman of a strong mind, as we have said before, and she endeavoured to restrain her emotions to the utmost of her power. She did not condescend to cast a look upon her fellow prisoners, nor during the trial were her glances once turned towards them. Stevens appeared to be suffering with acute mental pain. His countenance was cadaverous, so pale and altered was it, even his very lips were white. Mac Chisel still retained an air of dogged sullenness, approaching to brutal indifference. The Earl of Warrington was in attendance. When called upon to plead, Stevens and the lawyer replied, "Not guilty." Eliza answered guilty in a firm and audible voice. As the entire facts of the case are known to the readers, we need not enter into any fresh details. Suffice it to say that when the jury had delivered their verdict of guilty against the two male prisoners, the Earl of Warrington rose, and in a most feeling and handsome manner interceded with the court in behalf of Eliza Sydney. Eliza herself was quite overcome with this unexpected generosity, and burst into a flood of tears. The foreman of the jury also rose and observed that though the female prisoner had taken her case out of their hands by pleading guilty, the jury were nevertheless unanimous in recommending her to the favourable consideration of the court. The judge proceeded to pass sentence. He said, "Robert Stevens, you have been guilty of one of the most serious attempts at fraud which, in a commercial country and a civilised community, could be perpetrated. You have moreover availed yourself of your influence over a young and confiding woman, an influence obtained by a series of kind actions towards her mother, her late brother, and herself, to convert her into the instrument of your guilty designs. The court cannot pass over your case without inflicting the severest penalty which the law allows. The sentence of the court is that you be transported beyond the seas for the term of your natural life." The culprit staggered and leant against the dock for support. A momentary pause ensued, at the expiration of which he partially recovered himself and said, "My lord, I acknowledge the justice of my sentence, but permit me to observe that the female prisoner, Eliza Sydney, is innocent of any attempt to defraud. Up to a few hours before we called upon the Earl of Warrington to sign the release and obtain the bank receipts, she was ignorant of the real object which I had in view. Even then, when I unveiled my designs, she shrank from the part she had to perform, and I was compelled to make use of all the specious arguments and all the sophistry I could call to my aid, to blind her as to the real nature of the transaction. My lord, I make these few observations in justice to her. I have nothing now to lose or gain by this appeal in her behalf." Stevens sank back exhausted in a chair which had been placed in the dock for the accommodation of Eliza Sydney, and the lady herself was melted to fresh tears by this proof of latent generosity on the part of the man who had been the means of placing her in her present sad position. The judge continued, "Hugh Mac Chisel, you have been found guilty of aiding and abetting at the last moment in the consummation of a deed of almost unpardonable fraud. You have taken advantage of a profession which invests him who practises it with an appearance of respectability, and gives him opportunities of perpetrating, if he be so inclined, enormous breaches and abuses of confidence. You stand second in degree of culpability to the prisoner Stevens. The sentence of the court, therefore, is that you be transported beyond the seas for the term of 15 years. There was another momentary pause, and the judge then proceeded as follows, while the most breathless silence prevailed. "Eliza Sydney, your share in this unfortunate and guilty business has been rather that of an instrument than a principal. Still, you had arrived, when you first assumed a masculine disguise, at the years of discretion which should have taught you to reflect that no deceit can be designed for a good purpose. Your readiness to confess your guilt, the testimony of your fellow prisoner in your behalf, the recommendation of the jury, and the intercession of the prosecutor, however, weigh with the court. Still, a severe punishment must be awarded you. For if we were to admit the plea that a person between 20 and 30 is not responsible for his or her actions, justice would in numerous cases be defeated, and crime would find constant apologies and extenuation. The sentence of the court is that you be imprisoned for the space of 2 years in Her Majesty's Gaol of Newgate. Eliza had anticipated transportation. She had made up her mind to banishment for at least 7 years from her native clime. The observation of the judge that a severe punishment must be awarded her had confirmed her in that impression. The concluding words of the functionary had therefore taken her by surprise, a surprise so sudden that it overcame her. She tottered and would have fallen, but she felt herself suddenly supported in the aroma of a female, who conducted her to a seat in the dock and whispered kind and consolatory words in her ear. Eliza raised her eyes towards the countenance of this unexpected friend, and to her astonishment encountered the soft and sympathising glance of Diana Arlington. "Do not be alarmed, Miss Sydney," whispered the enchantress. "The Earl of Warrington will do more for you than you may anticipate. He will use his influence with the Home Secretary and obtain a mitigation of your sentence." "Oh, how kind in him thus to interest himself in my behalf," murmured Eliza, "and I, who am so unworthy of his commiseration." "Do not say that. We have made enquiries, and we have found how you have been deceived. We have seen your faithful servant Louisa, and she has told us enough to convince us that you was more to be pitied than blamed. One thing I have to communicate which will console you. I have taken Louisa into my service." "A thousand thanks, my dear madam," said Eliza. "The thought of what was to become of her has made me very unhappy. This is indeed one subject of comfort. But I saw Louisa yesterday. Why did she keep me in the dark in this respect?" "We enjoined her to maintain the strictest silence," returned Mrs. Arlington. "We were determined to see how you would act up to the very last moment in this distressing business, ere we allowed you to know that you had friends who cared for you." "And how have I obtained this generous sympathy?" inquired Eliza, pressing Diana's hand with an effusion of gratitude. "The Earl loved your mother, and blames himself for his neglect of her children, whose welfare would have been dear to his deceased uncle," said Diana gravely. "And for myself," she added, blushing, "anything which interests the Earl also interests me." "Believe me, I shall never forget this kindness on your part, neither shall I ever be able to repay it," observed Eliza. "I am now going to a protracted incarceration in a terrible prison," she continued mournfully, "and God only knows whether I may survive it. But until the day of my death, shall I pray for you and that good nobleman who forgives, pities, and consoles me?" He does," said Mrs. Arlington, deeply affected. "But fancy not that your confinement will pass without being relieved by the visits of friends. I shall call and see you as often as the regulations of the prison will permit, and I again renew the promise which the Earl has authorised me to make relative to his intercession with the Secretary of State in your favour." Eliza again poured forth her gratitude to Diana, and they then separated. The former was conveyed back to Newgate, the latter hastened to the humble hackney coach which she had purposely hired to take her to the Old Bailey. As soon as the case of Stevens, Chisel, and Eliza Sydney was disposed of, William Bolter was placed at the bar to take his trial for the murder of his wife. The miscreant, as the newspapers had called him all along, wore a sullen and hardened appearance, and pleaded not guilty in a brutal and ferocious manner. The only feature of interest in the case was the examination of his son, his little son, as a witness against him. The poor boy seemed to comprehend the fearful position in which his father was placed, for he gave his evidence with the utmost reluctance. There was, however, a sufficiency of testimony, direct and circumstantial, to induce the jury to find the prisoner guilty without a moment's hesitation. The judge put on the black cap, and proceeded to pass upon the culprit the awful sentence of the law. Having expatiated upon the enormity of the prisoner's guilt, and admonished him to use the little time that remained to him in this world for the purpose of making his peace with heavens, he sentenced William Bolter to be taken back again to the place from whence he came, and thence to a place of execution, where he was to be hanged by the neck until he should be dead. "And may the Lord," added the judge solemnly, "have mercy upon your soul." There was some years ago, amongst ruffians of the very worst description, a custom of abusing the judge, or blackguarding the beak as it was called, when they received the award due to their crimes in the felon's dock. This miserable and vain bravado, an affectation of recklessness which even the most hardened would scarcely feel, was revived by Bill Bolter upon the present occasion. Taking a sight at the judge, the murderer commenced a string of horrible abuse, laden with imprecations and epithets of a most shocking and filthy nature. A shudder passed through the audience, as if it were one man, at that revolting display on the part of a wretch who stood upon the edge of the tomb. The officers of the court speedily interfered to put an end to the sad scene, and the convict, after a desperate resistance, was carried back to Newgate, where he was lodged in one of the condemned cells. While these important cases were being disposed of in the old court, two others, which it is necessary to notice, were adjudicated upon in the new court before the Recorder. The first was that of Thomas Armstrong, who was fortunate enough to be acquitted for want of evidence, George Montague, a principal witness against him, not appearing. The other was that of Cranky Jem and the Resurrection Man. It is needless to enter into particulars in this matter. Suffice it to say that the former was convicted of a daring burglary, upon the testimony of the latter, who turned king's evidence. Cranky Jem was sentenced to transportation for life, he having been previously convicted of serious offences, and the Resurrection Man was sent back to Newgate to be discharged at the termination of the sessions. The business of the court was concluded in a few days, and Richard was removed to the Giltspur Street Compter. There he was dressed in the prison garb, and forced to submit to a regime peculiarly trying to the constitution of those who have been accustomed to tender nurture. The gruel, which constituted his principal aliment, created a nausea upon his stomach. The thin and weak soup was far from satisfying the cravings of the appetite. The bread was good, but doled out in miserably small quantities, and the meat seemed only offered to tantalise or provoke acuteness of hunger. The Resurrection Man was set at liberty. Stevens, Mac Chisel, and Cranky Jem were removed to the hulks at Woolwich, previous to the sailing of a convict ship for New South Wales. Eliza Sidney remained in Newgate. Bill Bolter, the murderer, also stayed for a short season in the condemned cell of that fearful prison. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 34. The Lesson Interrupted. The moment the trial of Richard Markham was concluded, Sir Rupert Harborough and Mr. Chichester bade a cold and hasty adieu to Mr. Talbot and left the court together. They wended their way up the Old Bailey, turned into Newgate Street, and thence proceeded down Butcher Hall Lane towards Bartholomew Close. For in that large, dreary square did Mr. Chichester now occupy a cheap lodging. This lodging consisted of a couple of small and ill-furnished rooms on the second floor. When the two gentlemen arrived there, it was way past 5 o'clock, for the trial had lasted the entire day, and a dirty cloth was laid for dinner in the front apartment. Black-handled knives and forks, a japanned pepper-box, pewter salt-cellar and mustard-pot, and common white plates with a blue edge constituted the service. The dinner itself was equally humble, consisting of mutton chops and potatoes, flanked by a pot of porter. The baronet and the fashionable gentleman took their seats in silence, and partook of the meal without much appetite. There was a damp upon their spirits. They were not so utterly depraved as to be altogether unmindful of the detestable part they had played towards Markham, and their own affairs were moreover in a desperate condition. A slipshod, dirty, familiar girl cleared away the dinner things, and the gentlemen then took to gin and water and cigars. For some minutes they smoked in silence, till at length the baronet, stamping his foot impatiently upon the floor, exclaimed, "My God, Chichester, is nothing to be done?" "I really don't know," answered that individual. "You heard how deucedly I got exposed to-day in the witness box, and after that I should not dare show up at the West End for weeks and months to come, even if the sheriff's officers weren't looking out for me." "Well, something must be done," observed the baronet. "Here am I, playing at hide and seek as well as you, all my horses sold, my furniture seized, my carriages made away with, my plate pawned, and not a guinea left." "What should you say to a trip into the country?" demanded Chichester, after a pause. "London is too hot for both of us, at least for the present. Indeed, my surprise is that we were not arrested on those infernal bills coming out of the court. But as I was saying, a trip into the country might do more good. To be sure, this is no time for the watering places. We might, however, pay a visit to Hastings, Bath, and Cheltenham on a venture. And what could we do for ourselves there? Why, pick up flats, to be sure. You know, Chichester, that I am not able to work the cards and dice as you can. Then you must learn as I did. And who will teach me? Why, myself, to be sure. Could you have a better master than Arthur Chichester? But it would take so long to understand all those manoeuvres. I should never have the patience. Oh, nonsense, Harborough. Come, what do you say? 3 days' practice and we will be off. But the money, the funds to move with, cried the baronet impatiently. I am literally reduced to my last guinea. Oh, as for that, returned Chichester, I will engage to get a £20 note from my father to-morrow, and with that supply we can safely start off on our expedition. Well, if you can rely upon doing this, observed the baronet, we will put your plan into execution, so let us lose no time, but please to give me my first lesson. That's what I call business, cried Chichester, rising from his seat and drawing the curtains, while the baronet lighted the 2 tallow candles that adorned the wooden mantelpiece. Chichester locked the door of the room, and then produced from his writing desk the necessary implements of a gambler, packs of cards, dice boxes, and dice. Having reseated himself, he took up a pair of dice and a box, and said, Now, my dear fellow, be a good boy and learn your lesson well. You will soon meet your reward. I am all attention, observed the baronet. In the first place, I shall show you how to secure, continued Chichester, and as you know the game of hazard well enough, I need say but little more on that head. There are 2 ways of securing. The first is to hold one of the dice between the 4 and middle fingers, or the middle and 3rd fingers against the side of the box, so that one finger must cover the top of the dice. In this way, you see. I understand, said the baronet, attentively watching the proceedings of his companion, who by certain clever and adroit manipulations with the dice box illustrated his oral descriptions. This system is not so easy as the second, which I shall presently show you, continued Chichester, because the die must be kept cleverly inside the box, so as not to be seen. The second way of securing is by taking hold of one of the dice by the little finger and keeping it firmly against the palm of the hand while you shake the box, so as to be able to drop it skilfully upon the table at the proper moment, when it will seem as if it came from the box along with the other. This is the way. I shall soon understand, said the baronet. Of course, by being able to secure one die, you may make it turn up any number you choose. When you mean to practise this dodge, continued Chichester, call 5 for a main, because you can secure the 4, and there is only the 6 on the loose die that come up against you. If you have a good stake to get, secure a 5 every time, because when the main is 6 to 5, or 7 to 5, or 8 to 5, or 9 to 5, or 10 to 5, you must win every time, because you can't possibly throw out while time 5 is secured. But will not the ear tell the pigeon that there is only one die rattling in the box? Demanded the baronet. Look at this box, exclaimed Chichester. It has 2 rims cut inside near the bottom. The one die shaking against them produces the sound of 2 dice. Are there not some peculiarities about these dice? Asked Sir Rupert, pointing to a pair which Chichester had placed apart from the rest. Yes, those are unequal dice, and are so well made that no one except a regular sharper could detect them. They are bigger at one end than the other, and the 6s are placed on the smaller squares, because you must play with these dice to win upon high numbers, which are on those smaller squares. The dice will, in 9 cases out of 10, fall upon the larger squares, and thus show the high numbers uppermost. And these dice? Inquired the baronet, taking up 2 others. Loaded ones, replied Chichester. These are to throw low, and so the 2 sides which have got 4 and 5 on them are loaded. How are they loaded? Asked Sir Rupert. The corner pip of the 4 side, next to the 5 side, is bored very neatly to a certain depth. The same is done on the corner pip of the 5 side adjoining the 4 side. Thus the 2 holes so bored meet each other at right angles. One of the holes is covered over with some strong cement. Quicksilver is then poured in, and the other hole is covered over with the cement. The spots are blackened, and your dice are ready for use. These being intended to throw low, you must call a main and take the odds accordingly. Well, said the baronet, I think I can now safely say that I know enough of the elements of your grammar to enable me to practise myself. Let us devote half an hour to the working of cards. "The ways of managing the cards," said Chichester, taking up a pack and shuffling them, "are numerous. These, for instance, are longs and shorts. All the cards above the 8 are the least thing longer than those below it. I have a machine which was invented on purpose to cut them accurately. Nothing under an 8 can be cut, you see, with these cards lengthways. And that pack so carefully wrapped up in the paper. Oh, these are my concaves and convexes. All from the 2 to the 7 are cut concave, and all from the 8 to the king are cut convex. By cutting the pack breadthways, a convex card is cut. By cutting it lengthways, a concave one is secured." "I have often heard of the bridge," said Sir Rupert. "What does that mean?" "Oh, the bridge is simply and easily done," replied Chichester, shuffling the pack which he had in his hand. "You see, it is nothing but slightly curving a card and introducing it carelessly into the pack. Shuffle the cards as your opponent will, you are sure to be able to cut the bridged one." "I could do that without study," observed Sir Rupert Harborough. "Is my initiation now complete?" "There are several other schemes with the cards," answered Chichester, "but I think that I have taught you enough for this evening. One famous device, however, must not be forgotten. You have heard of the way in which Lord de Roos lately attempted to cheat his noble companions at the club. The plan practised by him is called sauter la coup, and enables the dealer to do what he chooses with one particular card, which of course he has selected for his purpose. Now look how it is done, for I can better show practically than explain verbally." Scarcely was this portion of the lesson accomplished when steps were heard ascending the stairs, and immediately afterward a heavy fist knocked with more violence than courtesy at the parlour door. The baronet and Chichester both turned pale. "They can't have found us out here," murmured the one to the other in a hoarse and tremulous tone. "What shall we do?" "We must open, happen what will." Chichester unlocked the door. Two ill-looking men entered the room. "Mr. Arthur Chichester," said one. "He isn't here. We don't know him. My name is Davies. Ask the landlady if it is not," cried Chichester hurriedly, and in a manner which only served to convince the officer that he was right. "Come, come, none of that there gammon," said the bailiff. "I knows you well enough. My name's Garnell, and I'll stand the risk of your being Chichester. Here's execution out against you for £447. I don't suppose that you can pay, so you'd better come off at once." "Where to?" demanded Chichester, seeing that it was no use disputing his own identity any longer. "Where to?" cried the officer. "Why, to Whitecross, to be sure. Where the devil would you go to? Can I not be allowed to sleep in a sponging house?" "No, this is an execution, and a large sum, mind. I don't dare do it." "Well, then, here goes for Whitecross Street," said Chichester, and after exchanging a few words in a whisper with the baronet, he left the house with the sheriff's officers. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nancy Beard. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 35. Whitecross Street Prison. A cold, drizzling rain was falling as Chichester proceeded along the streets leading to the debtors' prison. The noise of pattens upon the pavement, the numbers of umbrellas that were up, the splashing of horses' feet and carriage wheels in the kennels, the rush of cabs and the shouting of omnibus cads were all characteristic of a wet night in a crowded metropolis. Chichester shivered, more through nervousness than actual cold, and he felt an oppressive sensation at the bottom of his stomach, as well as at the chest. The officer endeavored to console him by observing that it was lucky he'd been taken so close to the prison on such a rainy night. The ruined young man envied many a poor wretch whom he passed on his way, for he knew that it was far easier to get into a debtor's jail than to get out of it. At length they arrived at the prison. It was now 9 o'clock, and the place, viewed by the flickering light of the lamp at the gate of the governor's house, wore a melancholy and sombre appearance. The prisoner was introduced into its small lobby, where an elderly turnkey with knee-breeches and gaiters thrust a small loaf of bread into his hand, and immediately consigned him to the care of another turnkey, who led him through several alleys to the staircase communicating with the receiving ward. The turnkey pulled a wire, which rang a bell on the first floor. "Who rings?" cried a voice at the top of the stairs. "Sheriff's debtor Arthur Chichester, L.S.," replied the turnkey in a loud sing-song voice. Chichester afterwards learnt that he was mentioned as a sheriff's prisoner, in contradistinction to one arrested by a warrant from the Court of Requests, and that L.S. meant London side, an intimation that he had been arrested in the city of London and not in the county of Middlesex. Having ascended a flight of stone steps, Chichester was met at the door of the receiving ward by the steward thereof. This steward was himself a prisoner, but was considered a trustworthy person, and had therefore been selected by the governor to preside over that department of the prison. The receiving ward was a long, low room, with windows secured by bars at each end. There were 2 grates, but only one contained any fire. The place was remarkably clean, the floor, the deal tables, and the forms being as white as snow. The following conversation forthwith took place between the new prisoner and the steward. "What is your name?" "Arthur Chichester." "Have you got your bread?" "Yes." "Well, put it in that pigeon-hole. Do you choose to have sheets tonight on your bed?" "Certainly." "Then that will be 1 shilling the first night, and 6 pence every night after, as long as you remain here. You can moreover sleep in the inner room and sit up till 12 o'clock. Those who can't afford to pay for sheets sleep in a room by themselves, and go to bed at 9:45. You see, we know how to separate the gentlemen from the riff-raff." "And how long shall I be allowed to stay up in the receiving ward?" "That depends. Do you mean to live at my table? I charge 6 pence for tea, the same for breakfast, 1 shilling for dinner, and 4 pence for supper." "Well, I shall be most happy to live at your table." "In that case, write a note to the governor to say that you are certain to be able to settle your affairs in the course of a week, and I will take care he shall have it the very first thing tomorrow morning." "But I am sure of not being able to settle in a week." "Well, do as you like. You won't be allowed to stay up here unless you do." "Oh, in that case I will do so at once. Can you oblige me with a sheet of writing paper?" "Certainly. Here's one. A penny, if you please." Chichester paid for the paper, wrote the letter, and handed it to the steward. He then cast a glance around the room, and saw 3 or 4 tolerably decent-looking persons warming themselves at the fire, while 15 or 16 wretched-looking men, dressed for the most part as labourers, were sitting in the forms round the walls, at a considerable distance from the blazing grate. The steward, perceiving that the new prisoner threw a look of inquiry towards him, said, "Those gentlemen at the fire are sheriff's debtors, and live at my table. Those chaps over there are Court of Requests men, and haven't 1 shilling to bless themselves with. So, of course, I can't allow them to associate with the others." "How many prisoners upon an average pass through the receiving ward in the course of 1 year?" "About 3,300, as near as I can guess. All the debtors receive each so much bread and meat a week. The prison costs the city close upon £9,000 a year." "9,000 a year, spent to lock men up away from their families!" exclaimed Chichester. "That sum would pay the debts of the greater portion of those who are unfortunate enough to be brought here." "You may well say that," returned the steward. "Why, half the prisoners who come here are poor working men, snatched away from their labour, and obliged to know that their wives and children will starve during their absence. That man over there, with the little bundle tied up in a blue cotton handkerchief, is only arrested for 8 pence. The costs are 3 and 6 pence. "He is actually a prisoner, then, for 4 and 2 pence?" "Exactly. The man next to him is arrested for 3 pence. the balance of a chandler's shop debt. His costs are 5 shillings. But the case of that poor devil who was crying so up in the corner is the worst. It appears that he had an account at a tally shop, and paid 1 shilling a week towards its liquidation. He was in full work, and earned 18 shillings a week, and so he regularly gave his wife the money every Saturday night to put away for the tallyman. But the woman is fond of tippling, and she spent the money in gin. Well, the tallyman takes out a summons from the Court of Requests. The wife receives it and is afraid to tell her husband. Next week comes the rules. This the woman also hides, hoping somehow or another to get together the debt and costs and settle it unknown to her husband. But no such thing. So this morning, as the poor fellow is going home to dinner, he's arrested for 4 shillings debt and 6 shillings costs. This was cruel indeed, observed Chichester, to whom all these details were perfectly new. Yes, continued the steward, but that is nothing to the things that I have heard men tell up in this room. Loan societies, tally shops, and the low pettifogging lawyers keep this place well filled. It was now 9:45, and the poor wretches who could not afford to pay for sheets were huddled off to bed. Chichester and the gentleman who boarded at the steward's table remained up, smoking cigars and drinking ale until 12. Chichester was then introduced into a large room containing 10 or a dozen beds, whose framework was made of iron. 1 miserably thin blanket, a horsecloth, and a straw mattress and pillow were all provided for each couch by the Corporation of the City of London. Oh, how generous, how philanthropic, how noble to tear men away from their homes and give them straw, wrapped up in coarse ticking, to sleep upon. On the following morning Chichester awoke early, and rose with every bone aching from the hardness of his bed. He performed his toilet in a species of scullery attached to the receiving ward, and the enjoyment of this luxury was attended with the following disbursement: towel, 2d. Use of soap, 1d. Loan of razor and lather box, 1d. Breakfast, consisting of coffee and dry toast, was then served up. Those who boarded with the steward sat down and commenced a desperate attempt upon the provisions, and those who fancied an egg or a rasher of bacon with their meal paid 2d. extra. The conversation was entirely associated with the prison affairs. It appeared as if those men, when once they set foot in the prison, discarded all thoughts of the great world without, from which they had been snatched away. Even when the morning newspaper came in, attention was first directed by a strange kind of sympathy to the list of bankrupts and to the law notices, the latter of which afforded them the pleasing and interesting intelligence of who were that day to appear before the commissioners of the insolvent court. At 9:05, a violent ring at the bell called the steward in haste to the door. This was the summons of a turnkey, who came to remove new prisoners to the respective departments of the establishment to which they belonged. Thus they were classified into Middlesex sheriff's debtors, London sheriff's debtors, and City freemen, who were also sheriff's debtors, and London Court of Request debtors, and Middlesex Court of Request's debtors. Chichester was ordered to remove to the poultry ward, on the London side, the governor declining to comply with the request contained in his letter. It will be seen from what we have already said that White Cross Street Prison is essentially different from the Bench, descriptions of which have been given in so many different works, and the leading features of which are so familiar to a large portion of the community, either from hearsay or experience. If a man cannot muster 4 or 5 pounds to transfer himself from the custody of the sheriffs to that of the judges by a habeas corpus writ, he must remain in White Cross Street Prison, while the more wealthy debtors enjoys every luxury and privilege in the Bench. And yet we are constantly assured that there is the same law for the poor as there is for the rich. The system of imprisonment for debt is in itself impolitic, unwise, and cruel in the extreme. It ruins the honest man, and destroys the little remnant of good feeling existing in the heart of the callous one. It establishes the absurd doctrine that if a man cannot pay his debts while he is allowed the exercise of his talents, his labor, and his acquirements, he can when shut up in the narrow compass of a prison, where his talents, his labor, and his acquirements are useless. How eminently narrow-sighted are English legislators! They fear totally to abolish this absurd custom, because they dread that credit will suffer. Why, credit is altogether begotten in confidence, and never arises from the preconceived intention on the part of him who gives it, to avail himself of this law against him who receives it. Larceny and theft are punished by a limited imprisonment, with an allowance of food, but debtors, who commit no crime, may linger and languish, and starve in jail. The poultry ward was a long, dark, low room, with 7 or 8 barred windows on each side, sawdust upon the stone floor, and about a dozen or 14 small tables arranged, like those of a coffee-house, around the walls. The room was full of debtors of all appearances, from the shabby, genteel, down to the absolutely ragged. Here a prisoner was occupied in drawing up his schedule for the insolvent debtors' court. There an emaciated old man was writing a letter, over which he shed bitter and scalding tears. At another table a young farmer's labourer-looking man was breakfasting off bread and cheese and onions, which he washed down with porter. Close by was a stout, seedy-looking person with grey hair, who did not seem to have any breakfast at all. In this nook a poor, pale wretch was reading a newspaper. In that corner another individual was examining a pile of letters. Several were gathered around the fire in the scullery or kitchen attached to the ward, preparing their breakfasts, and others were lounging up and down the room, laughing and talking over the amusements of the preceding night up in the sleeping-rooms. The steward of the poultry ward had just finished his breakfast when the turnkey introduced Mr. Chichester. "Well, Mr. Thames," said the steward, quite delighted to see the new prisoner, "I began to think we should have none down this morning. Pray take a seat, sir." This invitation was addressed to Chichester, who sat down accordingly. The steward, after exchanging a few observations with the turnkey, produced a book from a drawer in the table, and addressing himself in a semi-mysterious tone to Mr. Chichester, said, "These are our rules and regulations. Every new member is required to pay an entrance fee of £1 6, and this goes towards the fund for paying the officers and servants of the ward, providing coals, and administering generally to the comforts of the place." "I am quite satisfied with the justice of the charge," said Chichester, and he paid it accordingly. "I suppose you will live at my table?" inquired the steward. "Same charges as upstairs in the receiving ward." "Oh, certainly," answered Chichester. "Have you anybody here of any consequence at all?" "Not particularly at this moment. Lord William Priggins stayed a couple of days with us, and went over to the bench yesterday morning." "Who is that gentleman walking up and down the narrow court outside?" inquired Chichester, glancing towards a window through which might be seen a tall, slim young man with black mustachio, a long faded cotton dressing-gown, a dingy velvet skull-cap, and pantaloons hanging low and loose because the owner had forgotten his braces. "Oh, that is Count Pichontos, a celebrated Russian nobleman, who was cleaned out some weeks since at a West End hell, and got into prison for his hotel bill." "And who is that respectable old gentleman with a bald head and dressed in black?" "That is a clergyman, the Reverend Henry Sharper. He is an excellent preacher, they say, and the best securer of a die that ever I saw in my life. and that very sickly, pale-faced youth who seems to be scarcely 20. He is only 21 and a month. He was arrested the day after he came of age for blank acceptances, which he had given, during his minority, to the tune of £3,000, and for which he never received more than 300. And that quiet-looking old gentleman at the table opposite? He is a Chancery prisoner, committed for contempt. It appears that he was one morning walking by the auction mart, and saw large posting bills announcing the immediate sale of an estate consisting of 13 houses, somewhere in Finsbury, under a decree of the Court of Chancery. My gentleman hadn't a guinea in his pocket, nor the means of raising one at the time. Nevertheless, he walked into the mart as bold as brass, strode upstairs to the auctioneer's room, and bid for the estate. There were plenty of competitors, but he didn't care. He bid anyway, and at last the estate was knocked down to him for £4,300. When sales are effected under an order of the Chancellor, no deposit money was required. This may seem arranged to you, but it is not the less a fact. So off walks my gentleman, quite rejoiced at his bargain. The first thing he does is to go and collect all the arrears of rent he can from the tenants of the houses, and to distrain upon those who couldn't or wouldn't pay. Lord, what a game he did play, to be sure! He called into request the services of half the brokers in Finsbury, and made the tenant cash up to the very last farthing that was due. Well, the lawyers employed for the sale of the estate drew up the deeds of conveyance and the abstract of the title, but my gentleman never meant paying. So, at last the Chancery Court, getting tired of his excuses, and finding that he would not disgorge the amount he had already received for rents, nor yet come down with a shilling towards the purchase money, clapped him into limbo under some form or another, and so here he is. In this manner did the steward of the poultry ward render the new prisoner familiar with the leading characters of that department of the prison. In addition to the few instances of flagrant dishonesty or culpable extravagance which were pointed out to Chichester, information was given him of many, very many cases of pure and unadulterated misfortune. The churchyard has known no sorrow. The death chamber has known no anguish equal to that acute and poignant suffering which many an inmate endures within the walls of that prison. If he be an affectionate father, he thinks of his absent little ones, and he feels shocked at the cold cruelty of the rules, which only permit children to visit their incarcerated sire twice a week, on Wednesday and Sunday, and then only for 3 hours each time. If he be a kind husband, and possesses a tender and a loving wife, he dreads the fatal hour of 5 of an evening, which is the signal for all strangers and visitors to leave these walls. Misery, lank, lean, palpable misery, is the characteristic of Whitecross Street Prison. The legislature says we only allow men to be locked up in order to prevent them from running away without paying the debts they owe. Then why treat them as felons? Why impose upon them rules and regulations, the severity of which is as galling to their souls as the iron chains of Newgate are to the felon's flesh? Why break their spins and crush their good and generous feelings by compelling them all to herd together, the high and the low, the polite and the vulgar, the temperate and the drunkard, the cleanly and the filthy, the religious and the profane, the sedate and the ribald? O excellent legislators, do you believe that a man ever went out of the debtor's jail more moral and better disposed than he was when he went in? The answer to this question will, in one word, teach you the efficacy of imprisonment for debt. Chichester walked out into a large stone-paved court attached to the ward, and bearing the attractive but somewhat elusive name of the Park. At 12 o'clock the beermen from the public houses in Whitecross Street were allowed admittance, and then commenced the debauchery of the day. The seats around the park were soon crowded with prisoners and visitors, drinking, smoking, laughing, and swearing. Many poor wretches, who could not boast of much strength of mind, but were in reality well disposed, took to this occupation to kill care. And who will blame them? Not you, proud peer, who bury your vexations in crystal goblets, sparkling with the choicest juice of Epernay's grape, nor you, fine gentlemen, who seek in gaming at your club a relief from the anxieties and petty troubles which now and then interrupt the otherwise even tenure of your way. In the course of the day, Mr. Chichester wrote a very penitent letter to his father, the pawnbroker, lamenting past follies and promising future good conduct. The postscript contained an intimation that prison was bad enough when one possessed plenty of money, but that it was 10,000 times worse when associated with empty pockets. This precious epistle succeeded in inducing the old gentleman, as Chichester denominated his father, to loosen his purse strings and remit a few pounds to supply immediate wants. Chichester was thus enabled to live at the steward's table, and smoke his cigars and drink his ale to his heart's content. In a small community like that of a ward in Whitecross Street, as well as in the great world without, he who has the most money is the most looked up to, which is a phrase perfectly understood, and almost synonymous with respected. And thus Mr. Chichester very speedily became the star of that department of the prison to which he had been assigned. End of chapter 35. Recording by Nancy Beard, Kingston, New York.
Chapter 36 of the Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. The Execution. From the moment that Bill Bolter had been removed from the condemned cell after his trial at the Old Bailey for the murder of his wife, he preserved a sullen and moody silence. 2 turnkeys sat up with him constantly, according to the rules of the prison, but he never made the slightest advances towards entering into conversation with them. The chaplain was frequent in his attendances upon the convict, but no regard was paid to the religious consolations and exhortations of the reverend gentleman. The murderer ate his meals heartily, and enjoyed sound physical health. He was hale and strong, and might, in the common course of nature, have lived until a good old age. By day he sat, with folded arms, meditating upon his condition. He scarcely repented of the numerous evil deeds of which he had been guilty, but he trembled at the idea of a future state. One night he had a horrid dream. He thought that the moment had arrived for his execution, and that he was standing upon the drop. Suddenly the board gave way beneath his feet, and he fell. An agonizing feeling of the blood rushing with the fury of a torrent, and with a heat of molten lead up into his brain, seized upon him. His eyes shot sparks of fire, and in his ears there was a loud droning sound, like the moan of the ocean on a winter's night. This sensation, he fancied, lasted about 2 minutes, a short and insignificant space to those who feel no pain, but an age when passed in the endurance of agony the most intense. Then he died, and he thought that his spirit left his body with the last pulsation of the lungs, and it was suddenly whirled downwards, with tearful rapidity, upon the wings of a hurricane. He felt himself in total darkness, and yet he had an idea that he was plunging precipitately into a fearful gulf, around the sides of which hideous monsters, immense serpents, formidable bats, and all kinds of slimy reptiles were climbing. At length he reached the bottom of the gulf, and then the faculty of sight was suddenly restored to him. At the same moment he felt fires encircling him all around, and a horrible snake coiled itself about him. He was in the midst of a boundless lake of flame, and as far as his eyes could reach, he beheld myriads of spirits, all undergoing the same punishment, writhing in quenchless fire, and girt by hideous serpents. And he thought that neither himself nor those spirits which he beheld around wore any shape which he could define, and yet he saw them plainly, palpably. They had no heads, no limbs, and yet they were something more than shapeless trunks, all naked and flesh-coloured, and unconsumed, and indestructible amidst that burning lake which had no end. In a few moments this dread scene changed, and all was dark again. The murderer fancied that he was now groping about in convulsive agonies upon the bank of a river, the stream of which was tepid and thick like blood. The bank was slimy and moist, and overgrown with huge osiers and dark weeds, amidst which loathsome reptiles and enormous alligators were crowded together. And it was in this frightful place that the murderer was now spiritually groping his way, in total and coal-black darkness. At length he slipped down the slimy bank, and his feet touched the river, which he now knew to be of blood. He grasped convulsively at the osiers to save himself from falling into that horrible stream. A huge serpent sprang from the thicket, and coiled itself about his arms and neck, and at the same moment an enormous alligator rose from the river of blood, and seized him in the middle between its tremendous jaws. He uttered a fearful cry, and awoke. This dream made a deep impression upon him. He believed that he had experienced a foretaste of hell, of that hell with all its horrors, in which he would be doomed for ever and ever, without hope, without end. And yet, by a strange idiosyncrasy of conduct, he did not court the consolation of the clergyman. He breathed no prayer, gave no outward and visible sign of repentance, but continued in the same sullen state of reserve before noticed. Still, after that dream, he dreaded to seek his bed at night. He was afraid of sleep, for when he closed his eyes in slumber, visions of hell, varied in 1,000 horrible ways, presented themselves to his mind. He never thought of his children, and once, when the clergyman asked him if he would like to see them, he shook his head impatiently. Death, he shuddered at the idea, and yet he never sought to escape its presence by conversation or books. He sat moodily, brooding upon death, and what would probably occur hereafter, until he conjured up to his imagination all the phantasmagorical displays of demons, spectres, and posthumous horrors ever conceived by human mind. On another occasion, the Friday before the Monday in which he was executed, he dreamt of heaven. He thought that the moment the drop had fallen from beneath his feet, a brilliant light, such as he had never seen on earth, shone all around him. The entire atmosphere was illuminated as with gold dust in the rays of a powerful sun, and the sun and moon and stars all appeared of amazing size, immense orbs of lustrous and shining metal. He fancied that he winged his way upwards with a slow and steady motion, a genial warmth prevailing all around, and sweet odours delighting his senses. In this manner he soared on high, until at length he passed sun, moon, and stars, and beheld them all shining far, far beneath his feet. Presently the sounds of the most ravishing, sacred music, accompanied by choral voices hymning to the praise of the highest, fell upon his ear. His soul was enchanted by these notes of promise, of hope, and of love, and, raising his eyes, he beheld the shining palaces of heaven towering above vast and awe-inspiring piles of clouds. He reached a luminous avenue amidst those clouds, which led to the gates of paradise. He was about to enter upon that glorious and radiant path, when a sudden change came over the entire spirit of his dream, and in a moment he found himself dashing precipitately downwards, amidst darkness increasing in intensity, but through which the sun, moon, and planets might be seen at immense distances, if a lurid and ominous red. Down, down he continued falling, until he was pitched with violence upon the moist and slimy bank of that river of tepid blood, whose margin was crowded with hideous reptiles, and whose depths swarmed with wide-mouthed alligators. Thus passed the murderer's time, dread meditations by day and appalling dreams by night. Once he thought of committing suicide, and thus avoiding the ignominy of the scaffold. He had no shame, but he dreaded hanging on account of the pain, whereof he had experienced the dread sensations in his dreams. Besides, death is not quite so terrible when inflicted by one's own hand, as it is when dealt by another. He was, however, closely watched, and the only way in which he could have killed himself was by dashing the back of his head violently against the stone wall. Then he reflected that he might not do this effectually, and so he abandoned the idea of self-destruction. On the last day of his life he attended the chapel. A condemned sermon was preached according to custom. The sacred fane was filled with elegantly dressed ladies, the wives, daughters, and friends of the city authorities. The clergyman enjoined the prisoner repentance, and concluded by assuring him that it was not even then too late to acknowledge his errors, and to save his soul. God would still forgive him. If God could thus forgive him, why could not man? Oh, wherefore did that preacher confine his observations to the mercy of the Almighty? Why did he not address a terrible lecture to bloodthirsty and avenging mortals? Of what use was the death of that sinner? Surely there is no moral example in a public execution? There is, says the legislature. We will see presently. Oh, why could not the life of that man, stained with crime and red with blood though it were, have been spared, and he himself allowed to live to see the horror of his ways, and learn to admire virtue? He might have been locked up for the remainder of his existence. Bars and bolts in English jails are very strong. There was enough air for him to be allowed to breathe it, and there was enough bread to have spared him a morsel at the expense of the state. We cannot give life. We have no right to take it away. On the Sunday afternoon, the murderer's children were taken to see him in the condemned cell. He had not asked for them, but the authorities considered it proper that they should take leave of him. The poor little innocents were dressed in the workhouse garb. The boy understood that his father was to be hanged on the following morning, and his grief was heart-rending. The little girl could not understand why her parent was in that gloomy place, nor what horrible fate awaited him. But she had an undefined and vague sense of peril and misfortune, and she cried also. The murderer kissed them, and told them to be good children. But he only thus conducted himself because he was ashamed to appear so unfeeling and brutal as he knew himself to be in the presence of the ordinary, the governor, the sheriffs, and the ladies who were admitted to have a glimpse of him in his dungeon. The morning of the second Monday after the sessions dawned. It was the one fixed by the sheriffs for the execution of William Boulter, the murderer. At 4 o'clock, on that fatal morning, the huge black stage containing the drop was wheeled out of a shed in the press yard and stationed opposite the debtor's door of Newgate. A carpenter and his assistant then hastily fitted up 2 perpendicular spars and 1 horizontal beam which formed the gibbet. There were already several hundreds of persons collected to witness these preliminary arrangements, and from that hour until 8 o'clock multitudes continued pouring in from every direction towards that spot, the focus of an all-absorbing interest. Man, that social, domestic, and intelligent animal, will leave his child crying in the cradle, his wife tossing upon a bed of pain and sickness, and his blind old parents to grope their way about in the dark in order to be present at an exhibition of a fellow creature's disgrace, agony, or death. And the law encourages this morbid taste in all countries termed civilized, whether it be opposite the debtor's door of Newgate, or around the guillotine erected at the Barrière Saint-Jacques of Paris, whether it be in the midst of ranks of soldiers, drawn up to witness the abominable infliction of the lash in the barracks of Charing Cross, or the buttons cut off a deserter's coat in the Place Vendôme, whether it be to see a malefactor broken on the wheel in the domination of the tyrant who is called Europe's Protestant sovereign, or to behold the military execution of a great general at Madrid, whether it be to hear an English judge in the 19th century unblushingly condemn a man to be hanged, drawn, and quartered, and his dissected corpse disposed of according to the will of our sovereign lady the Queen, or to witness some miserable peasant expire beneath the knout in the territories of the Tsar. But the law is vindictive, cowardly, mean, and ignorant. It is vindictive because its punishments are more severe than the offences, and because its officers descend to any dirtiness in order to obtain conviction. It is cowardly because it cuts off from the world with a rope or an axe those men whose dispositions it fears to undertake to curb. It is mean because it is all in favour of the wealthy, and reserves its thunders for the poor and obscure who have no powerful interest to protect them, and because itself originates nearly half the crimes which it punishes. And it is ignorant, because it erects a gibbet where it should rear the cross, because it makes no allowances for the cool, calculating individual who commits a crime, but takes into its consideration the case of a passionate man who assassinates his neighbour in a momentary and uncontrollable burst of rage, thus forgetting that the former is the more likely to be led by redaction to virtue, and that the latter is a demon subject to impulses which he can never subdue. From an early hour a glittering light was seen through the small grated window above the debtor's door, for the room to which that door belongs is now the kitchen. There was something sinister and ominous in that oscillating glare, breaking through the mists of the cold December morning, and playing upon the black spars of the gibbet, which stood high above the already dense but still increasing multitudes. Towards 8 o'clock the crowd had congregated to such an extent that it moved and undulated like a stormy ocean. And, oh, what characters were collected around that gibbet! Every hideous den, every revolting hole, every abode of vice, squalor, and low debauchery had vomited forth their horrible population. Women, with young children in their arms, pickpockets of all ages, swell mobsmen, prostitutes, thieves, and villains of all degrees and descriptions were gathered there on that fatal morning. And amidst that multitude prevailed mirth, and laughter, and gaiety, ribald language, obscene jokes, and filthy expressions were heard around, even to the very foot of the gallows. And even at that early hour intoxication was depicted upon the countenances of several whom the law had invited thither to derive an example from the tragedy about to be enacted. Example, indeed! Listen to those shouts of laughter. They emanate from a group collected round a pickpocket only 12 years old, who is giving an account of how he robbed an elderly lady on the preceding evening. But what are those moans, accompanied with horrible oaths and imprecations? 2 women fighting. They are tearing each other to pieces, and their husbands are backing them. In another direction, a simple-looking countryman suddenly discovers that his handkerchief and purse are gone. In a moment his hat is knocked over his eyes, and he himself is cuffed and kicked and pushed about in a most brutal manner. Near the scaffold the following conversation takes place. "I wonder what the man who is going to be hanged is doing at this moment. It's now 7:30. He's about receiving sacrament. Well, if I were he, I'd send the old parson to the devil, and pitch into the sheriff. Yes, so would I. For my part, I should like to live such a life as Jack Sheppard or Dick Turpin did, even if I did get hanged at the last. There is something noble and exciting in the existence of a highwayman. And then, at last, what admiration on the part of the crowd! What applause when he appears upon the drop! Yes, if this fellow Bolter had conducted himself with being a burglar, or had only murdered those who resisted him, I should have cheered him heartily. But to kill his wife, there's something cowardly in that, and so I shall hiss him. And so shall I. 7:45. Poor devil's minutes are barely well numbered. I wonder what he's about now. The pinioning will begin directly, I dare say. That must be the worst part. Oh no, not a bit of it. You may depend upon it that he is not half so miserable as we are inclined to think him. A man makes up his mind to die as well as to anything else. But what devil noise is that? Oh, some fool of a fellow singing patter song about a man hanging, and imitating all the convulsions of the poor wretch. My eyes, how the people do laugh. 8:05. They won't be long now. At this moment the bell of St. Sepulchre's church began to toll the funeral knell, that same bell whose ominous sound had fallen upon the ears of the wretched murderer where he lay concealed in the vault of the old house. The laughing, the joking, the singing, and the fighting now suddenly subsided, and every eye was turned towards the scaffold. The most breathless curiosity prevailed. Suddenly the entrance of the debtor's door was darkened by a human form. The executioner hastily ascended the steps, and appeared upon the scaffold. He was followed by the ordinary, in his black gown, walking with slow and measured pace along, and reading the funeral service, while the bell of St. Sepulchre continued its deep, solemn, and foreboding death note. The criminal came next. His elbows were bound to his sides, and his wrists fastened together with thin cord. He had on a decent suit of clothes, supplied by the generosity of Tom the cracksman, and on his head was a white nightcap. The moment he appeared upon the scaffold, a tremendous shout arose from the thousands and thousands of spectators assembled to witness his punishment. He cast a hurried and anxious glance around him. The large open space opposite the northern wing of Newgate seemed literally paved with human faces, which were continued down the Old Bailey and Giltspur Street as far as he could see. The houses facing the prison were crammed with life, roof and window. It seemed as if he were posted upon a rock in the midst of an ocean of people. 10,000 pair of eyes were concentrated on him. All was animation and interest, as if a grand national spectacle was about to take place. "Hats off!" was the universal cry. The multitudes were determined to lose nothing. The cheapness of an amusement augments the pleasure derived from it. We wonder that the government has never attempted to realize funds by charging a penny apiece for admission to behold the execution at Newgate. In such a country as England, where even religion is made a compulsory matter of taxation, the dues collected at executions would form a fund calculated to thrive bravely. While the executioner was occupied in fixing the halter around the convict's neck, the ordinary commenced that portion of the burial service which begins thus: "Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth, as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay." The executioner, having attached the rope, and drawn the nightcap over the criminal's face, disappeared from the scaffold, and went beneath the platform to draw the bolt that sustained the drop. In the midst of life, we are in death, of whom we may seek for succour. But of thee, O Lord, who— Here the drop fell. A dreadful convulsion appeared to pass through the murderer's frame, and for nearly a minute his hands moved nervously up and down. Perhaps, during those 50 seconds, the horrors of his dream were realized, and he felt the blood rushing with the fury of a torrent, and with the heat of molten lead up into his brain. Perhaps his eyes shot sparks of fire, and in his ears was a loud droning sound, like the moan of the ocean on a winter's night. But the convulsive movement of the hands soon ceased, and the murderer hung, a lifeless corpse. The crowd retained its post till 9 o'clock, when the body was cut down. Then did that vast assemblage of persons of both sexes and all ages begin to disperse. The public houses in the Old Bailey and the immediate neighbourhood drove a roaring trade throughout that day. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Phelps Gonzalez. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 37. The Lapse of 2 Years. Shakespeare said, "All the world is a stage." We say, "All the world is an omnibus." The young and old, the virtuous and wicked, the rich and the poor are invariably thrown and mixed up together, and yet their interests are always separate. Few stretch out a hand to help a ragged or decrepit man into a vehicle, and the well-dressed draw back and avert their heads as the impoverished wretch forces his way with difficulty past them up to the vacant seat in the farthest corner. The moment a well-dressed individual mounts the steps of the omnibus, every hand is thrust out to help him in, and the most convenient seat is instantaneously accorded to him. And then the world's omnibus hurries along, stopping occasionally at the gates of a churchyard to put down one of its passengers, and calling at some palace or some cottage indiscriminately to fill up the vacant seat. Away, away thunders the world's omnibus again, crushing the fairest flowers of the earth in its progress, and frequently choosing rough, dreary, and unfrequented roads in preference to paths inviting, even and pleasant. Sometimes by the caprice of the passengers, or by the despotic commands of the masters of the world's omnibus, the beggar and the rich man change garments and places, and then the former becomes the object of deference and respect, while the latter is treated with contempt and scorn. In the world's omnibus, might makes right, but cunning frequently secures a more soft and comfortable seat than either. If a dispute ensues, and the question at issue is referred to the conductor for arbitration, he glances at the personal appearance of the complainant and defendant, and decides in favor of him who wears the better coat. When stones or other implements obstruct the way of the world's omnibus, the poor and the ragged passengers are commanded to alight and clear them away, and yet when the vehicle stops for dinner at the inn by the wayside, the well-dressed and the affluent appropriate to themselves the luxuries, while those who cleared away the stones and who greased the wheels get only a sorry crust, and sometimes nothing at all. And then away the world's omnibus goes again, amidst noise, dust, and all variations of weather. In the inclement seasons, extra garments are given to the well-dressed and the rich, but none to the ragged and poor. On the contrary, their very rags and tatters are frequently taken from them to pay the prices of the hard crusts at the roadside inns. So goes the world's omnibus, and the moment the driver and conductor, who are its masters and owners, are deposited in their turn at the gates of some cemetery, their sons succeed them, whether competent or not, whether infants in swaddling clothes, or old men in their dotage. And few, very few of those drivers know how to hold the reins. And thus it is that the world's omnibus is frequently hurried at a thundering rate over broken ground, even unto the very verge of some precipice, down which it would be inevitably dashed, did not some bold, intrepid passenger emerge from his obscurity in the corner, rush upon the box, hurl the incompetent driver from his seat, and assume the reins in his stead. But mark the strange opinions of those who journey in the world's omnibus. The passengers, instead of being grateful to him who has thus rescued them from ruin, pronounce him the usurper of a seat to which he has no hereditary claim, and never rest till they have succeeded in displacing him and restoring the incompetent driver to his function. So goes the world's omnibus. None of the passengers are ever contented with their seats, even though they may have originally chosen those seats for themselves. This circumstance leads to 1,000 quarrels and mean artifices, and constant shiftings of positions take place. One passenger envies the seat of another, and when he has succeeded in working his way into it, he finds to his surprise that it is not so agreeable as he imagines, and he either wishes to get back to his old one, or to shove himself into another. The passengers in the world's omnibus are divided into different sects and parties, each party professing certain opinions for the authority of which they have no better plea than the wisdom of their forefathers. Thus one party hates and abhors another, and each confidently imagines itself to be in the right, and all other parties to be in the wrong. And for those differences of opinion the most sanguinary broils ensue, and friendship, honor, virtue, and integrity are all forgotten as the invictive contention. But the world's omnibus rolls along all the same, and the driver and conductor laugh at the contests among the passengers, which they themselves have probably encouraged, and which somehow or another always turn to their individual benefit in the long run. So goes the world's omnibus, so it has always hurried onwards, and in like manner will it ever go. Oh, say not that time has a leaden wing while it accompanies the world's omnibus on its way. 2 years elapsed from the date of the Old Bailey trials described in preceding chapters. It was now the beginning of December 1837. The morning was dry, fine, and bright. The ground was as hard as asphalt, and the air was pure cold and frosty. From an early hour a stout elderly man, well wrapped up in a large greatcoat, and with a worsted comforter coming up to his very nose, which was of a purple colour with the cold, was seen walking up and down the front of the Giltspur Street compter, apparently dividing his attention between the prison entrance and the clock of St. Sepulchre's Church. At 9:45 on that same morning, a private carriage without armorial bearings upon the panels, and attended by 2 domestics whose splendid liveries were concealed beneath drab great-coats, drove up to the door of the house inhabited by the governor of Newgate. Inside that carriage was seated a lady, wrapped up in the most costly furs, and with a countenance whose beauty were enhanced by the smile of pleasure and satisfaction which illuminated it. Previously, as the clock of St. Sepulchre's Church struck 10, the doors of the Compter and Newgate opened simultaneously and with a similar object. From the Compter issued Richard Markham. The portal of Newgate gave freedom to Eliza Sidney. They were both restored to liberty upon the same day, the terms of their imprisonment dating from the commencement of sessions during which they were tried. The moment Richard set foot in the street, he was caught in the arms of the faithful Whittingham, who welcomed him with a kind of paternal affection, and whimpered over him like a child. Eliza Sidney entered the carriage awaiting her at the door of Newgate, and was clasped to the bosom of Mrs. Arlington. The vehicle immediately drove rapidly away in a north-easterly direction. "Mr. Munro is waiting for you at your own house at Halloway," said Whittingham to his young master, when the first ebullition of joy was over. "He has been ailing lately, and he thought that this happy and fortuitous event would be too much for his nerves." "Let us make haste home, my excellent friend," observed Markham. "I am dying to behold once more the haunts of my childhood." Whittingham summoned a cab, and he and his young master were soon rolling along the road which led to home. 2 years' imprisonment had produced a great effect upon Richard Markham. The intellectual cast and faultless beauty of his countenance still remained, but the joyous expression, natural to youth, had fled for ever, and in its place was a settled melancholy which proclaimed an early and intimate acquaintance with misfortune. His spirit was broken, but his principles were not undermined. His heart was lacerated to its very core, but his integrity remained intact. Even though the gate of his prison had closed behind him, he could not shake off the idea that his very countenance proclaimed him to be a freed convict. At length the cab reached Markham Place. Richard glanced with a momentary gleam of satisfaction upon his pale countenance toward the hill on which stood the 2 trees, the rallying point for the brothers who had separated more than 6 years back beneath the foliage. Tears started to his eyes, and the ray of sunshine upon his brow gave place to a cloud of deep and sombre melancholy. He thought of what he was when he bade adieu to his brother at that period, and what he was at the present moment. Then all was blooming and encouraging in his path, and now he felt as if the mark of Cain was upon him. He alighted from the vehicle and entered the library, where Mr. Munro awaited him. He and his guardian were at length alone together. But how altered was Munro since Richard had last seen him! His form was bowed down, his countenance was haggard, his eyes were sunken, and his brow was covered with wrinkles. He glanced furtively and anxiously around him the instant the young man entered the room, and instead of hastening forward to welcome him, he sank upon a chair, covering his face with his hands. The tears trickled through his fingers, and his breast was convulsed with deep sobs. "In the name of heaven, what ails you, sir?" demanded Richard. "My boy, you've come back at last!" exclaimed the old gentleman, scarcely able to articulate a wind through the bitterness of his grief. "And the much-dreaded day has at length arrived." "Much-dreaded day?" repeated Markham, in unfeigned astonishment. "I should have thought, sir," he added coldly, "that you, who professed yourself so convinced of my innocence, would have received me with a smile of welcome." "My dear, dear boy," gasped the old man, "God knows I am rejoiced to hail your freedom, and that same Almighty Power can also attest to my sincere conviction of your innocence. Believe me, I would go through fire and water to serve you. I would lay down my life, miserable and valueless as it is, to benefit you. But, oh, I cannot support your presence." And the old gentleman seemed absolutely convulsed with agony as he spoke. "I presume," said Richard, leaning over him, so as to be able to whisper in his ear, although there was no one else at hand to listen, "I presume that you scorn the man who has been convicted of a felony? It is natural, sir, it is natural. But such a demonstration of aversion is not the less calculated to wound one who never injured you." No, no, Richard, you never injured me, and that makes me feel all the more acutely now. But hear me, I take God to witness that I love you as my own son, and that I am above such unnatural conduct as that which you would impute to me." "My God!" cried Markham impatiently, "what does all this mean? Are you ill? Has anything unpleasant occurred? If so, we will postpone all discussion upon my affairs until a period more agreeable to yourself." As Markham uttered these words, he gently disengaged the old man's hands from his countenance, and pressed them into his own. He was then for the first time struck by the altered and careworn features of his guardian, and without thinking of the effect his words might produce, he exclaimed, "My dear sir, you have evidently been very, very ill." "Ill!" cried the old man bitterly. "When the mind suffers, the body is sympathetically affected, and this has been my case. If you have suffered much, Richard, during the last 2 years, so have I, and we have both only the same consolation, your innocence." "You speak in enigmas," ejaculated Markham. "What can you have to do with innocence or guilt, you who never wronged a human being?" So strange came the expression of the old man's countenance, as Richard uttered those words, that the young man was perfectly astonished, and almost horrified, and undefined alarms floated through his brain. He was in a painful state of suspense, and yet he was afraid to ask a question. "Richard!" suddenly exclaimed the old man, now looking our hero fixedly, arid, fearlessly in the face, "I have a terrible communication to make to you." "A terrible communication?" repeated Markham. "Is it in respect to my brother? If so, do not keep me in suspense. Let me know the worst at once. I can bear anything but suspense." "I have never heard from nor of your brother," answered Mr. Munro, "and cannot say whether he is dead or living." "Thank God, you have nothing terrible to communication relative to him," exclaimed Markham, for he always had and still entertained a presentiment that the appointment on the hill beneath the 2 trees would be punctually kept, and this hope had cheered him during his horrible imprisonment. "But I will not keep you in suspense, Richard," said the old man. "It is better for me to unburden my mind at once. You are ruined." "Ruined!" said Markham, starting as that dread word fell upon his ears, for the word ruined does not express one evil, like other words such as sickness, poverty, imprisonment, but it comprises and expresses an awful catalogue of all the miseries which can be supposed to affect humanity. "Ruined!" he cried. Then, catching at a straw, he added, "Ay, ruined in reputation, doubtless, but rich in the possessions of which this world principally esteems. My property was all vested in you by my deceased father. I was not of age when I was condemned, and consequently the law could not touch my fortune when it filched from me my good name." "Ruined, ruined in property and all," returned Mr. Munro solemnly. "Unfortunate speculations on my part, but in your interest, have consumed the vast property entrusted to me by your father." Markham fell into an armchair, and for a moment he thought that every fibre in his heart would break. A terrible load oppressed his chest and his brain. He was the victim of deep despair. As one looks forth into the darkness of midnight, and sees it dense and motionless, so did he now survey his own prospects. The single consolation which, besides the hope of again meeting his brother, the real, the present, the tangible consolation, as it might be called, which would have enabled him to forget a portion of his sufferings and his wrongs, this was now gone. And, a beggar upon the face of the earth, he found that he had not even the advantage of a good name to help him onwards in his career. Hope was quenched within him. A long pause ensued. At its expiration Markham suddenly rose from the armchair, approached his guardian, and said in a low and hollow voice, "Tell me how all this has happened. Let me know the circumstances which led to this calamity." "They were brief," said Munro, "and will convince you that I am more to be pitied than blame. Long previous to your unfortunate trial, I commenced a series of speculations with my own property, all of which turned out unhappily. The year 1832 was a fatal one to many old established houses, and mine was menaced with absolute ruin. In an evil hour I listened to the advice of a Mr. Allen, a merchant who had been reduced by great losses in America trading, and by his counsel. I employed a small portion of your property with the view of recovering my own and augmenting your wealth at the same time. Allen acted as my agent in these new speculations. At first we were eminently successful. I speedily released myself from difficulty and doubled the sum that I had borrowed from your fortune. At the beginning of 1836 Mr. Allen heard of a gentleman who required a loan of a considerable sum of money to work a patent which was represented to be a perfect mine of gold. Mr. Allen and I consulted upon the eligibility of embarking money in this enterprise. In a word, we were dazzled by the immense advantages to be derived from the speculation. At that time, it was shortly after your trial and sentence, Richard. I was ill and confined to my bed. Mr. Allen therefore managed this for me, and it is an extraordinary fact that I have never once seen the individual whom I lent an enormous sum of money. For I did advance the sum required by that person, and I drew largely upon your fortune to procure it. Oh, Richard, had the speculation succeeded, I should have been a wealthy man once more, and your property would have been more than doubled. But alas, this individual to whom I advanced that immense amount, and whose securities I had fancied unexceptionable, defrauded me in the most barefaced manner. And yet the law could not touch him, for he had contrived to associate Allen's name with his own as a partner in the enterprise. Rendered desperate by this appalling loss, I embarked in the most extravagant speculations with the remainder of your money. The infatuation of the gambler seized upon me, and I never stopped until the result was ruin, total ruin to me and comparatively ruin to you. Comparative ruin, only comparative ruin, ejaculated Markham, his countenance suddenly brightening up at these words. Is there anything left of the wrecks of my property? Is there anything available still remaining? Speak, if you answer me in the affirmative, if you announce the existence of never so small a pittance, I will yet forgive you all. This house and the small estate attached to it are left, answered the old man, and totally unencumbered. I neither could nor would touch your paternal possessions. Markham felt indescribable relief from this statement, and he wrung his guardian's hand with the same gratitude which he would have shown had he that day received his inheritance entire. "Thank God, I am not totally ruined," cried Markham. "I can at least bury myself in this retreat. I can daily ascend that hill where the memorials of fraternal affection stand, and I can there hope for the return of my brother. My dear sir, what has been done cannot be recalled. Reproaches, even were I inclined to offer any, would be useless, and regrets would be equally unavailing. This estate will produce me a small income, but enough for my wants. £200 a year are certainly a beggar's pittance when compared with the inheritance which my father left me, but I am still grateful that even the means of subsistence are left. And you, Mr. Munro, upon what are you subsisting?" "I still attend to the wrecks of my affairs," replied the old man, "and then I have my daughter Ellen, who earns a little with her needle. You shall come and take up your abode with me, you and your daughter, and share my income," interrupted the generous young man, who saw not before him an individual that had deprived him of a large fortune, but an old man bent down by the weight of numerous and deep afflictions. Munro wept at this noble conduct on the part of his ward, and strenuously refused to accept the proffered kindness and hospitality. Markham urged, begged, and entreated, but the old man would not accede to his wish. "You have not told me what became of your friend, Mr. Allen," said Richard after a pause. "He was an honourable and upright man," was the reply, "and the ruin which he had been the means of entailing, though innocently, upon me, broke his heart. He died 3 months ago." "And what became of the infamous cheat whose schemes have thus killed one person and ruined 2 others?" "I know not," answered Mr. Munro. "I never saw him myself, nor did he even know that there was such a person as myself connected with the loan which he received. Certain commercial reasons, too long to be explained now, made me put forward Allen as the person who advanced the money. and conducted the entire business as a principal and not as an agent. Thus no communication ever took place between me and this George Montague." "George Montague!" ejaculated Richard. "Yes, he was the villain who has plundered us." "George Montague again!" murmured Richard, as he paced the room with hurried and uneven steps. "Why is it that this name should constantly obtrude itself upon my notice? Wherefore should I be perpetually condemned to hear it uttered, and always coupled with epithets of abhorrence and reproach? And why should I be amongst the number of that miscreant's victims? Strange combination of circumstances." "Are you acquainted with this Montague?" demanded his guardian. "The name seems to produce a singular effect upon you." "I am not acquainted with him. Like you, I have never seen him," said Markham. "But I have heard much concerning him, and all that I have heard is evil. Surely justice will some day overtake a miscreant who is constantly preying upon society, and who enriches himself at the expense of his fellow creatures' happiness." Some time longer was devoted to conversation upon topics of interest to Markham and his guardian, and when the former had partly succeeded in tranquilizing the mind of the latter, the old man was suffered to take his departure. End of Chapter 37. Recording by Lisa Phelps Gonzalez, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Chapter 38 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lisa Phelps Gonzalez. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 38. The Visit. We propose to follow the history of Richard Markham a little farther, ere we return to Eliza Sydney, whose adventures, after her release from Newgate, will, it is believed, excite the liveliest interest in the minds of the readers. As soon as Mr. Munro had taken his departure, Richard made Whittingham acquainted with his altered prospects, and they two together settled certain economical alterations in the establishment at the place which were calculated to meet the delimited means of its master, who, it will be remembered, was now of age, and, consequently, invested with the control of the little property that the villainy of George Montague had left him. Markham then proceeded, attended by Whittingham, to visit the various apartments of the old mansion from which he had been so long absent, and which recalled to his mind reminiscences that circumstances had made painful. In one apartment he had been wont to sit with his revered father of an evening, and survey the adjacent scenery and the mighty city from the windows. In another he had pursued his studies with the dearly loved brother whom he had lost. Whichever way he turned, visions calculated to oppress his mind rose before him. He felt like a criminal who had disgraced an honourable name, and even the very pictures of his ancestors appeared to frown upon him from their antique dust-covered frames. But when he entered the room where the spirit of his father had taken its leave of this world, his emotions almost overpowered him. He wept aloud, and even the old butler did not now endeavour to comfort him. He had returned, branded with shame, to a house where he had received an existence that was full of hope and honour. He had come back to a dwelling in the rooms of which were hung the portraits of many great and good men who were his ancestors, but amongst whom his own likeness could never take a place, for fear that some visitor to that mansion should write the words "freed convict" upon the frame. For though conscience reproached him not for guilt, the world would not believe his innocence. That night he could not sleep, and he hailed the dawn of morning as a shipwrecked mariner upon the raft beholds the signal of assistance in the horizon. He rose and hastened to the hill, where he seated himself upon the bench between the two trees. There he gave free vent to his tears, and he was relieved. Suddenly his eyes caught sight of letters carved upon the bark of his brother's tree. He looked closer, and to his indescribable joy he beheld these characters rudely but deeply cut on the tree: Eugene, December 25th, 1836. "Thank God, my brother lives!" exclaimed Richard, clasping his hands together. This is an intimation of his remembrance of me. But oh, why did he desert me in my need? Wherefore came he not to see me in my prison? Alas, years must yet elapse ere I clasp him to my heart. Let me not repine, let me not reproach him without hearing his justification. He has revisited the hill, and he chose a sacred day for which he no doubt deemed a sacred duty. It was on the anniversary of the nativity of the Saviour that he came back to the scenes of his youth. O Eugene, I thank thee for this. It is an assurance that the appointment on the 10th of July, 1843, will be punctually kept. From the moment when his eyes rested upon the memorial of his lost brother carved upon the bark of the tree, Richard's mind became composed, and indeed comparatively happy. His habits, however, grew more and more secluded and reserved, and he seldom ventured into that mighty Babylon whose snares had proved so fatal to his happiness. One day, it was about the middle of March, 1838, Richard was surprised by the arrival of a phaeton and a pair at his abode, and he eagerly watched from the window to ascertain who could have thought of paying him a visit. In a few minutes he was delighted to see Mr. Armstrong, the political martyr with whom he had been acquainted in Newgate, alight from the vehicle. Richard hastened to welcome him with the most unfeigned sincerity. "You see I have found you out, my dear young friend," said Armstrong. "I miscalculated the date of your release from that abominable hole, and a few weeks ago was waiting for hours one day in Giltspur Street to welcome you to freedom. At length I did what I ought to have done at first. That is, inquired of the turnkeys whether you were to be released that day or not, and behold, I found that the bird had flown." "I should have written to you," said Richard, "for you were kind enough to give me your address, but really my mind has been so bent upon solitude—" "From which solitude," interrupted Armstrong, smiling, "I am come to drag you away. Will you allow me to dispose of the next 10 days for you?" "How do you mean, my good friend?" inquired Markham. "I mean that you shall pass that time with me at the house of a friend at Richmond. Solitude and seclusion will never wean you from contemplation of your past sorrows." "But you know that I cannot go into society again," said Richard. "This is absurd, Markham. I will hear no apologies, and you must and shall place yourself at my disposal," returned the old gentleman in a kind and yet positive manner. "But to whom do you wish to introduce me?" inquired Markham. "To an Italian immigrant who has only arrived in this country with his family, but the honour of whose friendship I have enjoyed for many, many years. I must tell you that I have travelled much, and that Italy has always been a country which has excited my warmest sympathy. It was at Montoni, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala, that I first met Count Alteroni, and his extremely liberal political opinions, which completely coincide with my own, were the foundation of a staunch friendship between us. 10 years ago he was compelled to fly from his native land when he sought refuge in England. His only child, a beautiful girl of the name of Isabella, thus obtained an English education and speaks the language with fluency. 2 years ago he was allowed to return to Castelcicala, but a few months back fresh political events in that state forced him once more to become an exile. He arrived in England a month ago, and has taken a small but commodious and picturesque residence at Richmond. His means are ample, but not vast, and he therefore lives in comparative seclusion. Other reasons, moreover, inducing him to avoid the pomp and ostentation which noblemen of his rank usually maintain. Thus, in addressing him, you must drop the formality of my lord, and remember also that his daughter chooses to be called simply Miss Isabella, or the Signora Isabella. And how can I venture to present myself to this nobleman of high rank and his wife and daughter, knowing that but a few weeks ago I was liberated from a jail?" demanded Richard, somewhat bitterly. "The Count has not heard of your misfortune, and is not likely to do so," answered Armstrong. "He pressed me yesterday to pass a few days with him, and I happened to mention that I was about to visit a young friend, meaning yourself, in whom I felt a deep interest. I then gave him such an account of you that he expressed a desire to form your acquaintance. Thus you perceive that I am taking no unwarranted liberty in introducing you to his house. As for the danger which you incur of your history being known, that cannot be avoided,
and it is a point which you may as well risk now as upon any future occasion. A man of the world must always be prepared for reverses of this kind, and I think that I am not mistaken in you, Markham, when I express my opinion that you would know how to vindicate your character and assert your innocence in a manner which would disarm resentment and conquer prejudice. At least assume as cheerful an appearance as possible, and believe me, you will find yourself right welcome at the dwelling of Count Alteroni." Reassured by marks of this nature, and warmed by the generous friendship displayed toward him by the Republican writer, Markham's countenance again wore a smile, and he felt more at ease than he had done ever since his misfortune. At the presence of one who took an interest in his welfare, the prospect of enjoying pleasant society, and the idea of change of scene, combined to elevate his spirits and create new hopes in his breast. He began to think that he was not altogether the solitary, deserted, and sorrow-doomed being he had so lately considered himself. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the phaeton, in which rode Markham and his friend the Republican, entered a spacious shrubbery, through which a wide avenue led to the front door of a very beautiful country residence near Richmond. The dwelling was not large, but its external appearance seemed to bear ample testimony to its interior comfort. A domestic in a plain and unpretending livery appeared at the door the moment the phaeton stopped, and the Count himself met his visitors in the hall to welcome their arrival. The nobleman shook hands with Armstrong in the most cordial manner, and when Richard was introduced to him, he received him with the courtesy and warm affability which showed how much any friend of Armstrong's was valued by the Italian exile. The guests were ushered into the drawing-room, where the Countess and her daughter and 2 gentlemen, who were also visitors, were seated. But while we allow Richard time to get acquainted with the family of the Italian noble, we must give the reader a brief description of the new characters now introduced upon the stage. Count Alteroni was about 40 years of age. His hair and whiskers, originally of a deep black, were tinged prematurely grey, but his mustachios were of the darkest jet. His complexion was of a clear olive. In figure he was tall, well-formed, and muscular, though slight. His countenance was expressive of great dignity, one would almost say of conscious superiority, but his softness of aspect and the nobility of demeanour which distinguished him failed to produce any unpleasant impression, inasmuch as every one who approached the Count was charmed with the affability of his manners and the condescending kindness of his tone. The Countess was about 2 years younger than her husband, and was of a complexion and cast of countenance which denoted her northern origin. In fact, she was a German lady of high birth, but she spoke Italian, French, and English with as much facility as her own tongue. But what of Isabella? To say that she was beautiful were to say nothing. Her aspect was resplendent with all those graces which innocence lavishly diffuses over the lineaments of loveliness. She was 16 years old, and her dark black eyes were animated with all the fire of that impassioned age, when even the most rugged paths of life seem adorned and strewed with flowers. Her mouth was small, but her lips were full and pouting, and revealed when she smiled a set of beautifully white and even teeth. Her hair was dark as the raven's wing, and was invariably arranged in the most natural and simple manner. Her brows were exquisitely penciled, and as her large black eyes were the mirror of her pure and guileless soul, when she glanced downward, and those expressive orbs were concealed by their long black fringes, it seemed as if she were drawing a veil over her thoughts. Her complexion was that of a brunette, but the pure red blood shone in her vermilion lips and her rose-tinted nostrils, and mantled by her pure brow with the crimson hue which any passion was excited. Her sylph-like figure was modelled with the most perfect symmetry. Her waist was so delicate, and her hands and feet so small, that it was easy to perceive she came of a patrician blood, and the swell of her bosom gave a proper roundness to her form, without expanding into proportions that might be termed voluptuous. In manners, disposition, and accomplishments, Isabella was equally calculated to charm all her acquaintances. Having finished her education in England, she had united all the solid morality of English manners with the sprightliness and vivacity of her native clime, and as she was without levity and frivolity, she was also entirely free from any insipid and ridiculous affectations. She was alertness itself. Her manners commanded universal respect, and her bearing alone repressed the impertinence of the libertine's gaze. With a disposition naturally lively, she was still attached to serious pursuits, and her mind was well stored with all useful information and embellished with every feminine accomplishment. The two gentlemen who were present in the drawing-room when Armstrong and Richard arrived were two young beaux, members of the aristocracy, and this was their only recommendation. It was not, however, on this account that they had obtained a footing in the Count's abode, but because they were nearly related to a deceased English general who had taken part with the Italians against the French during the career of Napoleon, and had been of essential service to the family to which the Count belonged. With regard to their exterior, suffice it to say, they were dressed in the extreme of fashion. One was very effeminate in appearance, having neither whiskers nor the slightest appearance of a beard, and the other was rather good-looking, sporting an insipid mustachio, and wore an undress military uniform. The effeminate young gentleman was introduced to Armstrong and Markham by the name of Sir Cherry Bounce, and the mustachioed one as the Honourable Smilax Draper, a captain, at the age of 20, in His Majesty's regiment of hussars. During the hour which intervened between the arrival of the new guests and the announcement of dinner, a conversation ensued which will serve to throw some light upon the characters of those inmates of the hospitable abode whom we have as yet only partially introduced to our readers. "You reside in a very pleasant and healthy part of London, Mr. Markham," said the Count. "I am well acquainted with the situation of your mansion and grounds, from the description which my friend Armstrong has given me. The house stands close by a hill, on the summit of which there are 2 trees. "Ah, indeed!" ejaculated Sir Cherry Bounce. "The other day I rode by there for the first time in my life, and I remember the house is very beautifully situated in the neighbourhood of the hill described by the Count, and with 2 ash trees on the top." "That is my house," said Richard, "but it is antiquated, gloomy-looking pile, but—" "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. It is the sweetest little place I ever saw. I never saw it but that time, and I was struck with the really remarkable appearance of the hill and the trees." "Those trees were planted many years ago by my brother and myself," said Markham, a deep shade of melancholy suddenly overclouding his countenance, "and they yet remain there as the trysting-mark for a strange appointment." "Indeed," said the Count, and as Richard saw that Isabella was also interested in his observations, he determined to gratify the sentiment of curiosity which he had excited. "It's nearly 7 years since that event took place. My elder brother disputed with my father, and determined to leave home and choose some career for himself which he hoped might lead to fortune. He and I parted upon that hill, beneath those trees, with the understanding that in 12 years we were to meet again upon that same spot, and then compare our respective fortunes and worldly possessions. On the 10th of July, 1848, that appointment is to be kept." "And during the 7 years which have already elapsed, have you received no tidings of your brother?" inquired Isabella. "None direct," answered Markham. "All that I know is that on Christmas Day, 1836, he was alive, for he went to the hill, while I was absent from home, and carved his name upon the tree that he himself planted." "Strike me stupid if that isn't the most romantic thing I ever heard of!" exclaimed Captain Draper, caressing his mustachio. "You ought to write a copy of that upon the remarkable incident in Miss Isabella's album," observed Sir Cherry Bounce. "So I would, strike me, if I was half such a good poet as you, Cherry," returned the captain. "You wrote them very pretty poetry the other day upon the great sea-serpent, Simlax," said the effeminate baronet, "and I don't know why you shouldn't do the same by the 2 ash sweet." "Yes, but strike me ugly, Miss Isabella would not let me insert them in her album," observed the captain. "That was very unkind." "Bella says that you undertook to finish a butterfly and spoil it," exclaimed the Count, laughing. "And now it seems for the word like an enormous frog," said Sir Cherry. "Now really, Bounce, that is too bad," drawled the captain, playing with his mustachio. I appealed to the Signora herself whether the butterfly was so very, very bad. Considering it to be your first attempt, said the young lady, it was not so very much amiss, and I must say that I preferred the butterfly to the lines upon the sea serpent. Well, may I perish, cried the hussar, if I think the lines were so bad, but we will refer them to Mr. Markham. Not that I dispute Miss Isabella's judgment. I'd rather have my mustachios singed than do that. But the verfith, cried Sir Cherry. I am afraid that my talent does not justify such a reference to it, said Markham, and I should rather imagine that Miss Isabella's decision will admit of no appeal. My dear sir, we will have your opinion. The verses were composed in a her way, and they may not be quite, though excellent and faultless as they might be. I only devoted half an hour to them, strike me if I did. Let's see, how do they begin? Continued the effeminate young baronet of 19. Oh, I remember. The opening is simple, but expressive. Through the sea the serpent rolls, moving ever twixt the poles, frightening herewith path and souls, in his progress rapid, swallowing up the mighty serpent by the suction of his lips, onward till the monster twips. Like, well, strike me, interrupted the captain, if ever I heard poetry spouted like that before. Please listen to me, Mr. Markham. This is the way the poem opens. Through the sea the serpent rolls, moving ever twixt the poles, frightening herrings, sprats, and soles, in his progress rapid, swallowing up the mighty ships by the motion of his lips, onward like the monster trips. Like, no, that isn't the way, cried Sir Cherry. Well, strike me if I'll say another word more, then, returned the captain of hussars, apparently very much inclined to cry. I'm sure Miss Isabella was wrong not to have inserted these verses in her album, said Armstrong with a smile of good-natured satire. But I know that my young friend Mr. Markham has a more refined taste with regard to poetry than he chose just now to admit. Indeed, said the beautiful Isabella, I should be delighted to hear Mr. Markham's sentiments upon the subject of poetry, for I confess that I myself entertain very singular notions in that respect. It is difficult to afford a minute definition of what poetry is, for, like the unearthly visitants which the fears of superstition have occasionally summoned to the world, poetry fascinates the senses, but eludes the grasp of the beholder, and stands before him visible, powerful, and yet impalpable. I concur with your views, Miss Isabella, said Markham, delighted to hear, amidst the frivolity of the conversation, remarks which exhibited sound sense and judgment. It is impossible to set forth in any array of words the subtlety and peculiarity of poetry, which soars above the powers of language and defies the reach of description. Yes, said Isabella, the painter cannot place the rainbow or the glittering dewdrop upon his canvas. The sculptor cannot invest his image with a soul, and it seems equally difficult to define poetry. We know of what we are speaking when we allude to it, but there are no definitions which give us views of it sufficiently comprehensive. Well, strike me if I didn't think that everything with rhymes or in lines of certain length is poetry, observed the captain of hussars. My daughter can explain the mystery to you, said the countess, surveying Isabella with pride and maternal enthusiasm. Isabella blushed deeply. She feared that she had intruded her remarks upon the company, and dreaded to be considered vain or anxious for display. Markham immediately perceived the nature of her thoughts, and skilfully turned the conversation to the poetry of her native land, and thence to the leading characteristics and features of Italian life. Dinner was at length announced, and Richard had the felicity of conducting the lovely daughter of the Count to the dining-room, and of occupying a seat by her side during the banquet. End of chapter 38. Recording by Lisa Phelps Gonzalez, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Chapter 39 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 39. The Dream. 3 weeks passed away in a most agreeable manner, and Richard frequently expressed his gratitude to Armstrong for the pleasure he had procured him by this visit. The more he saw of Count Alteroni's daughter, the more he was compelled to admire her personal and mental qualifications, but he felt somewhat annoyed when he discovered that Captain Smilax Dapper was paying his addresses to her, for he was interested in so charming a young lady, and would have regretted to see her throw herself away on such a coxcomb. He did not, however, find that Isabella gave the captain any encouragement. On the contrary, he had frequently seen an erratic smile of contempt upon her lips when the military aspirant to her hand uttered an absurdity, or indulged in an air of affectation. By the constant and unvaried respect, and the absence of all familiarity on the part of Dapper towards the lovely Italian, Markham also argued that he had not as yet declared his sentiments, because had he been a favoured suitor, the truth would have betrayed itself in some trifling manner or another. Moreover, as Isabella conducted herself in only just the same friendly way towards Captain Dapper as she manifested towards her father's other guests, Richard saw no reason to believe that his passion was reciprocal. Markham was thrown much in the Signora's society during his visit at her father's house. He soon perceived that she preferred a conversation upon edifying and intellectual subjects to the frivolous chit-chat of Sir Cherry Bounce and Captain Dapper, and he frequently found himself carrying on a lengthened discourse upon music, poetry, painting, and Italian literature, while the others were amusing themselves in the billiard or smoking rooms. But Isabel was no blue stocking. She was full of vivacity and life, and her conversation was sprightly and agreeable, even when turning upon those serious subjects. In a few days after Richard's arrival, it was always he who turned the leaves of Isabella's music book, because Captain Dapper didn't know when. She always took his arm when they walked round the shrubbery and garden after breakfast, because Captain Dapper was constantly leaving her to play Sir Cherry some trick. And somehow or another, at meal times, Richard and Isabella were invariably seated next to each other. Such was the state of things at the expiration of 3 weeks, to which extent, although contrary to the original proposal of Armstrong, the visit had already extended, and Captain Smilax Dapper more than once fancied that he saw a rival in Richard Markham. At length he determined to communicate his suspicions to his friend Sir Cherry Bounce, a resolution which he carried into effect in the following manner. "Cherry, my dear fellow," said he, one morning, taking the effeminate young baronet with him into the garden, up the gravel walks of which he walked in a very excited state, "Cherry, my dear fellow, I have something upon my mind strike me, and I wish to unburden myself to you." "Do you, Smilax? What can possibly be the matter?" demanded the youth, turning very pale. "Is it very terrible? Because if it is, I had better call the Count, and he will bring the blunderbuss." "Strike me an idiot, Cherry, if you ain't a fool with your counts and blunderbusses. Now listen to me. I love Isabella, and have been doing the agreeable to her." "On my soul, I could never see it." "I dare say not. Strike me if I didn't keep it so precious snug and quiet. However, I love the girl, and curse me if I don't have her too, that's more. She shall be Mrs. Smilax Dapper as sure as she is born, and I hope the mother of a whole regiment of little Smilaxes. And then, Cherry, you shall stay a month or 6 weeks with us at a time, and fondle the little ones on your knees. You shall, and everything will go on comfortable and smooth." "Oh, very smooth!" cried Sir Cherry Bounce, making a slight grimace at the pleasing prospect of fondling the little Dappers upon his knees. "And I suppose I am not presumptuous in aspiring to the hand of Isabella. My father is a peer, and my uncle is a peer, and I have 3,000 a year of my own, beside expectations. Strike me if I'm a man to be sneezed at." "Who thinks of sneezing at you?" "I don't know exactly. And then I am not such a very bad-looking fellow either." "You are not ugly, Cherry, you are not, that is, not particularly ugly, although you have got pink eyes and white lashes and a pug nose. But I'm more athletic, strike me." "I'm sure I don't dispute what you say." "Well, then, acknowledging all this, proceeded the captain. "How should I treat a fellow who endeavours to cut me out?" "Challenge him to a fight with sword and pistol," answered Sir Cherry. "But who is he?" "That upstart fellow Markham, who was brought here by that odious republican, seditious, disloyal scoundrel Armstrong, and who talks all day about poetry and music, and God knows what. However, I can't say I admire that plan of yours," continued the hussar. "Swords and pistols, you know, are so very dangerous, and what else?" "Why, you're a fool, Cherry. I thought you would have hit upon some plan to enable me to secure the prize." "Well, then, supposing we carry the girl off to Rochester, for instance?" "Deuce take Rochester." "My regiment is quartered at Chatham." "Well, to Canterbury, then." "Yes, that will do. Strike me blind if it won't," ejaculated the captain. "But if I could only get rid of this Markham somehow or another, I should prefer it. The fellow—" Captain Smilac's dapper stopped short, for at that moment, as he and his companion were turning the angle of a summer house, they ran against Richard Markham. "It wasn't me who spoke," ejaculated Sir Cherry Bounce, and having uttered these words, he very fairly took to his heels, leaving his friend the captain to settle matters as beat he might. "Who was taking a most unwarrantable liberty with my name?" demanded Richard, walking straight up to Captain Smilac's dapper. "I certainly made an observation," answered the captain, turning mighty pale, "and I do not hesitate to say, sir—" "What, sir?" "Why, sir, that I feel, sir, that—" "Strike me, sir." "Yes, sir, I shall strike you," very coolly answered Markham, "and that will teach you not to speak lightly of one who is a comparative stranger to you on another occasion." As he uttered these words, he seized the captain by the collar, and gave him a couple of boxes on the ears. Dapper endeavoured to pluck up a spirit and resist, but the ceremony was performed before he could release himself from his assailant's clutches, and he then returned to the house, muttering threats of vengeance. That same afternoon Markham took leave of his new friends. On his return home he found his dwelling more lonely and cheerless than ever. He found that he was isolated in the world, and his heart seemed to be pierced with a red-hot iron when the remembrance of all his wrongs returned to his imagination. Oh, if he would but study the alphabet of fate, and remember that each leaf which falls, each flower that dies, is but the emblem of man's kindred doom, how much of the coldness, the selfishness, the viciousness of life would be swept away, and earth would be but a proof-sheet of heaven's fairer volume, with errors and imperfections, it is true, but still susceptible to correction and amendment, ere its pages be unfolded before the high chancery of heaven. Spring now asserted its tranquil reign once more, and May strewed the earth with flowers, and covered the trees with foliage. One evening Richard sat in his library reading until a very late hour. Night came, and found him at his studies, and the morning dawned ere he thought of retiring to slumber. He hastened to his bedroom door with the intention of seeking his couch, but he felt no inclination to sleep. He walked up to the window, drew aside the curtain, and gazed forth into the open air. The partial obscurity seemed to hang like a dusky veil against the windows, but by degrees the darkness yielded to the grey light of the dawn. He glanced in the direction of the hill, upon the summit of which stood the two trees, and he thought of his brother. He wondered, for the thousandth time, whether the appointment would be eventually kept, and why Eugene came not to revisit the home of his birth. He was in the midst of cogitations like these, when his eyes were suddenly struck by an object which seemed to be moving between the trees upon the top of the hill. A superstitious fear seized upon Richard's mind, and the first moment of his surprise he imagined that the apparition of his brother had been led back to the trysting-place by those leafy banners that proclaimed the covenant of the heart. But he speedily divested himself of that momentary alarm, and smiled at his folly in believing it to be extraordinary that any one should visit the hill at that early hour. The object was still there. It was a human being, and, as the morning gradually grew brighter, he was enabled to distinguish that it was a man. But that was the hour at which labourers went to their daily toils. Still, why should one of those peasants linger upon the top of the hill, to reach which he must have gone out of his way? Markham felt an indescribable curiosity to repair to the hill, but he was ashamed to yield to the superstitious impulse, under the influence of which he still more or less laboured, and the sudden disappearance of the object of his anxiety from the Tyne Hill confirmed him in his resolution to remain in his chamber. He accordingly closed the blind and retired to his couch, where he shortly sank into a deep slumber. Markham was now plunged into the aerial world of dreams. First he saw himself walking by the side of Isabella in a cool and shady grove, where the birds were singing cheerily in the trees, and it seemed to him that there reigned a certain understanding between himself and his fair companion, which allowed him to indulge in the most delightful of tender hopes. He pressed her hand. She returned the token of affection and love. Suddenly the scene was rudely interrupted. From a deep recess in the grove appeared a wretch, covered with rags, dirty and revolting in appearance, with matted hair, parched and cracked lips, wild and ferocious eyes, and a demoniac expression of countenance. Isabella screamed. The wretch advanced, grasped Richard's hand, gave utterance to a horrible laugh, and claimed his friendship, the friendship of Newgate. It seemed to Richard that he made a desperate effort to withdraw his band from that rude grasp, and the attempt instantly awoke him. He opened his eyes, but the horror experienced in his dream was now prolonged, for a human countenance was bending over him. It was not, however, the distorted, hideous, and fearful one which he had seen in his vision, but a countenance handsome, though very pale, and whose features were instantly familiar to him. "Eugene, my brother! Eugene, dearest Eugene!" ejaculated Richard, as he stretched out his arms to embrace him whom he thus adjured. But scarcely had his eyes opened upon that countenance when it was instantly withdrawn, and Richard remained for a few moments in his bed, deprived of all power of motion, and endeavouring to assure himself whether he was awake or in a vision. A sudden impulse roused him from his lethargy. He sprang from his couch, rushed toward the door, and called aloud for his brother. The door was closed when he reached it, and no trace seemed to denote that any visitor had been in that chamber. He threw on a dressing gown, hurried downstairs, and found all the doors fast closed and locked as usual at that hour. He opened the front door and looked forth, but no one was to be seen. Bewildered and alarmed, he returned to his bedchamber, and once more sought his couch. He again fell asleep in the midst of numerous and conflicting conjectures relative to the incident which had just occurred, and when he awoke 2 hours afterwards, he was fain to persuade himself that it was all a dream. He dressed himself and walked towards the hill. On his arrival at the top, he instinctively cast his eyes upon the name and date carved in the bark of his brother's tree. But how great was his surprise, how ineffable his joy, when he beheld fresh traces of the same hand imprinted on that tree. Beneath the former mementos, and still fresh and green as if they had only been engraved a few hours, were the words, "Eugene, May 17th, 1838." "My God!" exclaimed Richard, "it was then no dream." He threw himself upon the seat between the two trees, and wept abundantly. End of Chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 40. The Speculation. An Unwelcome Meeting. 5 months elapsed, and in the middle of October Richard received an invitation to pass a few days at the abode of Count Alteroni. He contemplated change of scene with unfeigned delight, and lost no time in repairing to Richmond. The count received him with the utmost cordiality. The countess expressed a regret that he should wait to be solicited to honour them with his company, and Isabella's countenance wore a smile and a blush as she extended her hand towards him. "I was anxious to see you again," said the count after dinner, before the ladies had retired, "if it were only to joke you about the fright into which you threw £4 the last time you were here. Isabel apprehended a deal between you and Dapper, but we never could learn the origin of your dispute." "Indeed, I scarcely dreaded such an event," said Isabella, "for however capable Mr. Markham may be of fighting, I felt perfectly well convinced that Captain Dapper could not be induced to commit such a breach of the peace." "Our dispute was a mere trifle," said Markham, "and I am sorry it should have reached your ears." "The Trojan war sprung from a trifle," cried the count, "but these trifles are frequently very interesting." "The truth is," said Richard, "that I overheard Captain Dapper abuse me to his companion. Heaven only knows why. Sir Cherry Bounce started away, and I was compelled to give the young officer a couple of boxes upon the ears to teach him courtesy in the future." Isabella laughed heartily at this anecdote, and Markham felt indescribably happy when he thus received a convincing proof that the lovely Italian was in no way interested in that aspirant to her hand. "I shall not invite those gentlemen here very readily again," observed the count. "I thought that they would have helped to pass away the time agreeably, but one was such a fool and the other such a fop, that I was really glad to get rid of them. However, I have now something else to occupy my attention." "The count is going to speculate in an English company," said the countess. "We foreigners, you know, Mr. Markham, are struck with the facility with which enormous fortunes are built up in your country." "Italy has lost all her commerce," added the count, with a sigh. "Poor Italy!" "With all due deference to your experience," said Markham, "I should counsel you to be particularly careful how you allow yourself to be deluded by visionaries and adventurers." "Oh, the gentleman who has proposed to me certain schemes for the realization of an immense fortune is a man of probity and honour. The truth is that the political condition of Italy may possibly compel me to remain an exile from my native land for the rest of my existence, and I am anxious to turn the means now within my reach to the best advantage for my daughter." "You know, my dear father," said Isabella, her eyes filling with tears, "that I can be contented with a little, a very little. I think I have before informed you that I lost considerable portion of my own property through the nefarious speculations of an adventurer," observed Richard, "and I must confess that I look with a suspicious eye upon all schemes which induce us to change realities for chances. You possess, count, all that you require to make you happy during your exile. Why should you sigh and languish after immense wealth?" The señora bestowed a glance of gratitude upon Markham, who also rose considerable in the estimation of the countess. Indeed, both the ladies were very much averse to the count's ideas of speculating, and they were delighted to find in their visitor so able an advocate of their opinions. "I consider," resumed the count, "that a man is bound to do the best he can to increase the property he has to leave his offspring, and as my own estate in Castelcicala is confiscated, and I have nothing to rely upon but a certain sum of ready money, I am determined to vest the greater portion of it in an enterprise which will produce immense returns." "And what may the nature of the undertaking be?" inquired Markham. "A line of steam packets between London and Montoni, the capital of Castelcicala. Such an enterprise could absorb all the commerce now enjoyed by Leghorn and Civita Vecchia, and Montoni would be the great mercantile port of Italy." "The scheme certainly seems plausible," observed Richard, "and guided by your experience may realize your expectations." I would rather see you embarking money in such an undertaking than in those desperate and outrageous ones which have nothing but their originality to recommend them." The count smiled with triumph and satisfaction at having thus disarmed the opposition of his young friend to the projected speculation. On the following day Count Alteroni repaired to London, and did not return home until dinner time. After dinner, when he and Richard were sitting alone together, sipping their claret, the count said in a semi-mysterious and confidential manner: "I have this morning broken the ice. Indeed, I have made the first plunge. I have confided the necessary funds to Mr. Greenwood. That is the name of the gentleman with whom I am to cooperate, and he will immediately busy himself with the foundation of the enterprise. I shall not, however, mention this to the Countess and Isabella for a few days, for in commercial matters ladies always entertain apprehensions which give one what you English call the blue devils." Richard made an observation. The evil, if evil it were, was done, and he did not choose to fill the count with apprehensions which might eventually prove to be unfounded. The conversation upon the subject accordingly dropped for the present, and the two gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing room. Several weeks glided away, and Markham still remained at Richmond. His acquaintance with the count's family rapidly expanded into an intimacy which gave him unfeigned pleasure. The count treated him as a near relative, almost as a son. The Countess was charmed with him because he could converse upon German literature and history, and where the parents were so encouraging, how could the daughter be reserved? Isabella was naturally of a frank and confiding disposition, and she soon learned to consider Markham as a very intimate friend of the family. Whenever he hinted at the necessity of returning to his own home, he expressed his fears that he was intruding upon the hospitality of his kind hosts. Isabella always had some cause ready to delay his departure. As soon as her father and mother had concluded their own entreaties for him to prolong his visit, Markham had nothing to occupy his attention elsewhere, and he was thus easily induced to remain in a mansion where he received so much kindness, and where there was an attraction that daily disclosed new charms and revealed fresh spells. It was in the middle of December that Markham was walking on a fine frosty morning with Isabella along the high road in the immediate vicinity of the count's dwelling, when he noticed a strange, arid, repulsive-looking individual following them at a short distance. At first he supposed that the man's way lay in the same direction which he and his fair companion were pursuing. He accordingly turned with Isabella into another path, and, to his misfortune and annoyance, found that he was still followed by the stranger, whose dilapidated appearance, long black matted hair, weeks beard, filthy person, and sinister expression of countenance filled him with alarming suspicions. He remembered his dream, and a shudder passed through his frame. Determined to ascertain the motive of this man's perseverance in dogging him thus, he conducted Isabella by a short cut back to the house, and retraced his steps to encounter the person who was still following him. The man advanced towards him with a dogged and determined air, and yet downcast eyes, which were buried beneath his projecting temples and shaggy brows. "Holloa, my fine fellow!" he exclaimed, when he came within a few yards of Richard. "You don't mean to say that you have forgotten an old pal?" "What, Anthony, is this you?" said Markham, turning deadly pale as he recognized one of his fellow prisoners in Newgate. It was the Resurrection Man. "Yes, it's me, poor Tony Tidkins. But now permit me to ask you a question or two. What are you doing now? Who lives there? And what young girl was that you were walking about with? And by what right do you dare to put those insolent queries to me?" cried Markham, surveying the ruffian with mingled indignation and disgust. "Oh, if you don't choose to answer my questions, I can precious soon ascertain all the truth for myself," coolly replied the Resurrection Man, who never once looked Markham in the face. Then, having uttered these words, he advanced a few paces as if he were about to seek the count's dwelling. "Wretch, what do you mean to do?" ejaculated Richard, hurrying after him and detaining him by the arm. "You do not know that that abode is sacred. That is the residence of probity, innocence, and honour. That if you were to breathe a hint who and what you are, you would be spurned from the door." "Ah, I am accustomed to that in this Christian land, in this land of Bibles and missionary societies," said the Resurrection Man bitterly. Then, resuming his dogged surliness of tone, he added, "But at all events I can first ask for alms and a morsel of bread at that house, and thereupon state that the gentleman who was just now walking with the young lady belonging to the house was a companion of mine in Newgate. A communication which will tend to preserve the innocence, honour, probity, and all the rest of it, of that family." With these words he again set off in the direction of the count's abode. "Confusion!" exclaimed Markham. "This man will now effect my ruin." A second time did he stop the Resurrection Man as he advanced towards the residence of the Italians. "Well, what now? Isn't a man at liberty to walk which way he chooses? You cannot be so base as to betray me. You would not ruin my happiness for ever," said Richard, in whose mind the particulars of his dream were now uppermost. "And why should I have any regard for you, since you receive and treat me it I was a dog? I really do not mean—" "Oh, bother to all apologies!" cried the Resurrection Man ferociously. "My God, what do you want of me? What can I do for you?" exclaimed Richard, uncertain how to act, and his mind a prey to the most painful emotions, for he already fancied that he saw himself exposed, banished from the count's hospitable roof, separated from Isabella, without a chance of reconciliation, and reproached for having intruded himself upon the society of a virtuous and untainted family. The mere anticipation of such an afflicting series of incidents was more than he could bear, and he was prepared to make any sacrifices to avert so terrible an occurrence. "I may obtain from you fears what I should not have got from your generosity," exclaimed the Resurrection Man, "but it doesn't matter what motive produces it, so long as I get it." "And what is that you require?" asked Richard hastily. "But let us walk aside. They may see from the windows." "And what do I care if they do?" brutally demanded the Resurrection Man. "I suppose I shan't suffer in character by talking to a companion in former misfortunes?" he added in a sarcastic tone. There was something peculiarly revolting about that man. His death-like countenance, jet black whiskers, shaggy brows, averted glances, and horrible nickname, all combined to render him a loathsome and disgusting object. The contact of such a wretch was like plunging one's hand amidst the spawn of toads. But the savage irony of this monster, oh, that was utterly intolerable. Richard writhed beneath it. "Now I'll tell you what it is," said the Resurrection Man, who probably by this time saw that he had reduced the young man to a pliability suitable for his purposes. "If you only will be civil, I'll accommodate you to the utmost of my power. Let us walk away from the house. We can then talk more at our ease." Richard accompanied the miscreant a short distance, and then they again stopped, but no longer within view of the count's residence. "You can doubtless suppose what I want," said the Resurrection Man, turning suddenly round upon Markham, and looking him full in the face for the first time. "Money, I presume," Richard replied. "Yes, money. I know that you were in expectation of a great fortune when you were in Newgate, and I suppose you have not run through it all yet." "I was almost totally ruined during my imprisonment by the unfortunate speculations in which my guardian engaged," answered Markham mournfully. "That's all my eye. Nevertheless, I won't be hard upon you. I know that you have got a splendid house and a grand estate close by. A few acres of land, as heaven is my witness. Well, you may try it on as much as you like, but I tell you plainly, it won't do for me. Let us cut this matter devilish short, and come to some understanding at once. I am hard up. I don't know what to turn my hand to for a moment, and I can't get orders from the Stephens as I used to do." "All that I have told you about the loss of my property is quite true," said Markham, "and I have now but little more than a bare 200 a year to live upon." "Well, I will be generous and let you off easy," said the Resurrection Man. "You shall give me for the present—" "For the present!" repeated Markham, all the terror of his mind again betraying itself. "If I make any arrangement with you at all, it would be upon the express condition that you would never molest me more." "Be it so," said the Resurrection Man, whom the promise cost nothing, and who knew that there was nothing to bind him to its implicit performance. "Give me £500, and I will never seek you out again." "£500!" exclaimed Richard. "I cannot command the money." "Not a mag less will I take," said the extortioner with a determined air and voice. "I really cannot comply with the proposal. I have not the money. I do not know where to get it. Why do you persecute me in this way? What harm have I ever done to you? Why should you seek to ruin me and to annihilate all my hopes of again establishing myself in an honourable position in society? Tell me, by what right, by what law, do you endeavour to extort, vilely, infamously extort, this money from me?" No pen could describe, no painter depict the singular expression of the countenance which the Resurrection Man wore as these words fell upon his ears. He knew not whether to burst out into a fit of laughter, or to utter a volley of imprecations against his former companion in Newgate, and so, not to be wrong by doing one and omitting the other, he did both. His ironical and ferocious laugh fell horribly upon the ears of Markham, who was at the same time assailed by such a string of oaths and blasphemies that he trembled. "You want to know by what law and right I demand money of you," cried the wretch, when he had indulged in this outpouring of laughter and imprecations to his heart's content. "Well, I will tell you. My law is that practised by all the world, the oppression of the weak by the strong; and my right is also that of universal practice, the right of him who takes what will not dare to be refused. Now, then, you understand me, and if not, bear my resolution." "Speak," said Richard, now thoroughly cooled and disarmed, "and let me know the worst at once." "You have confirmed my suspicion that you are courting the young girl I saw you walking with. You have confirmed that suspicion by your manner and your words. Now, I require £500, and if you are anxious that your fair one should remain in ignorance of your Old Bailey adventures, you had better comply with my terms." "I positively declare that I have not the money," said Richard. "Make it." "But how?" borrow it of the young lady's father or mother or uncle or aunt. Never! Impossible! You say that you have a few acres of land left. I believe you have more, but let that take your own statement. Upon those few acres you can easily borrow the money I require. And diminish my miserable income still more? Yes or no, without further wrangling? You must be well aware that this sacrifice is necessary if the girl is worth having. In the name of heaven, allude not to Miss, to the young lady with whom you saw me here now. Allude not to her in this disgraceful manner, cried Markham, for when the lips of that horrible man framed a sentiment which bore reference to Isabella, it seemed to Richard as if a loathsome serpent was pouring its slimy venom on a sweet and blooming flower. "Will you give me the money?" demanded the Resurrection Man. "I will give you £200. I have no more. I can get no more. I will not raise any more upon my property." "Can be done," returned the ruffian. "I will have the 500 or nothing." "It will take me some days to procure the money," said Markham, yielding gradually. "Never mind. Give me what you have about you for the present purposes, and name the day and place for me to receive the rest." Markham took his purse from his pocket and examined its contents. There were 17 sovereigns at that moment at his command. He retained 2 and handed 15 to the Resurrection Man, who pocketed them with a savage glee. "Now this looks like business," said he, "and an earnest that you will do the thing that are right. Where and when for the remainder?" "In a fortnight I will meet you at any place you may name in London," answered Markham. "Well, make it a fortnight. Do you know the dark house in Brick Lane, Bethnal Green?" "What is this?" asked Richard, shuddering at the name. "A public house. Any one will tell you where it is. This day fortnight I shall expect to find you there at 8 o'clock in the evening. If I don't happen to be punctual, you can wait for me, and if I don't come that night, I shall the next. Remember how much depends upon your fulfilment of the contract." "I shall not fail," answered Richard, with a sinking of the heart which none can understand who have not been placed in a similar position. "And you, on your part, will adhere to your side of the agreement?" "Mute as a mouse," said the Resurrection Man, "and should I afterwards meet you by accident, I shall not know you. Farewell." With these words the Resurrection Man turned away and pursued his course towards London. Markham followed him with his eyes until he turned an angle of the road and was no longer to be seen. Then only did Richard breathe freely. End of chapter 40. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Chapter 41 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 41. Mr. Greenwood. About 6 o'clock in the evening, 10 days after the incident which concluded the preceding chapter, a handsome cabriolet drove up to the door of a house in Spring Gardens. Down jumped the tiger. An urchin not much bigger than a walking stick, and away went the knocker, rat-tat-tat, for upwards of 15 seconds. A servant in livery opened the door, and an elegantly dressed gentleman about 6 or 7 and 20 years of age alighted from the vehicle. This gentleman rushed upstairs to his study, drew forth his cheque-book, wrote an order upon his banker for £1,000, enclosed it in an envelope, and immediately dispatched the letter to Lord Tremordine, by one of his numerous domestics. He had that afternoon lost the money to his lordship in some sporting bet, and as it was a debt of honour, he could not possibly think of sitting down to dinner, or even pulling off his boots, which being fashionable pinched him excessively, without settling it. As soon as he had done this, another servant entered the room and said, "If you please, sir, Mrs. Mangles has called and is waiting below to see you. She has been here these 3 hours, and wishes very much to say a few words to you." "What! That bothering upholsterer's wife?" ejaculated the gentleman in a tone of indignation which would have induced a stranger to believe that he was the most persecuted man in the world. "Why, her husband's account hasn't been owing quite a year yet, and here she is boring from morning to night. Please, sir, she says that her husband is locked up in a sponging house." "Serve him right. But he is a hard-working, sober man. He shouldn't run into debt, and he has 5 children. It is really disgusting. These lower orders literally swarm with children. And if you would only pay a quarter of the money, he would get out tonight. I won't pay a sixpence till January. Then he will be totally ruined, sir, his wife says." "Well, he must be ruined then. Go and turn her out, and send up Lafleur." And the fashionable gentleman, who would not owe a debt of honour for half an hour, thought no more of the sum which was due to a tradesman, which had been already owing for nearly a year, and which he could have immediately settled without the slightest inconvenience to himself. For this man was rich, and having got his money in the city, God knows how, had now come to the West End to make the most of it. "Lafleur," said the fashionable gentleman to the French valet, "you must dismiss that fellow John to-morrow morning." "Yes, sir. He actually had the impertinence to bring me a message from a Don, while I was in a hurry to get dressed for dinner." "Indeed, sir, you don't say so, sir," ejaculated the valet, who had as much horror of a Don as an overseer has of a pauper. "Yes, sir, I will dismiss him to-morrow, sir, and without a character too. Do, Lafleur. Now to dress. Are the company come?" "Mr. Chichester and Sir Robert Harborough are in the drawing-room, sir." "Oh," said Mr. Greenwood, for such was the gentleman's name. "Very well." Having carelessly perused 3 or 4 letters which he found upon his table, he repaired to his dressing-room, where he washed his hands in a silver basin, while the poor upholsterer's wife returned to her husband in the lock-up house to say that their last hope had failed, and that nothing but a debtor's jail awaited them. Accordingly, while the poor man was being carried off to Whitecross Street prison, Mr. Greenwood repaired to his elegantly furnished drawing-room to welcome the guests, whom he had invited that day to dinner. "My dear Sir Robert," said Mr. Greenwood, "I am delighted to see you. Chichester, how are you? Where have you both been for the last 6 months? Scarcely had I the pleasure of forming your acquaintance when you were off like shots, and I have never seen nor heard of you till this morning." "Upon my honour, I hardly know what we have been doing, or indeed what we have not been doing," ejaculated the baronet. "But we have been in Paris and Brussels, and enjoyed all the pleasures of the continent. And we found our way into the good graces of the Parisian ladies, and the purses of their husbands," observed Chichester, with a complacent smile. "Ah," said Mr. Greenwood, laughing. "Trust you both for allowing yourselves to starve in a land of plenty. And so here we are, come back to England, quite fresh and ready for new sport," said Chichester. "You see that it is useful to go abroad for a season every now and then. Immediately after I passed through the Insolvents' Court 2 years ago, I went to Paris for 6 months, and came home again with a new reputation, as it were. "By the by, Sir Robert," exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, "I lost a cool 1,000 to your father-in-law this afternoon at Tattersall's." "What! does the old lord do things in so spirited a way as that?" cried the baronet. "Yes, now and then. I believe you and he are not in very good terms? When I asked him after you a month or two ago, he appeared to evade the conversation." "The fact is," said the baronet, "old Lord and Lady Tremordine pretend that I treat their daughter with neglect just because I cannot and will not be tied to my wife's apron strings. I did not want to marry her, but Lady Tremordine intrigued to catch me, and the old lord came down handsome, and so the match was made up." The baronet did not think of informing his friend that he had stipulated for £20,000 to pay his debts. Here he would do justice to the young and beautiful creature whom he had seduced, and whose pathetic appeal to her mother has been already laid before the reader in the chapter which treats of the Black Chamber of the General Post Office. "Do you know what has become of your old flame Diana Arlington?" inquired Mr. Greenwood of the baronet after a pause. "And was she not your old flame too?" said Sir Robert, laughing. "I believe that when you were playing Mr. George Montague instead of Mr. Montague Greenwood." "Oh, I have assumed the name of Greenwood, remember, because a relation of that name has left me a considerable fortune." "Well, that is a very good story to tell the world, but not friends, my dear fellow," said the baronet coolly. "But we were talking of the enchantress. I presume she is still under the protection of the Earl of Warrington?" "So I understand," replied Greenwood. "Well, I must say," continued the baronet, "I always liked Diana, and I dare say we should have been together up to the present moment if it had not been for that infernal affair of Markham's." "Ah, Richard Markham!" ejaculated Mr. Greenwood hastily. "I have heard of him, but never seen him." "I and Mr. Chichester were compelled to sacrifice him to save ourselves," observed Harborough. Yes, it was a pity, a great pity," cried Greenwood, poking the fire violently. "I wonder what has become of that St. Markham," said Chichester. "I understand that he lost the greater portion of his property by some unfortunate speculation or another, but the nature of which I have never learnt," replied Greenwood. "And what about this steam packet company of which you were speaking this morning?" inquired Sir Robert Harborough. "The fact is, I have got a certain Italian count in tow, and I intend to make him useful. He's an immigrant from the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala, having been concerned in some treasonable proceedings with Prince Alberto, who is the Grand Duke's nephew, and who has also been compelled to fly to some other country. Be it as it may, this Count Alteroni and I became acquainted, and in the course of conversation he observed that a fortune might be made by the establishment of a line of steam packets between London and Montoni, the capital of Castelcicala. He added that he should be very willing to embark his own capital in such an enterprise. 'How extraordinary!' I immediately exclaimed. I had myself entertained the very same idea. The Count was enchanted, and he has already advanced a considerable sum." At this moment dinner was announced, and the three gentlemen proceeded to the apartment in which it was served up. The repast consisted of all the luxuries in season and many out of season. The choicest wines were produced, and justice was done to each and all, while wit and humour flowed as freely, and sparkled as brightly as the juice of the grape itself. The baronet was more affable than ever. Mr. Chichester related several amusing anecdotes of midnight sprees, policemen, knockers, station houses, and magistrates, and Mr. Greenwood explained his plans relative to the steam packets. "I should very much like to have you both in the direction," said Mr. Montague Greenwood, when he had terminated his elucidations, "but I have learned that this Richard Markham, of whom we have been talking, is acquainted with the Count, and if he saw your names connected with the affair, he would instantly blow upon it. I should then have the Count upon me for the £15,000 he has already lodged in my hands." "Let us write an anonymous letter to the Count and inform him that Markham has been convicted at the Old Bailey," suggested Chichester. "No, no," ejaculated Greenwood emphatically. "You have injured that young man enough already." "And what do you care about him?" cried Chichester. "You said just now that you had never seen him." "I did, and I repeat the assertion," answered Greenwood. Then, in a very serious tone, he added, "And I will beg you both to remember, gentlemen, that if you wish to cooperate with me in any of those speculations which I know so well how to manage, you will leave Mr. Richard Markham alone, for I have certain private reasons for being rather anxious to do him a service than an injury." "Well, I will not in any way interfere with your good intentions," said the baronet. "Nor I," observed Chichester. "And as it is impossible for you to enter my steam packet company," added Mr. Greenwood, "I will let you into another good thing which I have in view, and which a certain banker is concerned. To tell you the real truth, this banker has been insolvent for some time, and if his father had not advanced him about £50,000 3 years ago, he would most undoubtedly have gone to smash. As it was, the Lords of Treasury got hold of his real position by some means or another, he never could divine how, and they refused a tender which he sent in for a certain money contract, I don't know exactly what. Now his position is more desperate than ever, and he and I are going to do an admirable stroke of business. I will let you both into it. We need scarcely remind the reader that the tanker now alluded to was the writer of one of the letters perused by the examiner's clerks in the Black Chamber. The conversation between the three gentlemen was proceeding very comfortably, when a servant entered the room, and handing his master a card upon a silver tray, said, "This gentleman, sir, requests to be allowed to see you, if perfectly convenient." "The Count Alteroni!" exclaimed Mr. Greenwood. "What the devil could have brought him to London at this time of night? John, show him into the study. There is a good fire for him, and if that won't warm his heart, perhaps a bottle of Burgundy will." The servant left the room, and in a few moments Mr. Greenwood hastened to join the Count in the elegant apartment which was denominated the study. "My dear sir, I have to apologize for calling thus late," said the Count, "but the truth is that I had a little business which brought me up to town today, and in this neighbourhood too, and I thought—" "Pray offer no excuses, my dear Count," interrupted Mr. Greenwood. "The truth is, I wish to see you very particularly upon a matter not altogether connected with our enterprise." "Indeed," said the Count, "you interest me. Pray explain yourself. In the first place, allow me to ask whether the ladies are yet acquainted with the undertaking in which you have embarked?" "Yes, I acquainted them with the fact this very morning." "And do they approve of it?" "They approve of everything of which I think well, and disapprove of all that I abhor." "And do they know that I am the projector and principal in the enterprise?" demanded Greenwood. "They are acquainted with everything," answered the Count. "Indeed, they have formed of you the same exalted opinion which I myself entertain. It would be strange if they had not." we met you at the house of Lord Tremordyn, and that nobleman spoke in the highest possible terms of you. But what connection exists between all those questions which you have just put to me and the matter concerning which you desire to see me? I am not sure that I ought to explain myself at present, nor to you in the first instance," was the answer, delivered with some embarrassment of manner. "At all events, I should wish you to know a little more of me, and to have some reason to thank me for the little service which I shall have the means of rendering you, in enabling you to treble your capital." The count appeared mystified, and Mr. Greenwood continued: "I had the pleasure of seeing the amiable countess and her lovely daughter many times last summer at the house of Lord Tremordyn, and no one could know the Señora Isabella without being forcibly struck by her personal and mental qualifications. To render myself agreeable to Miss Isabella would be the height of my earthly happiness. You will pardon my presumption, but—" Mr. Greenwood ceased, and looked at the count to ascertain the effect which his word had produced. The honourable and open-hearted Italian was not averse to his proposition. He considered his own affairs and prospects in Castelcicala to be so desperate that he was bound to make the best provision he could for his daughter in a free, enlightened, and hospitable nation. Mr. Greenwood was good-looking, moving in the best society, well spoken of by a peer of the realm, who, by the way, merely judged of Greenwood's character by punctuality with which he paid his gambling debts, and evidently immensely rich. His manners were elegant, and his taste refined, and, in a word, he might be called a most eligible suitor for the hand of the count's daughter. Not being over well skilled in affairs of the heart himself, the count had not noticed the attachment which decidedly existed between Isabella and Richard Markham, and it never for a moment struck him that his daughter might manifest the most powerful repugnance to Mr. Greenwood. "I have no doubt," said he, after a long pause, "that Isabella will feel highly flattered by your good opinion of her. Indeed, I shall inform her without delay of the manner in which you have expressed yourself." "My dear sir," interrupted Greenwood hastily, "in the name of heaven tell the Señora nothing at all about our present conversation. Her delicacy would be offended. Rather give me an opportunity of making myself better known to your daughter." "I understand you. Come and pass a week or two with us at Richmond. We have not a soul staying with us at the present moment, Mr. Markham, who was our last guest, having returned to his own abode about 10 days ago." "This is a busy time with me," began Mr. Greenwood, "and I could scarcely spare a week with justice to yourself and my own interests." "True," interrupted the count. "I will bring the ladies up to town at the beginning of the new year. We have a very pressing invitation from the Tremodyns, and will avail myself on it." Mr. Greenwood expressed his gratitude to the count for the favour which his suit thus received, and in a few minutes the Italian noble took his leave, more than ever convinced of the honour, wealth, and business-like habits of Mr. Greenwood. "There," said the man of the world, as he once more seated himself at the table in the dining-room, where he had left the baronet and Chichester, "I have not passed the last hour unprofitably. I have not only demanded the hand of the count's lovely daughter, but have also persuaded the count to pay a few weeks' visit to your father-in-law, Lord Tremordyn," he added, addressing Sir Rupert. "And what good do you propose by the latter arrangement?" demanded the baronet. "I shall get the count's family at a house which Richard Markham stands no chance of visiting, for even if the count asked him to call upon him there, Markham would refuse, because he is sure to have read or heard that you, Sir Robert had married Lady Cecilia Huntingfield, and he would be afraid of meeting you at Lord Tremorden's residence. And why should be so anxious to separate the count from Markham, since Chichester and I are not to be in the steam packet concern? Because I myself could not, for certain reasons, visit the count's family if I stood the chance of meeting that same Richard Markham. Mr. Greenwood then immediately changed the conversation and pushed the bottle briskly about. End of chapter 41. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 42 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 42. The Dark House. Markham did not forget his appointment with the Resurrection Man. Having obtained the necessary sum from his solicitor, he determined to sacrifice it in propitiating a miscreant who possessed the power of wounding him in a tender and almost vital point. Accordingly, we find him, on the evening agreed upon, threading his way on foot amidst the maze of narrow streets and crooked alleys which lie in the immediate neighbourhood of Spitalfields Church. There is not probably in all London, not even in St. Giles nor the Mint, so great an amount of squalid misery and fearful crime huddled together, as in the joint districts of Spitalfields and Bethnal Green. Between Shoreditch Church and Wentworth Street, the most intense pangs of poverty, the most profligate morals, and the most odious crimes rage with the fury of a pestilence. Entire streets there are naught but sinks of misery and vice, dark courts foetid with puddles of black slimy water, alleys blocked up with heaps of filth, and nauseating with unwholesome odours, constitute, with but little variety, the vast district of which we are speaking. The Eastern Counties Railway intersects Spitalfields and Bethnal Green. The traveller upon this line may catch, from the windows of the carriage in which he journeys, a hasty, but, alas, too comprehensive glance of the wretchedness and the squalor of that portion of London. He may actually obtain a view of the interior and the domestic misery peculiar to the neighbourhood. He may penetrate with his eyes into the secrets of those abodes of sorrow, vice, and destitution. In summer time the poor always have their windows open, and thus the hideous poverty of their rooms can be readily descried from the summit of the arches on which the railroad is constructed. And in those rooms may be seen women half naked, some employed in washing the few rags which they possess, others ironing the linen of a more wealthy neighbour, a few preparing the sorry meal, and a number scolding, swearing, and quarrelling. At many of the windows men out of work, with matted hair, black beards, and dressed only in filthy shirts and ragged trousers, lounge all the day long, smoking. From not a few of the open casements hang tattered garments to dry in the sun. Around the doors children, unwashed, uncombed, shoeless, dirty, and uncared for, throng in numbers, a rising generation of thieves and vagabonds. In the districts of Spitalfields and Bethnal Green the police are but little particular with regard to street stalls. These portable shops are therefore great in number and in nuisance. Fish fresh and fried, oysters, sweet stuff, vegetables, fruit, cheap publication, soap in the pan, shrimps and periwinkles, hair combs, baked potatoes, liver and lights, curds and veal, sheep's heads, haddocks, and red herrings are the principal comestibles which find vendors and purchasers in the public street. The public houses and the pawnbrokers also drive an excellent trade in that huge section of London. In a former chapter we have described the region of Saffron Hill. All the streets and the courts of that locality are safe and secure when compared with many in the Bethnal Green and Spitalfields. There are lanes and alleys between Shoreditch and Church Street, and the immediate neighbourhood of the railway east of Brick Lane, through which a well-dressed person would not wander with a gold chain round his neck at night were he prudent. Leading from neighbourhood of Church Street up into the Hackney Road, in a sinuous thoroughfare composed of Tyson Street, Turk Street, Virginia Street, and the Birdcage Walk, and in the vicinity of these narrow and perilous ways are the Wellington Road, bordered by a ditch of black mud, and several vile streets, inhabited by the very lowest of the low, the most filthy of the squalid, and the most profligate of the immoral. We defy any city upon the face of the earth to produce a district equal in vice, dirt, penury, and fear-inspiring dens to these which we are now describing. The Dark House was a tavern of lowest description in Brick Lane, a little north of the spot where the railway now intersects the street. The parlour of the Dark House was dirty and repulsive in all respects. The gas lights formed two enormous black patches upon the ceiling. The tables were occupied by ill-looking men, whose principal articles of consumption were tobacco and malt liquor, and the atmosphere was filled with a dense volume of smoke. Markham was ashamed to be seen in such a place, and in such a society, but he consoled himself with the idea that neither he nor his business was known to those present, and as very little notice was taken of him, as he proceeded to seat himself in the most retired and obscure corner, he speedily divested himself of the momentary embarrassment which had seized upon him. Having satisfied himself by a glance that the Resurrection Man was not here, Richard ordered a glass of spirits and water, and resolved to await with patience the arrival of the extortioner. By degrees he fell into the train of reflections in which he had never been involved before. He was about to purchase the silence of a villain who had menaced him with exposure to a family whose good opinion he valued. We have said elsewhere that he was a young man of the strictest honour, and that he was ever animated with the most scrupulous integrity of purpose. He could no longer conceal for himself the fact that he entertained a sincere and a deep attachment for the Signora Isabella, and he flattered himself that he was not disagreeable to her in return. His transient passion for Mrs. Arlington had faded away with reflection, and he now comprehended the immense difference between an evanescent flame of that nature, a flame kindled only by animal beauty and unsustained by moral considerations, and the pure, chaste, and sacred affection he experienced towards the charming Isabella. From the moment of his release from confinement he had never inquired after Diana, much less sought after her. He knew not where she was, nor what had become of her, and his heart was totally independent of any inclination in her favour. He now asked himself whether he was pursuing an honourable part in concealing the antecedent adventures of the life from her, whose pure and holy love he was so anxious to retain, whose confidence he would not lose for worlds, and whose peace of mind he would not for a moment sacrifice to his own passion or interest. He had not satisfactorily answered the questions which he had thus put to himself, when he was aroused from his reverie by the sound of a voice at the further end of the room which appeared familiar to him. Glancing in that direction, he immediately recognized the well-known form and features of Mr. Talbot, the vulgar companion of Sir Rupert Harborough and Mr. Chichester. But now had the mighty fallen. The charitable gentleman now seemed to require the aid of charity himself. His hat, which was originally a gossamer at 4 and 9, was now so fully ventilated about the crown, that it would have fetched nothing at a Jew's auction, even though George Robins himself had put it up for sale. His coat was out at the elbows, his trousers out at the knees, and his shoes out at the toes. He was out of cash and out of spirits, and as he had none of the former, he trusted to the kindness of the frequenters of the Dark House parlour to supply him with some of the latter, diluted with hot water, and rendered more agreeably by means of sugar. Indeed, at the moment when his voice fell upon Markham's ear, he was just about to apply his lips to a tumbler of gin punch, which a butcher had ordered for his behoof. "Well, Mr. Pocock," that was Talbot's real name, said the butcher, "how does the world use you now?" "Very bad, indeed, Mr. Griskin," was the reply. "For the last 3 year, come January, I haven't known, when I got up in the morning, where the devil I should sleep at night. And that is God's Almighty's truth." "I'm sorry to hear your affairs don't mend," said the butcher. "For my part, I'm getting on blooming. I was bankrupt only 7 weeks ago." "A strange manner of being successful in business," thought Markham. "But all my goods were seized by the landlord," added the butcher in a triumphant tone of voice, "and so they was saved from the messenger of the court, when he come down to take possession." "Ah, I suppose your bankruptcy has put you all right again," said Pocock. "Nothing like a bankruptcy nowadays. It makes a man's fortune." "Yes and no going to card neither. I made a lot of friends and mine creditors, and so I got my certificate the very same day as I passed my second examination, and now I'm as right as a trivet. But what ails you, though, old fellow, that you can't contrive to get on?" "The fact is," said Pocock, sipping his gin and water, "I was led into bad company about 3 or 4 years ago, and I don't care before who I say it, or who knows the infernal scrapes I was partly the means of getting a nice young fellow into." "I suppose you fell in with flash company," observed the butcher. "I did indeed. I went out of my element, out of my proper sphere, as I may say, and when a man does that without the means of keeping it, he is done for at once. I fell in with a baronet, and a swell cove of the name of Chichester, or Winchester, and who after all turned out to be the son of old Chichester, the pawnbroker down the street here. They made a perfect tool of me. I was fed and pampered, and lived on the fat of the land, and then, when the scheme fell through, I was trundled off like a hoop of which a charity schoolboy is tried. I fell into distress, and though I've met this here baronet and that there Chichester riding in their crabs, with tigers behind and horses before, they never so much as said Talbot or Pocock, my tulip, here is a quid for you." "Villainous!" ejaculated the butcher. "But of what nature was the scheme you talk of?" "Why, I'll tell you that too. I shall certainly proclaim my own crimes, but I don't hesitate to say that I was led away by those two thieves. My name, as you well know, is Bill Pocock, and they made me take the name of Talbot. I was brought up as an engraver, and did pretty well until some 4 years ago, when I lost my wife and got drinking, and then everything went wrong. One day I fell in with this Chichester, and he lent me some money. He then began telling me how he knew the way of making an immense fortune with very little trouble, and no risk or expense to myself." "So far so good," said the butcher. "I was hard up. I was rendered desperate by the death of my wife, and, to tell the truth, I wanted to live an idle life. I had attached to public house parlours, and couldn't sit down to work with the graver. So I bit at Chichester's proposal, and he introduced me to the baronet." "Another glass, Pocock?" interrupted the butcher, winking to the other inmates of the parlour, who were now all listening with the greatest attention to this narrative, but none with more avidity nor with deeper interest than Richard Markham, who sate unperceived by Pocock in his obscure corner. "The scheme was certainly a very ingenious one," continued Talbot, "and deserved success. It was nothing more nor less than making bank notes. I was used to engraving plates of that kind, and so I undertook the job. I don't care if anyone here present goes and informs against me. Perhaps I should be better off in a prison than out of one. But what goes to my heart, and what I can never forget, and shall reproach myself for as long as I live, was the getting of a nice young fellow into a scrape, and the making him stand Moses for the punishment, as you do, Griskin, for the grog." "And who was this young chap?" demanded the butcher. "One Markham. You must recollect this case. He was tried just about this time 3 years ago, and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment." "Can't say I recollect." "Well, this Markham was as innocent about the notes as the child unborn," added Pocock emphatically. "I don't see that you need to take on so," remarked the butcher. "For after all, you'd be better let another feller get into trouble than be locked up in the lavender yourself." "It was an unfortunate event. But what vexes me as much as all the rest is to think of the conduct of those two chaps, Chichester and the baronet. They pretended not to know who I was, when I one day stopped them in Regent Street, and wanted to borrow a few pounds of them. The baronet turns round and says to his pal, 'Who the devil is that fellow?' And Chichester puts up his eyeglass, stares at me through it for 5 minutes, and says, 'My good man, we never give alms to people unless they have certificates of good character to show.'" "Perhaps you wasn't over swell in your toggery," said the butcher. "Why, no, I don't think I was so well dressed then as I am now." "The devil you wasn't! Well then, it ain't no wonder if so be they slighted you, for one wouldn't think as how you was titivated off at present to go to Queen's levee." "Come, no joking," exclaimed Pocock. "I have told you my story, and if you don't think it's a good one, and are inclined to do me a service, you can just order in a chop or a steak, for I think I could manage to eat a bit." "With all my heart," said the butcher, who was a good-natured man in his way, and who, having realized a considerable sum by his late bankruptcy, was disposed to be generous. "You shall have as good a supper, and as much lush as you can stow away. Here, Dick," he cried, addressing himself to the waiter, "run round to my shop, and ask the old woman for a nice steak, and then get it fried for me along with some inguns. And, Dick, let's have some Tudors." The waiter disappeared to execute these orders. Said the conversation was then resumed upon the former topic. Pocock entered into all the details with which the reader is already acquainted, and Markham, who had made up his mind how to act, was determined to allow him to disclose spontaneously as much as he thought fit before he should reveal himself. He stayed in his obscure corner, shading his face with his hands, and affecting to be deeply interested in the columns of the Morning Advertiser, which lay the wrong way upwards before him. The moment Pocock had begun to speak upon matters which so deeply interested him, Richard had become an attentive listener, and as that individual proceeded, and he found within his reach a means of establishing his innocence, his brain seemed to be excited with joy, even to delirium. His pulse throbbed violently, his heart palpitated audibly. Much as he had loathed that den when he first entered it, he would now have fallen down and kissed its dry, sawdust-covered floor. Hour after hour had passed away, the clock had struck 11, and still the Resurrection Man did not make his appearance. The butcher and Pocock were discussing the supper, and Markham was just thinking of accosting the latter, when the door was suddenly opened with great violence, and two persons muffled up in pea-coats, carrying enormous sticks, and smoking cigars, precipitated themselves into the parlour of the dark house. "Done me, what a lark!" ejaculated one, flinging himself upon a seat, and laughing heartily. "But we're quite safe in here. I know this place, and the policeman lost sight of us before he reached the door." "Upon my honour, I cannot say that I admire frolics of this kind," observed the other. "It is really ridiculous to break lamps up at the end of the town. But my God, what a neighborhood you have brought me into! I couldn't have suspected that there was such a district in London." "I told you that you would do good if you would come with me to my father," said the first speaker. "The old boy was quite delighted at the idea of Baronet condescending to sup with him, and you saw how he shelled out the blunt to me when he had imbibed his third glass of the punch." The latter portion of this conversation was uttered in whispers, and the two gentlemen again laughed heartily, doubtless because they had succeeded in the business which had that evening brought them to the eastern regions of London. In the midst of that second burst of hilarity, Mr. Pocock rose from his seat and advanced slowly towards the two newcomers. "Well, gentlemen," he exclaimed, "this is an honour which you do for us poor folks in Spitalfields. Come, you needn't stare so confounded hard at me. How are you, Chichester? Been to see the old gentleman at the sign of Lombardy Arms? 3 balls, eh? 2 chances to 1 that the thing's put up the spout will never come down again, eh?" The butcher burst out in a roar of laughter, which was echoed by several other inmates of the room. "Who the devil are you?" demanded Chichester, recovering his presence of mind sooner than the baronet, for both were astounded at this unexpected and very embarrassing encounter. "Upon my honour, the man must be mistaken," murmured Sir Rupert Harborough. "So far from being mistaken," cried Pocock, "you were the very fellows I was talking about just now, gentlemen," he added, turning towards the people seated at various tables. "These are the 2 swells that led me into the scrape I told you about just now, and now they pretend not to know me." "What does the fellow mean?" said Chichester in an impudent tone. "Do you know Harborough?" "'Pon my honour, not I." "Then I will tell you who I am," ejaculated the engraver. "I am the man who forged the plates from which the bank notes were struck, that got poor Richard Markham condemned to 2 years' imprisonment in the Compter, and you know as well as possible that he suffered for our crime." Chichester and the baronet were stupefied by the sudden and unexpected exposure. They knew not what to say or do, and their countenances betrayed their guilt. "Yes, gentlemen," resumed Pocock, growing excited, "these are the men whom some extraordinary chance, some providential or devilish design, has brought here this evening to confirm all I have told you." "Devil take this impudence!" cried Chichester, now once more recovering his wonted self-possession and determining to brave the accusation out. "My name isn't Chichester. You're quite mistaken, my good fellow. I can assure you that you are." "And so should I," calmly observed Markham, now advancing from his obscure corner and appearing in the presence of those who so little expected to see him there. A tremendous sensation now prevailed in the room, and those who were spectators anxiously awaited the result of the strange drama. "Yes, there are indeed the villains to whom I am indebted for all the miseries I have endured," continued Markham. "But say not that a lucky accident brought us all here together this night. Think not that a mere chance occasioned the present meeting of the deceivers and the deceived. No, it was the will of the Almighty to establish the innocence of an injured man." A solemn silence succeeded these words, which were delivered in a tone which produced an impression of awe upon all who heard him. Even the depraved and hardened men that were present on this occasion in the parlour of the dark house gazed with respect upon the young man who dared to speak of the Almighty in that den of dissipation. Markham continued after a short pause. "Were it not that I should be involving in ruin a man who has spontaneously come forward to proclaim his own guilt, to declare his repentance, and to assert my innocence, without hope of reward from me, and even without knowing that God had sent me hither to overhear every word be uttered, were it not that I should be inflicting upon him the deepest injury, I would this moment assign you to the custody of the police as the instigators of the diabolical fraud in which Talbot was your tool, and I was your scapegoat. But though I shall take no steps to punish you, Heaven will not allow you to triumph in your career of turpitude." "Well spoken," said Mr. Chichester, perceiving that he was in no danger, and therefore assuming an air of bravado. "Upon my honour, I can't comprehend all this," muttered the baronet. "Let us go, my dear fellow. I do not admire your Spitalfields riff-raff." "Yes, go, depart," cried Markham, "or else I shall not be able to restrain my indignation." "They shan't go without, however," said the butcher, very coolly, taking off his apron and turning up the sleeves of his blue stuff jacket. "I'll take one, I will," cried the barber's boy, laying aside his pull at the porter, and then advancing towards the two adventurers with clenched fists. "Stop, stop, I implore you!" ejaculated Markham. "I ask not for such vengeance as this. No violence, I beseech you. Let's give it 'em in true John Bull style, and knock all that cursed dandy nonsense out of him," cried the butcher. And before Richard could interfere farther, he befell the baronet with one blow of his tremendous fist. The barber forthwith pitched into the fashionable Mr. Chichester, who struggled in vain to defend himself. The baronet rose, and the butcher instantly took his head into chancery, and pummelled him to his heart's content. As soon as Chichester and Sir Rupert were so severely thrashed that they were covered all over with bruises, and could scarcely stand upon their legs, the butcher and the barber kicked them into the open air, amidst the shouts and exclamations of all the inmates of the dark house parlour. When order was once more restored, Markham addressed himself to the two champions who had avenged him in their own peculiar style, and not only thanked them for their well-meant though mistaken kindness, but also gave them magnificent proofs of his bounty. "And now," said Richard, turning towards Pocock, "are you willing to sign a declaration of my innocence?" "On condition that the paper shall never be used against me," answered the engraver. "Could I not this moment give you into custody to the police upon your own confession of having forged the place from which the bank notes were printed?" "Certainly. I was wrong to make any conditions. You're a man of honour." Markham proceeded to draw up the declaration referred to, and Pocock signed it with a firm and steady hand. This ceremony being completed, Richard placed Bank of England notes for £50 in the engraver's hand. "Accept this," he said, "as a token of my gratitude and a proof of my forgiveness, and he have me. I regret that my means do not allow me to be more liberal. Endeavour to enter an honest path, and should you ever require a friend, do not hesitate to apply to me." Pocock wept tears of gratitude and repentance, the only acknowledgment he could offer for this sudden and most welcome aid. His emotions choked his powers of utterance. Markham hurried from the room, and took his departure from the establishment which possessed much an ominous name, but which had proved the scene of a great benefit to him that evening. He was hurrying up Brick Lane in a northerly direction, this is to say, towards Church Street, which he was suddenly stopped by an individual whom he encountered in his way, and who carried a large life-preserver in his hand. "I suppose you were tired of waiting for me," said the Resurrection Man, for it was he. "I certainly imagined you would not come to-night," answered Richard. "Well, better late than never. It is fortunate that we met. It will save you another journey tomorrow night, you know." "Yes, I am glad that we have met, as my time is now too valuable to waste." "In that case, we can either return to the dark house, which is open all night, or you can give me the money in the street. You don't require any receipt, I suppose?" "No, neither will you require to give me any." "So I thought. Honour among thieves, eh? Excuse the compliment, but, in the first place, have you got the tin?" "I had the whole amount just now in my pocket, when I first went to the dark house." "Then I suppose it is all there still?" "Not all. I have parted with £50 out of it." "The deuce you have! And how came you to do that?" demanded the Resurrection Man gruffly. "I gave you fair warning that I would take nothing less than the entire sum." "I obtained in a most extraordinary manner a proof of my innocence, and I think I purchased it cheaply at that rate. I would have given all I possessed in the world," added Markham, "to procure it." "The devil!" cried the Resurrection Man, who grew uneasy at the cold and indifferent way in which Markham spoke. "Well, I suppose I must take what you got left. You can easily leave the remainder for me at the Dark House." "Not a shilling will you now obtain from me," ejaculated Richard firmly, "and I have waited to tell you so. I have made up my mind to reveal the entire truth without a reserve to those from whom I was before foolishly and dishonorably anxious to conceal it." "This gammon won't do it for me," cried the Resurrection Man. "You want to stall me off, but I'm too wide awake. Give me the teen, or I'll start to-morrow morning to Richmond, and see the Count upon you know what subject. Before I left that neighborhood the other day, I made all the necessary inquiries about the people of the house which the young lady went into." "You may save yourself that trouble also," said Markham, "for I shall reveal all that you would unfold. But, in a word, you may do what you choose." "Come now," ejaculated the Resurrection Man, considerably crestfallen. "Assist an old companion in difficulties. Lend me 100 or so." "No," returned Richard in resolute manner. "Had you asked me in the first instance to assist you, I would have done so willingly. But you have endeavored to extort a considerable sum of money from me, much more than I could spare, and I should not now be justified in yielding to the prayers of a man who has found that his base menaces have failed." "You do not think I would have done what I said?" cried the Resurrection Man. "I believe you to be capable of any villainy, but we have already conversed too long. I was anxious to show you how a virtuous resolution would enable me to triumph over your base designs, and I have now nothing more to say to you. Our ways lie in indifferent directions, both at present and in future. Farewell." With these words Markham continued his way up Brick Lane, but the Resurrection Man was again by his side in a moment. "You refuse to assist me?" he muttered in a hoarse and savage tone. "I do. Molest me no further." "You refuse to assist me?" repeated the villain, grinding his teeth with rage. "Then you may mind the consequences. I will very soon show you that you will bitterly, bitterly repent your determination. By God, I will be revenged." "I shall know how to be upon my guard," said Markham. He then walked rapidly on, without looking behind him. The Resurrection Man stood still for a moment, considering how to act. Then, apparently struck by a sudden idea, he hastened stealthily after Richard Markham. End of The Dark House. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 43 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 43 The Mummy. The district of Spitalfields and Bethnal Green was totally unknown to Markham. Indeed, his visit upon the present occasion was the first he had ever paid to that densely populated and miserable region. It was now midnight, and the streets were nearly deserted. The lamps, few and far between, only made darkness visible, instead of throwing a useful light upon the intricate maze of narrow thoroughfares. Markham's object was to reach Shoreditch as soon as possible, for he knew that opposite the church there was a cab stand, where he might procure a vehicle to take him home. Emerging from Brick Lane, he crossed Church Street, and struck into that labyrinth of dirty and dangerous lanes in the vicinity of Birdcage Walk, which we alluded to at the commencement of the preceding chapter. He soon perceived that he had mistaken his way, and at length found himself floundering about in a long narrow street, unpaved, and here and there almost blocked up with heaps of putrescent filth. There was not a lamp in this perilous thoroughfare, no moon on high irradiated his path, Black night enveloped everything above and below in total darkness. Once or twice he thought he heard footsteps behind him, and then he stopped, hoping to be overtaken by someone of whom he might inquire his way. But either his ears deceived him, or else the person whose steps he heard stopped when he did. There was not a light in any of the houses on either side, and not a sound of revelry or sorrow escaped from the ill-closed casements. Richard was bewildered, and, to speak truly, he began to be alarmed. He remembered to have read of the mysterious disappearance of persons in the East End of the metropolis, and also of certain tell-deeds of crime which had been lately brought to light in the very district where he was now wandering, and he could not help wishing that he was in some more secure and less gloomy region. He was groping his way along, feeling with his hands against the houses to guide him, now knee-deep in some filthy puddle, now stumbling over some heap of slimy dirt, now floundering up to his ankles in the mud, when a heavy and crushing blow fell upon his hat from behind. He staggered and fell against the door of a house. Almost at the same instant that door was thrust open, and two powerful arms hurled the prostrate young man down 3 or 4 steps into a passage. The person who thus ferociously attacked him leapt after him, closing the door violently behind him. All this occupied but a couple of seconds, and though Markham was not completely stunned by the blow, he was too much stupefied by the suddenness and violence of the assault to cry out. To this circumstance he was probably indebted for his life, for the villain who had struck him no doubt conceived the blow to have been fatal, and therefore, instead of renewing the attack, he strode over Markham and entered a room into which the passage opened. Richard's first idea was to rise and attempt an escape by the front door, but before he had time to consider it, even for a moment, the murderous ruffian struck a light in the room, which, as well as a part of the passage, was immediately illuminated by a powerful glare. Markham had been thrown upon the damp tiles with which the passage was paved, in such a manner that his head was close by the door of the room. The man who had assailed him lighted a piece of candle in a bright tin shade hanging against the wall, and the reflection produced by the metal caused the strong glare that fell so suddenly upon Richard's eyes. Markham was about to start from his prostrate position, when the interior of that room was thus abruptly revealed to him. But for a few moments the spectacle which met his sight paralysed every limb, and rendered him breathless, speechless, and motionless with horror. Stretched upon a shutter, which 3 chairs supported, was a corpse, naked, and of that bluish or livid colour which denotes the beginning of decomposition. Near this loathsome object was a large tub full of water, and to that part of the ceiling, immediately above it, were affixed 2 large hooks, to each of which hung thick cords. In one corner of the room were long flexible iron rods, spades, pickaxes, wooden levers, coils of thick rope, trowels, saws, hammers, huge chisels, skeleton keys, and so on. But how great was Richard's astonishment when, glancing from the objects just described towards the ruffian who had hurled him into that den of horrors, his eyes were struck by the sombre and revolting countenance of the Resurrection Man. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if he could thus banish both thought and danger. "Now then, mummy," ejaculated the Resurrection Man, "come and hold this light while I ruffle the pockets of a new subject." Scarcely had he uttered these words, when a low knock was heard at the front door of the house. "Damn the thing!" cried the Resurrection Man aloud. "Here are these fellows come for the stiff-un." These words struck fresh dismay into the soul of Richard Markham, for it instantly occurred to him that any friends of the Resurrection Man, who were thus craving admittance, were more likely to aid than to frustrate that villain's designs upon the life and property of a fellow creature. "Here, mummy!" cried the Resurrection Man once more, and hastily returning into the passage, he reiterated his summons at the bottom of a staircase at the further end. "Here, mummy, why the hell don't you come down?" I'm coming," answered a cracked female voice from the top of the staircase, and in another moment an old, blear-eyed, shrivelled hag made her appearance. She was so thin, her eyes were so sunken, her skin was so much like dirty parchment, and her entire appearance was so horrible and repulsive, that it was impossible to conceive a more appropriate and expressive nickname than the one which had been conferred upon her. "Now come, mammy," said the ruffian, in a hasty whisper, "help me to drag this fellow into the back room. There's good pickings here, and the chaps have come for the stiff'un." Another knock was heard at the door. Markham, well aware that resistance was at present vain, exercised sufficient control over himself to remain motionless, with his eyes nearly closed, while the Resurrection Man and the Mummy dragged him hastily into the back room. The Mummy turned the key in the lock, while the Resurrection Man hurried to the street door, and admitted two men into the front apartment. One was Tom the Cracksman, the other was a rogue of the same stamp, and was known amongst his confederates in crime by the name of the Buffer. It was this man's boast that he never robbed anyone without stripping him to the very skin; and as a person in a state of nudity is said to be in buff, the origin of his pseudonym is easily comprehended. "Well," said the Cracksman sulkily, "you ain't at all particular how you keep people at your door, you ain't. For 2d I'd have sported it, burst it open, with my foot." "Why, the old Mummy was fast asleep," returned the Resurrection Man, "and I was upstairs trying to awake her. But I didn't expect you till to morrow night." "No, and we shouldn't have come either," said the Cracksman, "if there hadn't been 30 quid's to earn to night." "The devil there is!" cried the Resurrection Man. "Then you ain't come for the stiff'un to night?" "No such thing. The Sawbones (surgeon) that it's for don't expect it till to morrow night, so it's no use taking it. But they're the other Sawbones, which lives down by the Middlesex Hospital. Will meet us at 1:30 at the back of Shoreditch Church." "What, to night?" ejaculated the Resurrection Man. "To night, in half an hour, and with all the tools," returned the Cracksman. "Work for the inside of the church, he says," added the Buffer. 30 quid isn't to be sneezed at. That a 10 apiece. I'm blowed if I don't like this here resurrection business better than cracking cribs. What do you say, Tom?" "Anything by way of a change. Particular as when we want a stiff'un by a certain day, and don't know in which churchyard to dive for one, we hit upon the plan of catching 'em alive in the street." "It was my idea, though," exclaimed the Buffer. "Don't you remember when we wanted a stiff'un for the very same Sawbones which we've got to meet presently? We waited for near 2 hours at the house door, and at last we caught hold of a feller that was walking so comfortably along, looking up at the moon. And then I thought of holding him with his head downwards in a tub of water," added the Cracksman, "till he was drowned. That way don't tell no tales, no wound on the skin, no poison in the stomach, and there ain't too much water inside neither, 'cause the poor devils don't swallow with their heads downwards." "Ah, it was a good idea," said the Buffer, "and now we've reduced it to a regular system. Tub of water all ready on the floor, hooks and cords to hold the chaps' feet up to the ceiling, and then, my eye! there they hangs, head downwards, just for all the world like the carcasses in the butchers' shops, if they hadn't got their clothes on. And then we precious soon takes off. But I say, old feller," said the Cracksman, turning to the Resurrection Man, who had remained silent during the colloquy between his two companions, "what the devil are you thinking of?" "I was thinking," was the answer, "that the Sawbones that you've agreed to meet to night want some particular body." "He does," said the Cracksman, "and the one he wants is buried in a vault." "Well and good!" exclaimed the Resurrection Man. "He's too good a customer to disappoint. We must be off at once." The Resurrection Man did not for a moment doubt that Richard Markham had been killed by the blow which he had inflicted upon him with his life preserver, and he therefore did not hesitate to undertake the business just proposed by his two confederates. He knew that, whatever Richard's pockets might contain, he could rely upon the honesty of the Mummy, who, horrible to relate, was the miscreant's own mother. Having therefore given a few instructions in a whisper to the old woman, he prepared to accompany the Cracksman and the Buffer. The three worthies provided themselves with some of the long flexible rods and other implements before noticed. and the Resurrection Man took from a cupboard 2 boxes, each of about 6 inches square, and which he gave to his companions to carry. He also concealed the tin shade which held the candle about his person, and these preliminaries being settled, the 3 men left the house. Let us now return to Richard Markham. The moment he was deposited in the back room, and the door had closed behind the occupants of that fearful den, he started up, a prey to the most indescribable feelings of alarm and horror. What a lurking hole of enormity, what a haunt of infamy, what a scene of desperate crime, was this in which he now found himself! A feculent smell of the decomposing corpse in the next room reached his nostrils, and produced a nauseating sensation in his stomach. And that corpse, was it the remains of one who had died a natural death, or who had been most foully murdered? He dared not answer the question which he had thus put to himself. He feared lest the solution of that mystery might prove ominous in respect to his own fate. Oh, for the means of escape! He must fly from that horrible scene of crime, from that human slaughter-house. But how? The door was locked, and the window was closed with a shutter. If he made the slightest noise, the ruffians in the next room would rush in and assassinate him. But hark! Those men were talking, and he could overhear all they said. Could it be possible? The 2 who had just come were going to take the third away with them upon his own revolting business? Hope returned to the bosom of the poor young man. He felt that he might yet be saved. But, oh horror! On what topic had the conversation turned? Those men were rejoicing in their own infernal inventions to render murder unsuspected. The object of the tub of water, and the hooks and cords upon the ceiling, were now explained. The unsuspecting individual who passed the door of that accursed dwelling by night was set upon by the murderers, dragged into the house, gagged, and suspended by his feet to these hooks, while his head hung downwards in the water, and thus he delivered up his last breath, and the wretches kept him there until decomposition commenced, that the corpse might not appear too fresh to the surgeon to whom it was to be sold. Merciful heavens! Could such things be? Could atrocities of so appalling a nature be perpetrated in a great city, protected by thousands of a well-paid police? Could the voice of murder, murder effected with so much safety, cry up to heaven for vengeance through the atmosphere of London? At length the 3 men went out, as before described, and Markham felt an immense weight suddenly lifted from off his mind. Before the Resurrection Man set out upon his excursion with the cracksman and the buffer, he had whispered these words to the mummy: "While I'm gone, you can clean out the swell's pockets in the back room. He has got about 400 or 500 pound about him, so mind and take care. When you've searched his pockets, strip him and look at his skull. I'm afraid I've fractured it, for my life preserver came down precious heavy upon him, and he never spoke a word. If there's the wound, I must bury him to-morrow in the cellar. If not, wash him clean, and I know where to dispose of him." It was in obedience to these instructions that the mummy took a candle in her hand, and proceeded to the back room as soon as her son and his 2 companions had left the house. The horrible old woman was not afraid of the dead. Her husband had been a Resurrection Man, and her only son followed the same business. She was therefore too familiar with the sight of death in all its most fearful as well as its most interesting shapes to be alarmed at it. The revolting spectacle of a corpse, putrid with decomposition, produced no more impression upon her than the pale and beautiful remains of any lovely girl whom death had called early to the tomb, and whose form was snatched from its silent couch beneath the sod ere the finger of decay had begun its ravages. That hideous old woman considered corpses an article of commerce, and handled her wares as a trader does his merchandise. She cared no more for the sickly and fetid odour which they sent forth than the tanner does for the smell of the tan-yard, or the scourer for the fumes of his bleaching liquid. The mummy entered the back room, holding a candle in her hand. Markham started forward and caught her by the wrist. She uttered a sort of growl of savage disappointment, but gave no sign of alarm. "Vile wretch!" exclaimed Richard. "God has at length sent me to discover and expose your crimes. "Don't do me any harm, don't hurt me," said the old woman, "and I will do anything you want of me." "Answer me," cried Markham. "That corpse in the other room." "Murdered by my son," replied the hag. "And the clothes? Where are the clothes? They may contain some papers which may throw a light upon the name and residence of your victim. Follow me, I will show you." The old woman turned and walked slowly out of the room. Markham went after her, for he thought that if he could discover who the unfortunate person was that had met his death in that accursed dwelling, he might be enabled to relieve his family at least from the horrors of suspense, although he should be the bearer of fatal news indeed. The mummy opened the door of a cupboard formed beneath the staircase, and holding forward the light, pointed to some clothes which hung upon a nail inside. "There, take them yourself if you want them," said the old woman. "I won't touch them." With these words she drew back, but still held the candle in such a way as to throw the light into the closet. Markham stepped forward to reach the clothes, and, in extending his hand to take them from the peg, he advanced one of his feet upon the floor of the closet. A trap-door instantly gave way beneath his foot. He lost his balance, and fell precipitately into a subterranean excavation. The trap-door, which moved with a spring, closed by itself above his head, and he heard the triumphant cackling laugh of the old hag, as she fastened it with a large iron bolt. The mummy then went and seated herself by the corpse in the front room, and while she rocked backwards and forwards in her chair, she crooned the following song: THE BODY SNATCHER'S SONG. In the churchyard the body is laid, there they inter the beautiful maid. Earth to earth is the solemn sound. Over the sod where their daughter sleeps, the father prays and the mother weeps. Ashes to ashes echoes around. Come with the axe and come with the spade, come where the beautiful virgin's laid. Earth from earth must we take back now, the sod is damp and the grave is cold. Lay the white corpse on the dark black mould, that the pale moonbeam may kiss its brow. Throw back the earth and heap up the clay, this cold white corpse we will bear away, now that the moonlight waxes dim, for the student doth his knife prepare, to hack all over this form so fair, and sever the virgin limb from limb. At morn the mother will come to pray over the grave where her child she lay, and freshest flowers thereon will spread, and on that spot will she kneel and weep, nor dream that we have disturbed the sleep of her who lay in that narrow bed. We must leave the mummy singing her horrible staves, and accompany the body snatchers in their proceedings at Shoreditch Church. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 44. The Body Snatchers. The Resurrection Man, the Cracksman, and the Buffer hastened rapidly along the narrow lanes and filthy alleys leading towards Shoreditch Church. They threaded their way in silence, through the jet-black darkness of the night, and without once hesitating as to the particular turnings which they were to follow. Those men were as familiar with that neighbourhood as a person can be with the rooms and passages in his own house. At length the body snatchers reached the low wall surmounted with a high railing, which encloses Shoreditch churchyard. They were now at the back part of that burial ground, in a narrow and deserted street, whose dark and lonely appearance tended to aid their designs upon an edifice situated in one of the most populous districts in all London. For some minutes before their arrival, an individual, enveloped in a long cloak, was walking up and down beneath the shadow of the wall. This was the surgeon, whose thirst after science had called into action the energies of the body snatchers that night. The cracksman advanced first, and ascertained that the surgeon had already arrived, and that the coast was otherwise clear. He then whistled in a low and peculiar manner, and his two confederates came up. "You have got all your tools?" said the surgeon in a hasty whisper. "Every one that we require," answered the Resurrection Man. "For opening a vault inside the church, mind?" added the surgeon, interrogatively. "You show us the vault, sir, and we'll soon have out the body," said the Resurrection Man. "All right," whispered the surgeon, "and my own carriage will be in this street at 3 precisely. We shall have plenty of time. There's no one stirring till 5, and it's dark till 7." The surgeon and the body snatchers then scaled the railing, and in a few moments stood in the churchyard. The Resurrection Man addressed himself to his two confederates and the surgeon, and said, "Do you lie snug under the wall here while I go forward and see how we must manage the door." With these words he crept stealthily along, amidst the tombstones, towards the church. The surgeon and the cracksman seated themselves upon a grave close to the wall, and the Buffer threw himself flat upon his stomach, with his ear towards the ground. He remained in this position for some minutes, and then uttered a species of low growl, as if he were answering some signal which caught his ears alone. "The skeleton keys won't open the side door, the Resurrection Man says," whispered the Buffer, raising his head toward the surgeon and the cracksman. He then laid his ear close to the ground once more, and resumed his listening posture. In a few minutes he again replied to a signal, and this time his answer was conveyed by means of a short, sharp whistle. "It appears there is a bolt, and it will take a quarter of an hour to saw through the padlock that holds it," observed the Buffer in a whisper. Nearly 20 minutes elapsed after this announcement. The surgeon's teeth chattered with the intense cold, and he could not altogether subdue certain feelings of horror at the idea of the business which had brought him thither. The almost mute correspondence which those two men were enabled to carry on together, the methodical precision with which they performed their avocations, and the coolness they exhibited in undertaking a sacrilegious task, made a powerful impression upon his mind. He shuddered from head to foot. His feelings of aversion were the same as he would have experienced had a loathsome reptile crawled over his naked flesh. "It's all right now," suddenly exclaimed the Buffer, rising from the ground. "Come along." And the surgeon and the cracksman followed the Buffer to the southern side of the church, where there was a flight of steps leading up to a side door in a species of lobby or lodge. This door was open, and the Resurrection Man was standing inside the lodge. As soon as they had all entered the sacred edifice, the door was carefully closed once more. We have before said that the night was cold, but the interior of the church was of a chill so intense that an icy feeling appeared to penetrate the very backbone. The wind murmured down the aisle, and every footstep echoed, like a hollow sound in the distance, throughout the spacious pile. "Now, sir," said the Resurrection Man to the surgeon, "it is for you to tell us whereabouts we are to begin." The surgeon groped his way toward the communion table, and at the northern side, or the railings which surrounded it, he stopped short. "I must now be standing," he said, "upon the very stone which you are to remove. You can, however, soon ascertain, for the funeral only took place yesterday morning, and the mortar must be quite soft." The Resurrection Man stooped down, felt with his hand for the joints of the pavement in that particular spot, and thrust his knife between them. "Yes," he said, after a few minutes' silence, "this stone has only been put down a day or two. But do you wish, sir, that all traces of our work should disappear?" "Certainly. I would not for the world that the family of the deceased should learn that this tomb has been violated. Suspicion would immediately fall upon me, for it would be remembered how earnestly I desired to open the body, and how resolutely my request was refused." "We must use a candle, then, presently," said the Resurrection Man, "and that is the most dangerous part of the whole proceeding." "It cannot be helped," returned the surgeon, in a decided tone. "The fact that the side door has been opened by unfair means must transpire in a day or two, and search will then be made inside the church to ascertain whether those who have been guilty of the sacrilege were thieves or Resurrection Men. You see, then, how necessary it is that there should remain no proofs of the violation of a tomb." "Well and good, sir," said the Resurrection Man. "You command, we obey. Now then, my mates, to work." In a moment the Resurrection Man lighted a piece of candle and placed it in the tin shade before alluded to. The glare which it shed was thereby thrown almost entirely downwards. He then carefully and with surprising rapidity examined the joints of the large flagstone which was to be removed and on which no inscription had yet been engraved. He observed the manner in which the mortar was laid down, and noticed even the places where it spread a little over the adjoining stones, or where it was slightly deficient. This inspection being completed, he extinguished the light, and set to work in company with the cracksman and the buffer. The eyes of the surgeon gradually became accustomed to the obscurity, and he was enabled to observe, to some extent, the proceedings of the body snatchers. These men commenced by pouring vinegar over the mortar round the stone which they were to raise. Then they took long clasp knives with very thin and flexible blades from their pockets, and inserted them between the joints of the stones. They moved these knives rapidly backwards and forwards for a few seconds, so as effectually to loosen the mortar, and moistened the interstices several times with the vinegar. This operation being finished, they introduced the thin and pointed edge of a lever between the end of the stone which they were to raise and the one adjoining it. The Resurrection Man, who held the lever, only worked it very gently, but at every fresh effort on his part, the cracksman and the buffer introduced a wedge of wood into the space which thus grew larger and larger. By these means, had the lever suddenly given way, the stone would not have fallen back into its setting. At length it was raised to a sufficient height to admit of its being supported by a thick log about 3 feet in length. While these three men were thus proceeding as expeditiously as possible with their task, the surgeon, although a man of naturally strong mind, could not control the strange feelings which crept upon him. It suddenly appeared to him as if he beheld those men for the first time. That continuation of regular and systematic movements, that silent perseverance, faintly shadowed forth amidst the obscurity of the night, at length assumed so singular a character that the surgeon felt as if he beheld 3 demons disinterring a doomed one to carry him off to hell. He was aroused from this painful reverie by the Resurrection Man, who said to him, "Come and help us remove the stone." The surgeon applied all his strength to this task, and the huge flagstone was speedily removed upon 2 wooden rollers away from the mouth of the grave. "You are certain that this is the place?" said the Resurrection Man. "As certain as one can be who stood by the grave for a quarter of an hour in daylight, and who has to recognize it again in total darkness," answered the surgeon. "Besides, the mortar was soft." "There may have been another burial close by," interrupted the Resurrection Man, "but we will soon find out whether you are right or not, sir. Was the coffin a wooden one?" "Yes, an elm coffin, covered with black cloth," replied the surgeon. "I gave the instructions for the funeral myself, being the oldest friend of the family." The Resurrection Man took one of the long, flexible rods which we have before noticed, and thrust it down into the vault. The point penetrated into the lid of a coffin. He drew it back, put the point to his tongue, and tasted it. "Yes," he said, smacking his lips, "the coffin in this vault is an elm one, and is covered with black cloth." "I thought I could not be wrong," observed the surgeon. The body snatchers then proceeded to raise the coffin by means of ropes passed underneath it. This was a comparatively easy portion of their task, and in a few moments it was placed upon the flagstones of the church. The Resurrection Man took a chisel and opened the lid with considerable care. Then he lighted his candle a second time, and the glare fell upon the pale features of the corpse in its narrow shell. "This is the right one," said the surgeon, casting a hasty glance upon the face of the dead body, which was that of a young girl of about 16. The Resurrection Man extinguished the light, and he and his companions proceeded to lift the corpse out of the coffin. The polished marble limbs of the deceased were rudely grasped by the sacrilegious hands of the body snatchers, and, having stripped the corpse stark naked, they tied its neck and heels together by means of a strong cord. Then they thrust it into a large sack made for the purpose. The body snatchers then applied themselves to the restoration of the vault to its original appearance. The lid of the coffin was carefully fastened down, and that now tenantless bed was lowered into the tomb. The stone was rolled over the mouth of the vault, and one of the small square boxes previously alluded to furnished mortar wherewith to fill up the joints. The Resurrection Man lighted his candle a third time, and applied the cement in such a way that even the very workmen who laid the stone down after the funeral would not have known that it had been disturbed. Then, as this mortar was a shade fresher and lighter than that originally used, the Resurrection Man scattered over it a thin brown powder, which was furnished by the second box brought away from the house on this occasion. Lastly, a light brush was swept over the scene of these operations, and the necessary precautions were complete. The clock struck 3 as the surgeon and the body snatchers issued from the church, carrying the sack containing the corpse between them. They reached the wall at the back of the churchyard, and there deposited their burden, while the cracksman hastened to see if the surgeon's carriage had arrived. In a few minutes he returned to the railing, and said in a low tone, "All right." The body was lifted over the iron barrier, and conveyed to the vehicle. The surgeon counted 10 sovereigns into the hands of each of the body snatchers, and, having taken his seat inside the vehicle, close by his strange freight, was whirled rapidly away towards his own abode. The 3 body snatchers retraced their steps to the house in the vicinity of the Birdcage Walk, and the cracksman and Buffer, having deposited the implements of their avocation in the corner of the front room, took their departure. The moment the Resurrection Man was thus relieved from the observation of his companions, he seized the candle and hastened into the back room, where he expected to find the corpse of Richard Markham stripped and washed. To his surprise, the room was empty. "What the devil has the old fool been up to?" he exclaimed. Then, hastening to the foot of the stairs, he cried, "Mummy, are you awake?" In a few moments a door on the first floor opened, and the old woman appeared in her night gear at the head of the stairs. "Is that you, Tony?" she exclaimed. "Yes. Who the hell do you think it could be? But what have you done with the fresh 'un?" "The fresh 'un came alive again." "Gammon! Where's the money? How much was there? And is his skull fractured?" demanded the Resurrection Man. "I tell you that he came to his senses," returned the old hag, "and that he sprung upon me like a tiger when I went into the back room after you was gone." "Damnation! What a fool I was not to stick 3 inches of cold steel into him!" ejaculated the Resurrection Man, stamping his foot. "So I suppose he got clear away, money and all. Gone, maybe, to fetch the traps." "Don't alarm yourself, Tony," said the old hag, with a horrible cackling laugh. "He's safe enough, I'll warrant it." "Safe? Where? Where?" "Where his betters have been afore him," answered the mummy. "What? In the well in the yard?" exclaimed the Resurrection Man, in a state of horrible suspense. "No, in the hole under the stairs." "Wretch! Drivelling fool! Idiot that you are!" cried the Resurrection Man, in a voice of thunder. "You decoyed him into the very place from which he was sure to escape." "Escape?" exclaimed the mummy, in a tone of profound alarm. "Yes, escape," repeated the Resurrection Man. "Did I not tell you a month or more ago that the wall between the hole and the saw pit in the empty house next door had given way?" "No, you never told me." "I'll swear you never told me," cried the old hag, now furious in her turn. "You only say so to throw all the blame on me. It's just like you." "Don't provoke me, mother," said the Resurrection Man, grinding his teeth. "You know that I told you about the wall falling down, and you know that I spoke to you about not using the place any more." "It's false!" cried the mummy. "It's true, for I said to you at the time that I must brick up the wall myself some night before any new people take the carpenter's yard, or they might wonder what the devil we could want with a place underground like that, and it would be the means of blowing us." "It's a lie! You never told me a word about it," persisted the old harridan doggedly. "Perdition take you!" cried the man. "The affair of this cursed Markham will be the ruin of us both." The Resurrection Man still had a hope left. The subterranean pit beneath the stairs was deep, and Markham might have been stunned by the fall. He hastened to the trap door and raised it. The vivid light of his candle was thrown on the very bottom of the pit by means of the bright reflector of tin. The hole was empty. Maddened by disappointment, a prey to the most terrible apprehensions, and uncertain whether to flee or remain in his den, the Resurrection Man paced the passage in a state of mind which would not have been envied by even a criminal on his way to execution. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Emily Wallace. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 45. The Fruitless Search. When Richard Markham was precipitated into the hole beneath the stairs, by the perfidy of the mummy, he fell with his head against a stone, and became insensible. He lay in this manner for upwards of half an hour, when a current of air which blew steadily upon his face revived him, and he awoke to all the horrors of his situation. He had seen and passed through enough that night to unhinge the strongest mind. The secrets of the accursed den to a subterranean dungeon of which he now lay, the atrocious mysteries revealed by the conversation of the body-snatchers ere they set out on their expedition to Shoreditch Church, the cold corpse of some unfortunate being most inhumanly murdered, and all the paraphernalia of a hideous death in the front room of that outpost of hell, haunted his imagination, and worked him up to a pitch of excitement bordering upon frenzy. He felt that if he did not escape from that hole, he should dash his head against the wall, or go raving mad. He clenched his fists and struck them against his forehead in an access of despair. And then he endeavored to reason with himself, and to look the perils that beset him in the face. But he could not remain cool, he could not control his agonizing emotions. "O God," he exclaimed aloud, "what have I done to be thus afflicted? What sin have I committed to be thus tortured? Have I not served thee in word and deed to the best of my ability? Do I not worship, venerate, adore thee? O God, why wilt thou that I should die thus early, and die too so cruel a death? Is there not room on earth enough for a worm like me? Have I not been sufficiently tried, O my God, and in the hour of my deepest, bitterest anguish, did I ever deny thee? Did I repine against thy supreme will, when false men encompassed me to destroy me in the opinion of the world? Hear me, O God, hear me, and let me not die this time. Let me not perish, O Lord, thus miserably." Such was the fervent, heartfelt prayer which Markham breathed to heaven in the agony and despair of his soul. He extended his arms, with his hands clasped together, in the ardor of his appeal, and they encountered an opening in the wall. A ray of hope penetrated to his heart, in which upon further search he discovered an aperture sufficiently wide for him to creep through. He exclaimed, "O Lord, I thank thee, thou hast heard my prayer. Pardon, O pardon my repinings. Forgive me that I dared to question thy sovereign will." At all risks he determined to pass through the opening, lead whithersoever it might, for he knew that he could scarcely be worse off, and he felt a secret influence which prompted him thus to act, and for which he could not wholly account. He crept through the hole in the partition wall, and found himself upon a soft, damp ground. Everything was veiled in the blackest obscurity. He groped about with his hands, and stepped cautiously forward, pausing at every pace. Presently his foot encountered what appeared to be a step. To his infinite joy he ascertained, in another moment, that he was at the bottom of a flight of stone stairs. He ascended them, and came to a door which yielded to his touch. He proceeded slowly and cautiously along a passage, groping his way with his hands, and in a few moments he reached another door, which opened with a latch. He was now in the open street. Carefully closing the door behind him, he hurried away from that accursed vicinity, as if he were pursued by bloodhounds. He ran. He ran reckless of the deep pools of stagnant water, careless of the heaps of thick mud through which he passed, indifferent to the bruises which he sustained against the angles of houses, the corners of streets, and the stone steps of doors, unmindful of the dangers which he dared in threading thus wildly those rugged and uneven thoroughfares amidst the dense obscurity which covered the earth. He ran, a delirium of joy thrilling in his brain and thanksgiving in his soul. For now that he had escaped from the peril which so lately beset him, it appeared to his imagination 1,000 times more frightful than when it actually impended over him. Oh, he was happy, thrice happy, in the enjoyment of liberty and the security of life once more, and he began to look upon the scenes of that eventful night as an accumulation of horrors which could have possibility only in a dream. He ran amidst those filthy lanes and foul streets, where a nauseating atmosphere prevailed. But had he been threading a labyrinth of rose trees, amongst the most delicious perfumes, he could not have experienced a more burning, ardent, furious joy. Yes, his delight was madness, frenzy. On, splashed with mud, floundering through black puddles, knee-deep in mire, on he went, reckless which direction he pursued, so long as the rapidity of his pace removed him afar from the accursed house that had nearly become his tomb. For an hour did he thus pursue his way. At length he stopped through sheer exhaustion, and seated himself upon the steps of a door over which a lamp was flickering. He collected his scattered ideas as well as he could, and began to wonder whither his wild and reckless course had led him. But no conjecture on his part furnished him with any clue to solve the mystery of his present whereabouts. He knew that he must be somewhere in the eastern district of the metropolis, but in what precise spot it was impossible for him to tell. While he was thus lost in vain endeavour to unravel the tangled topographical skein which perplexed his imagination, he heard footsteps advancing along the street. By the light of the lamp he soon distinguished a policeman, walking with slow and measured steps along his beat. "Will you have the kindness to tell me where I am?" said Richard, accosting the officer. "I have lost my way. What neighbourhood is this?" "Ratcliffe Highway," answered the policeman. "In the middle of Wapping, you know." "In the midst of Wapping!" ejaculated Markham, in a tone of surprise and vexation. And truly enough, there he was in the centre of that immense assemblage of dangerous streets, cut-throat lanes, and filthy alleys, which swarm with crimps ever ready to entrap the reckless and generous-hearted sailor, publicans who farm the unloading of the colliers, and compel those whom they employ to take out half their wages in vile adulterated beer, and poor half-starved coal-movers, whose existence alternates between crushing toil and killing intoxication. It was in this neighbourhood that Richard Markham now was. Heaven alone can tell what tortuous path and circuitous routes he had been pursuing during the hour of his precipitate flight, but his feet must have passed over many miles of ground from the instant that he emerged from the murderer's den, until he sank exhausted on the steps of a house in Ratcliffe Highway. He was wet and covered with mud, and very cold. But he suddenly remembered that there was a duty which he owed to society, an imperative duty which he dared not neglect. He was impressed with the idea that Providence had that night favoured his escape from the jaws of death, in order that he might become the means of rooting up a den of horrors. There was not a moment to be lost. The 3 miscreants, unconscious of peril, had repaired to Shoreditch Church to exercise the least terrible portion of their avocations in that sacred edifice. It might yet be time to secure them there. The policeman was still standing near him. "Which is the way to the station-house?" suddenly exclaimed Markham. "I have matters of the deepest importance to communicate to the police. I can place them upon the scent of 3 miscreants, 3 demons in human form." "And how came you to know about them?" asked the officer. "Oh, it is too long to tell you now. We shall only be wasting time, and the villains may escape," cried Richard in a tone of excitement and with a wildness of manner which induced the officer to fancy that his brain was turned. "Well, come along with me," said the policeman, "and you can tell all you know to the superintendent." Markham signified his readiness to accompany the officer, and they proceeded to the station house in the neighborhood. There Richard was introduced to the superintendent. "I have this night," said the young man, "escaped from the most fearful perils. I was proceeding along a dark, narrow, and dirty street somewhere in the neighborhood of Shoreditch Church, when I was knocked down, and carried into a house where murder, yes, murder," added Markham in a tone of fearful excitement, "seems to be committed wholesale. At this moment there is a corpse, the corpse of some unfortunate man who has been assassinated in a most inhuman manner, lying stretched out in that house. I could tell you how the miscreants who frequent that den dispose of their victims, how they pounce upon those who pass their door and drag them into that human slaughter-house, and how they make away with them. I could tell you horrors which would make your hair stand on end, but we should lose time, for you may yet capture the three wretches whose crimes have been this night so providentially revealed to me." "And where can we capture these men?" inquired the superintendent, surveying Markham from head to foot in a strange manner. "They are at this moment at Shoreditch Church," returned the young man, "and they are engaged in exhuming a corpse for a surgeon whom they were to meet at 1:30 at the back of the burial-ground." "And it is now 3 o'clock," said the superintendent. "I dare say they have got over their business by this time. You had much better sit down here by the fire and rest yourself, and when it is daylight someone shall see you home to your friends." "Sit here tranquilly, when justice claims its due!" ejaculated Markham. "Impossible! If you will not second my endeavours to expose a most appalling system of wholesale murder—" "My dear sir," interrupted the superintendent, "do compose yourself, and get such horrid thoughts out of your head. Come, be reasonable. This is London, you know, and it is impossible that the things you have described could be committed in so populous a city." "I tell you that every word I have uttered is the strict truth," cried Markham, emphatically. "And how came you to escape from such a place?" demanded the superintendent. "The villain who attacked me thought me dead. He fancied that I was killed by the blow, but it had only stunned me for a few moments." "Just now there were 3 murderers," whispered one policeman to another. "Now there is only 1. He is mad as a March hare." "Then I was decoyed into a deep pit," continued Markham, "and I escaped through an aperture opening into another pit, with stone steps to it, in the next house." The 2 policemen turned round to conceal their inclination to laugh, and the superintendent could scarcely maintain a serious countenance. "And now you will come with me to Shoreditch Church and capture the villains?" cried Markham. "We had better wait till morning. Pray sit down and compose yourself. You are wet and covered with mud. You have evidently been walking a great distance." "Oh, now I understand the cause of your hesitation," ejaculated Markham. "You do not believe me. You fancy that I am labouring under a delusion. I conjure you not to suffer justice to be defeated by that idea. The tale is strange, and I myself, had it been communicated to me as it now is to you, should look upon it as improbable. No doubt, too, my appearance is strange, and my manner may be excited, and my tone wild, but I swear to you by the great God who hears us, that I am sane, in the possession of my reason, although heaven knows I have this night passed through enough to unhinge the strongest intellects." "Can you lead us to the house where you allege that these enormities are committed?" demanded the superintendent, moved by the solemnity and rationality with which Markham had uttered this last appeal to him. "No, I cannot," was the reply. "I had lost my way amongst those streets with which I was totally unacquainted. The night was dark, dark as it is now, and therefore I could not guide you to that den of such black atrocities. But, I repeat, the murderers left that house a little after 1 to commit a deed of sacrilege in Shoreditch Church. You say that it is now 3. Perhaps their resurrection labours are not terminated yet, and you might then capture them in the midst of their unholy pursuits." "And if we do not find that Shoreditch Church has been broken open," said the superintendent, "you will admit that I am mad, that I have deceived you, that I deserve to be consigned to a lunatic asylum?" exclaimed Markham, in a tone which inspired the superintendent with confidence. That officer accordingly gave instructions to 4 constables to accompany Markham to Shoreditch Church. The little party proceeded thither with all possible expedition, but the clock struck 4 just as they reached the point of destination. They hastily scaled the railings around the burial ground, and proceeded to the very door from which the body snatchers had emerged an hour previously. One of the policemen tried the door, and it immediately yielded to his touch. At the same moment his foot struck against something upon the top step. He picked it up. It was a padlock with a semicircular bolt sawed through. The policeman and Markham entered the church, and the former commenced a strict search by means of their bull's-eye lanterns. "There's no doubt that the gentleman was right, and all he said was true," observed one of the officers. "But the birds have flown, that's clear." "Well, they must have done their work pretty cleverly if they haven't left a trace," said another. "I have heard it stated," remarked Richard, "that resurrection men are so expert at their calling that they can defy the most acute eye to discover the spot upon which they have been operating. Well, if we don't find out which vault they have opened, it's no matter. We have seen enough to convince us that you were right, sir, in all you told us." "And as the body snatchers are not here," added another police officer, "we had better get back as quick as we can and report the churches having been broken open to our superintendent." "And I will return with you," said Markham, "for when it is light I may perhaps be enabled to conduct you to within a short distance of the street, even if not into that very street itself, where the den is situated which those monsters frequent or inhabit." The officers and Richard accordingly returned to the station-house whence they came, and as soon as the superintendent heard that the church had really been broken open, he apologized to Markham for his former incredulity. "You will, however, admit, sir," said this functionary, "that your narrative was calculated to excite strange suspicions relative to the condition of the intellects of the person who told it." "I presume you fancied that I escaped from a madhouse," observed Markham. "To tell you the truth, I did," answered the superintendent. "You were in such a dreadful condition. And that reminds me that you are all wet and covered with mud. Please step into my private room, and you will find everything necessary to make you clean and comfortable." Day dawned shortly after 7, and at that time might be seen Richard Markham accompanied by an officer in plain clothes, and followed by others at a distance, threading the streets and alleys in the neighbourhood of the Birdcage Walk. The sun rose upon that labyrinth of close, narrow, sad, wretched thoroughfares, and irradiated those sinks of misery and crime as well as the regal palace and the lordly mansion at the opposite end of London. But the search after the house in which Markham had witnessed such horrors and endured such intense mental agony on the preceding night was as vain and fruitless as if its existence were but a dream. There was not a street which Markham could remember having passed through. There was not a house to which even his suspicions attached. And yet, maybe, he and his official companions proceeded up the very street, and went by the door of the very house which they sought. After a useless search throughout that neighbourhood for nearly 4 hours, Markham declared that he was completely at fault. The police accordingly abandoned any further proceedings on that occasion. It was however agreed between them and Markham that the strictest secrecy should be preserved relative to the entire business, in order that the measures to be subsequently adopted with a view to discover the den of the murderers might not be defeated by the tattle of busy tongues. End of chapter 45. Recorded by Emily Wallace.
Chapter 46, Part 1 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 46, Part 1. Richard and Isabella. Richard Markham had determined to lose no time in revealing to Count Alteroni those adventures which had rendered him an inmate of the Giltspur Street Compter for 2 years. And yet it was hard to dare the destruction of the bright visions which had dawned upon him in respect to the Signora Isabella. It was cruel to dash away from his lips the only cup of enjoyment which he had tasted for a long time. He knew not how the Count would receive such a narrative as he had to tell. Doubtless it would alarm him, for society, thought Richard, was too apt to judge rashly by outward appearances. Should the Count nobly and generously rise above the prejudices of the world, and believe the statement of Markham's innocence, corroborated as it was by the document signed by Talbot, alias Pocock, much would have been gained by a candid and honourable confession. But if the reverse ensued, and the Count banished Richard from his friendship, the young man felt that he himself would only have performed a melancholy duty, and broken asunder, of his own accord, those bonds which, were he to remain silent, an accident might one day snap abruptly and rudely. "I feel happy," said Markham to himself, as he arose in the morning after the day on which the fruitless search mentioned in the preceding chapter took place. "I feel happy even while about to consummate a sacrifice which may destroy the most golden of my dreams. The infinite being has declared that the days of our life shall be marked with sorrow, and they are, as I can well testify. But the afflictions to which we are subject are attended with blessed antidotes. Moral sources of enjoyment are given to us, as fruits and flowers for the soul, and the teachings of interest, as well as the impulses of gratitude, should lead us to consider with attention those duties we owe each other, for the sake of the bounties the Almighty showers upon us." So reasoned Richard Markham. That evening he arrived at the Count's abode near Richmond a few minutes before dinner. A kind welcome awaited him on the part of the Count and Countess, and the eyes of the Signora Isabella expressed the satisfaction she experienced at his return. When Markham was seated with the Count after dinner, he determined to commence the explanation which he had resolved to give. He was just about to broach the subject when the Count observed, "By the by, I am happy to inform you that I received letters from Greenwood this morning, and he assures me that the speculation looks admirably." "I am delighted to hear it," returned Richard, "but the chief object of my present visit—" "Was to speak about the steam package business, no doubt," interrupted the Count. "Well, if you like to take shares in it, it is not too late. But what do you think? I'm going to tell you a secret. You know that I look upon you as a friend of the family. Besides, I am well aware that you respect Isabel and love her like a brother." What did you say, Count?" stammered Markham. "I was going to tell you that Mr. Greenwood, who is immensely rich, has taken a liking to Isabella." "Indeed?" "Yes, and I gave him some little encouragement." "What? Without previously ascertaining whether the Signora's feelings are reciprocal?" cried Richard. "As for that, my dear Markham, remember that a dutiful daughter knows no will and no inclination save those of her parents." "This is not an English doctrine," said Markham, "so far as the principle applies to affairs of the heart." "It is nevertheless an Italian doctrine," exclaimed the Count somewhat haughtily, "and I have no doubt that Isabella will ever recognize the authority of her parents in this as in all other matters." As the Count uttered these words, he rose and led the way to the drawing-room, and thus deprived Markham of that opportunity of making the confession he had intended. Richard was unhappy and dispirited. He perceived that the Count was inclined to favour Mr. Greenwood's suit, and he now felt how dear Isabella was to him, how profoundly seated was his love for the beauteous Italian. Misfortunes never come alone. Richard was destined to receive a crushing blow, although innocently inflicted, the moment he entered the drawing-room. The Countess was conversing with her daughter upon her own family connections. "Do not let us interrupt your conversation," said the Count, as he took his place on the sofa near his wife. "We were only talking about the Chevalier Guildenstern, whose death was mentioned in yesterday's newspaper," observed the Countess. "I was saying that I remember how delighted I was when I discovered a few years ago that the Chevalier was not related to our family, as he had always pretended to be." "And why so?" inquired the Count. "Because the father of the Chevalier was put to death in Austria for coining, or rather upon a charge of coining," answered the Countess. "And although his innocence was discovered and proclaimed a few years after his death, I should not like to have amongst my ancestors a man who had been criminally convicted, however innocent he may in reality have been."
"Certainly not," said the Count. "I should be very sorry for anyone whose character had ever been tainted with suspicion to have the slightest connection with our family."
"I cannot say that I agree with you," observed Isabel. "There can be no disgrace attached to one who has suffered under a false accusation. On the contrary, such a person is rather deserving of our deepest sympathy, and—"
"Heavens, Mr. Markham!"
ejaculated the Countess.
"I will. Bella, dear, ring the bell. Get Mr. Markham a glass of water."
"It is nothing, I can assure you," stammered Richard, whose countenance was as pale as a corpse. "Miss Isabella, do not give yourself any trouble. It was only a sudden faintness, a spasm, but it's over now." With these words, Markham hurried to the bedchamber which was always allotted to him when he visited the Count's residence. All the horrible tortures which man can conceive harassed him at that moment. He threw himself upon his couch. He writhed, he struggled, as if against a serpent which held him in its embraces. His eyes seemed as if they were about to start from their sockets. His teeth were fast closed. He wrung his hair, he beat his breast, and no moans escaped from his bosom. The fiat of the Count had gone forth. He who would claim or aspire to connection with his family must be like the wife of Caesar, beyond all suspicion. It was not enough that such a one should be innocent of any crime. He must never have even been accused of one. Such was the disposition of the Count, elicited by an accident and unexpectedly, and Markham could now divine the nature of the treatment which he would be likely to experience were he to reveal his misfortunes to a nobleman who entertained such punctilious and extremely scrupulous notions. "But I was mad to imagine that Isabella would ever become mine," thought Markham within himself, as soon as he became somewhat more tranquil. "It was folly, supreme folly, rank, idiotic, inconceivable folly in me to have cherished a hope which could never be realized. All that now remains for me to do is to abandon myself to my adverse fate, to attempt no more struggles against the destinies that await me, to leave this house without delay, to return home and bury myself in a solitude from which no persuasions nor attractions shall henceforth induce me to emerge. Would that I could leave this house this very evening, but appearances compel me to remain at least until tomorrow. I must endeavour to assume that ease of manner, that friendly confidence which is reciprocal here. For a few hours I must consent to act the hypocrite, and tomorrow, I shall be relieved from that dread necessity. I shall be compelled to bid adieu to Isabella for ever. No avowal of my past sufferings is now required, since I shall tomorrow leave this hospitable mansion, never to return." A flood of tears relieved the unfortunate young man, and he descended once more to the drawing-room, very pale, but as calm and tranquil as usual. Isabella glanced towards him from time to time with evident anxiety, and in spite of all his endeavours to appear cheerful and at his ease, he was embarrassed, cool, and reserved. Isabella was wounded and mortified by his conduct. She attempted to rally him and to ascertain whether he was really chilling in his manners on purpose, or only melancholy against his will, but she received frigid and laconic replies, which annoyed and disheartened the poor girl to such an extent that she could scarcely refrain from tears. Markham felt that, as an honourable man, he could no longer aspire to the hand of the Signora, after the expression of opinion accidentally conveyed to him by the Count and Countess, and he therefore forbore from any attempt to render himself agreeable, or to afford the slightest testimony of his passion. Acting with these views, and endeavouring to seem only properly polite, he fell into the opposite extreme, and grew cold and reserved. The Count and Countess imagined that he was unwell, and were not therefore annoyed by his conduct. But poor Isabella, who was deeply attached to him, set down his behaviour to indifference. This idea on her part was confirmed when Markham, in the course of conversation, intimated his intention of returning home on the following day.
"Return home? And what for?" ejaculated the Count. "You have no society there, and here you have some, unamusing and tedious though it may be."
"Never did I pass a happier period of my existence than that which I have spent in your hospitable abode," said Richard.
"Then remain with us at least 10 days, or a fortnight," cried the Count. "We shall then be visiting London ourselves, for we have promised to pass a few weeks with Lord and Lady Tremorden."
"Lord Tremorden!" exclaimed Richard.
"Yes. Do you know him?"
"Only by name. But did not his daughter marry Sir Rupert Harborough?" said Markham, shuddering as he pronounced the abhorred name.
"The same. Sir Robert treats her shamefully, neglects her in every way, and passes whole months away from his home. He has, moreover, expended all of the fortune she brought him, and is again, I understand, deeply involved in debt."
"Poor Lady Cecilia!" ejaculated Isabella. "She is deeply to be pitied."
"But to return to this sudden resolution of yours to depart tomorrow," said the Count.
"Which resolution is very suddenly taken," added the Signora, affecting to be engaged in contemplating a book of prints which lay on the table before her, while her beautiful countenance was suffused with a deep blush. "My resolution is sudden, certainly," observed Richard. "Circumstances over which I have no control, and which it would be useless to communicate to you, frequently compel me to adopt sudden resolutions and act up to them. Be assured, however, that the memory of your kindness will always be dear to me."
"You speak as if we were never to meet again," exclaimed the Count.
"We cannot dispose of events in this world according to our own will," said Markham emphatically. "Would to God we could! But there are certain circumstances in which we seem to be free agents," said Isabella, still holding down her head, "and remaining in one place or going to another appears to be amongst those actions which depend upon our own volition." At this moment a servant entered the room and informed the Count that the private secretary of the envoy of the Grand Duke of Castelcicala to the English court desired to speak with him in another apartment.
"I am interested in this,"
exclaimed the Countess, and upon a signal of approval on the part of her husband, she accompanied him to the room where the secretary was waiting. Markham was now alone with Isabella. This was a probable occurrence which he had dreaded all that evening. He felt himself cruelly embarrassed in her presence, and the silence which prevailed between them was awkward to a degree. At length the Signora herself spoke. "It appears that you are determined to leave us, Mr. Markham," she said, without glancing towards him, and in a tone which she endeavoured to render as cool and indifferent as possible. "I feel that I have been too long here already, Signora," answered Richard, scarcely knowing what reply to make. "Do you mean to tax us with inattention to your comfort, Mr. Markham?" "God forbid, Signora! In the name of heaven, do not entertain such an idea. Mr. Markham has been treated as well as our humble means would admit, and he leaves us with an abruptness which justifies us in entertaining fears that he is not comfortable. How can I convince you of the injustice of your suspicions?" ejaculated Markham. "You would not wantonly wound my feelings, Miss Isabella, by a belief which is totally unfounded? No, that is not the cause of my departure. My own happiness, my own honour, everything commands me to quit a spot where I shall nevertheless leave so many reminiscences of joy and tranquil felicity behind me. I dare not explain myself further at present. Perhaps never will you know the cause. But pardon me, Signora, I'm wandering. I know not what I say. Pray compose yourself, Mr. Markham, said Isabella, now raising her head from the book and glancing towards him. Compose myself, Isabella? Signora, I mean, he exclaimed. That is impossible. Oh, if you knew all, you would pity me. But I dare not now reveal to you what I wish. A word which this day dropped from your father's lips has banished all hope from my mind. Now I'm wandering again. In the name of heaven, take no notice of what I say. I am mad. I am raving. And what was it that my father said to annoy you? Inquired Isabella timidly. Oh, nothing purposely, answered Markham. He himself was unaware that he fired the arrow from his bow. Am I unworthy of your confidence in this instance? Asked Isabella. And may I not be made acquainted with the nature of the annoyance which my father has thus unintentionally caused you to experience? Oh, why should I repeat words which would only lead to a revelation of what is now useless to reveal? Your father and mother both delivered the same sentiment, a sentiment that destroys all hope. But oh, you cannot understand the cause of my anxiety, my grief, my disappointment. And why not entrust me with that cause? I could sympathize with you as a friend. As a friend? Alas, Isabella, is it useless for me now to deplore the visions which I had conjured up and which have been so cruelly destroyed? You yourself know not what is in store for you, what plans your father may have formed concerning you. And are you acquainted with those plans? Asked the beauteous Italian, in a tone of voice rendered almost inaudible by a variety of emotions, for the heart of that innocent and charming being fluttered like a bird in the net of the fowler. Do not question me on that head, Isabella. Let me speak of myself, for it is sweet to be commiserated by such as you. My life for some time past has been a scene of almost unceasing misery. When I came of age, I found my vast property dissipated by him to whom it was entrusted, and other circumstances gave a new and unpleasant aspect to those places which were dear to me in my childhood. What wild hopes in early life had I there indulged! What dreams for the future had there visited my mind in its boyhood! What vain wishes, what strong yearnings, what ambitious aspirations had there first found existence! When I returned to those spots, after an absence of 2 years, and thought of the feelings that there once agitated my bosom, and contrasted them with those which had displaced them, when I traced the history of each hope from its inception there, and followed it through the vista of years until its final extinction, when I thought how differently my course in life had been shaped from that career which I had there marked out, and how vain and futile were all the efforts and strivings which I exerted against the tide of events and the force of circumstances, I awoke, as it were, from a long dream. I opened my eyes upon the path which I should thenceforth have to pursue, and judged of it by the one I had been pursuing. I saw the nothingness of men's lives in general, and the utter vanity of main pursuits which engross their mind and waste their energies, and I then felt convinced that I was indeed but an instrument in the hands of another, and that the ends which I had obtained had not been those for which I had striven, but which the Almighty willed. So it is with me now, Isabella. I had planned a dream of Elysium, with which to cheer and bless the remainder of my existence. And behold, like all the former hopes and aspirations of my life, this one is also suddenly destroyed. How know you that it is destroyed? Inquired Isabella, casting down her eyes. Oh, I am unworthy of you, Isabella. I do not deserve you, and yet it was to your hand that I aspired. You were the star that was to irradiate the remainder of my existence. Oh, I could weep, Isabella, when I think of what I might have been, and what I am." "You say that you aspire to my hand," murmured the lovely Italian maiden, casting down her large dark eyes and blushing deeply. "You did me honour." "Silence, Isabella, silence," interrupted Richard. "I dare not now hear the words of hope from your lips. But I love thee. I love thee. God knows how sincerely I love thee." "And shall I conceal my own feelings with regard to you, Richard?" said Isabella, approaching him and laying her delicate and beautifully modelled hand lightly upon his wrist. "She loves me in return. She loves me!" ejaculated Markham, half wild with mingled joy and apprehensions, and yielding to an impulse which no mortal under such circumstances could have conquered, he caught her in his arms. He kissed her pure and chaste brow. He felt her fragrant breath upon his cheek. Her hair commingled with his own, and he murmured the words, "You love me?" A gentle voice breathed an affirmative in his ear, and he pressed his lips to hers to ratify that covenant of two fond hearts. Suddenly he recollected that Count Alteroni had declared that no one against whom there was even a suspicion of crime should ever form a connection with his family. Markham's high sense of honour told him in a moment that he had no right to secure the affections of a confiding and gentle girl whose father would never yield an assent to their union. His brain, already excited, now became inflamed almost to madness. He abruptly turned aside from her who had just avowed her attachment to him. He muttered some incoherent words which she did not comprehend, and rushed out of the room. He hurried to the garden at the back of the house, and walked rapidly up and down a shady avenue of trees which ran along the wall that bounded the enclosure on the side of the public road. By degrees he grew calm and relaxed the speed of his pace. He then fell into a long and profound meditation upon the occurrences of the last half-hour. He was beloved by Isabella, it was true, but never might he aspire to her hand. Never would it be accorded to him to lead her to the altar, where their attachment might be ratified and his happiness confirmed. An inseparable barrier seemed to oppose itself to his wishes, and he felt that no alternative remained to him but to put his former resolution into force and take his departure homewards on the ensuing morning. Thus was it that he now reasoned. The moon shone brightly, and the heavens were studded with stars. As Markham was about to turn for the 20th time, at that end of the avenue which was the more remote from the house, the beams of the moon suddenly disclosed to him a human face peering over the wall at him. He started and was about to utter an exclamation of alarm when a well-known voice fell upon his ears.
"Hush," was the first word spoken. "I have just one question to ask you, and then one thing to tell you, and the last will just depend upon the first."
"Wretch, miscreant, murderer!" exclaimed Richard. "Nothing shall now prevent me from securing you on the behalf of justice."
"Fool!"
coolly returned the Resurrection Man, for it was he.
"Who can catch me in the darkness and the open fields?"
"True," cried Markham, stamping his foot with vexation. "But God grant that the day of retribution may come."
"Come, come, none of this nonsense, my dear boy," said the Resurrection Man with diabolical irony. "Now, answer me. Will you give me a cool 150? If not, then I will get the swag in spite of you."
"Why do you thus molest and persecute me? I would sooner handle the most venomous serpent than enter into a compromise with a fiend like you."
"Then beware of the consequences."
The moon shone full upon the cadaverous and unearthly countenance of the Resurrection Man, and revealed the expression of ferocious rage which it wore as he uttered these words. That vile and foreboding face then suddenly disappeared behind the wall.
"Who you're talking to, Markham?"
cried the voice of the Count, who was now advancing down the avenue.
"Talking to?"
repeated Richard, alarmed and confused.
"Yes, I heard your voice, and another answering you," said the Count.
"It was a man in the road," answered Markham. "I missed you from the drawing-room on my return.
and Bella said she thought you were unwell, and had gone to walk in the garden for fresh air. The news I have received from Castelcicala through the envoy's secretary are by no means favourable to my hopes of a speedy return to my native land. You therefore see that I have done well to lay out my capital in this. But we will not discuss matters of business now, for there is a company upstairs, and we must join them. Who do you think have just made their appearance?
Mr. Armstrong and other friends? Said Markham inquiringly.
Oh, no. Armstrong is on the continent. The visitors are Sir Cherry Bounce and Captain Smilax Dapper, and I am by no means pleased with their company. However, my house will always remain open to them in consequence of the services rendered to me by their deceased relative.
End of chapter 46, part 1. Recorded by Dave Wills. Chapter 46, part 2 of The Mysteries of London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Richard and Isabella, Part 2. Markham accompanied the Count back to the drawing-room, where Sir Captain Smilax Dapper had seated himself next to the Signora, and Sir Cherry Bounce was endeavouring to divert the Countess with an account of their journey that evening from London. They both coloured deeply and bowed very politely when Richard entered the apartment.
"Well, as I was saying," continued Sir Cherry, "one of the traces broke at the bottom of the hill, and the horses took to flight. Smilax swore like a trooper, but nothing could swap the face till it rolled slap down into a dry ditch. Dapper then roared like a bull, and Cherry began to cry. Strike me if he didn't," ejaculated the gallant hussar, caressing his moustache. "A countryman who passed by asked him if his mamma knew he was out. Cherry thought that the fellow was in earnest, and assured him that he had her permission to undertake the journey. I never laughed so much in my life. Oh, naughty Dapper, to say that I cried. But that really is too cruel. Well, we got the face lifted out of the ditch, and the swathes mended."
"You are the heroes of an adventure," said the Count.
"I intend to put it into verse. Strike me ugly if I don't," cried the young officer. "And perhaps the Signora will allow me to copy it into her album." "Oh, I must read it first," said Isabella, laughing. "But since you speak of my album, I must show you the additions I have received to its treasures." "This is really a beautiful landscape,"
observed Captain Dapper, as he turned over the leaves of the book, which the beautiful Italian presented to him.
"The water flowing over the wheel of the mill is quite natural. Strike me! And may I never know what fair woman's smiles are again if those trees don't seem actually to be growing out of the paper."
"Superb!" ejaculated Sir Cherry Bounce. "The river literally waltz along in the picture.
The cows and the sheep are walking in the green fields. Pray, who might have been the artist of this matchless production?"
"That is a secret," said the Signora. "And now read these lines."
"Read them yourself, Bella," said the Count. "No one can do justice to them but you."
Isabella accordingly read the following stanzas in a tone of voice that added a new charm to the words themselves. London. 'Twas midnight, and the beam of Cynthia shone in company with many a lovely star, steeping in silver the huge Babylon, whose countless habitations stretch afar, plain, valley, hill, and river's bank upon, and in whose mighty heart all interests jar. O sovereign city of 1,000 towers, what vice is cradled in thy princely bowers? And if thou wouldst view fair London town aright, survey her from the bridge of Waterloo, and let the hour be at the morning's light, when the sun's earliest rays have struggled through the star-bespangled curtain of the night. And when Aurora's locks are moist with dew, then take thy stand upon that bridge, and see London awake in all her majesty. Then do her greatest features seem to crowd down to the river's brink. Then does she raise from off her brow the everlasting cloud. Thus with her veil the coquette archly plays, and for a moment shows her features, proud to catch the Rembrandt light of the sun's rays. Then may the eye of the beholder dwell on steeple, column, dome, and pinnacle. Yes, he may reckon temple, mart, and tower, the old historic sites, the halls of kings, the seats of art, the fortalice of power. The ships that waft our commerce on their wings, all these commingle in that dawning, and each into one common focus brings some separate moral of life's senses so true as all those objects form one point of view. The ceaseless hum of the huge Babylon has known no silence for 1,000 years. Still does her tide of human life flow on. Still is she racked with sorrows, hopes, and fears. Still the sun sets. Still morning dawns upon hearts full of anguish, eyeballs dimmed with tears. Still do the millions toil to bless the few, and hideous want stalks all her pathways through.
"Beautiful, very beautiful!" exclaimed Captain Dapper. "Strike me if I've ever heard more beautiful poetry. Almost as good as your lines on the sea serpent. Was the poem written by the same person that painted the landscape?"
"The very same," answered Isabella. "His initials are in the corner."
"R.M.? Who can that be?" exclaimed Dapper.
"Robert Montgomery, perhaps," said Isabella, smiling with a charmingly arch expression of countenance.
"No, Richard Markham!"
cried Sir Cherry. And then he and his friend, the hussar captain, were excessively annoyed to think that they had been extolling to the skies the performance of an individual who had frightened one out of his wits and boxed the ears of the other. Thus passed the evening, but Markham was reserved and melancholy. It was in vain that Isabella exerted herself to instill confidence into his mind, by means of those 1,000 little attentions and manifestations of preference which lovers know so well how to exhibit, but which those around perceive not. Richard was firm in those resolutions which he deemed consistent with propriety and honour, and he deeply regretted the explanation and its consequences into which the enthusiasm of the moment had that evening led him. At length the hour for retiring to rest arrived. Richard repaired to his chamber, but not to sleep. His mind was too much harassed by the events of the evening, the plans which he had pursued and those which he intended to pursue, the love which he bore to Isabel, and the stern opposition which might be anticipated from her father, the persecution to which he was subject at the hands of the Resurrection Man, and the trail of evil fortune which appeared constantly to attend upon him. All of these he thought, and his painful meditations defied the advance of slumber. The window of his bedchamber overlooked the garden at the back of the house, from which direction a strange and alarming noise suddenly broke in upon his reflections. He listened, and all was quiet. He therefore felt convinced that his terror was unfounded. A few moments elapsed, and he was again alarmed by a sound which seemed like the jarring of an unfastened shutter. A certain uneasiness now took possession of him, and he was determined to ascertain whether all was safe about the premises. He leapt from his bed, raised the window, and looked forth. The night was now pitch dark, and he could distinguish nothing. Not even were the outlines of the trees in the garden discernible amidst that profound and dense obscurity. Markham held his breath, and the whispering of voices met his ears. He could not, however, distinguish a word they uttered. A low, hissing, continuous murmur, the nature of which it was impossible to mistake, convinced him that some persons were talking together immediately beneath his window. In a few moments the jarring of a door or shutter, which he had heard before, was repeated, and then the whispering ceased. By this time his eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, and he could now faintly discern the outlines of 3 human forms standing together at the back of the house. He could not, however, distinguish the precise nature of their present employment. It was nevertheless evident to him that they were not there with any honest intention in view, and he resolved to adopt immediate measures to defeat their burglarious schemes. He hastily threw on his clothes, struck a light, and issued from his room. Cautiously advancing along a passage was the Count, only half dressed, with a pistol in each hand and a cutlass under his arm.
"This is fortunate," whispered the Count. "I was coming to alarm you. There are thieves breaking in. You and I can manage them. It is of no use to call a bouncer or dapper. Take this cutlass and let us descend gently. Here come the menservants."
The Count hurried downstairs, followed by Markham and the 3 male domestics of the household. A noise was heard in the pantry, which was situate at the back of the house on the same level with the hall.
"There's the darky, Bloody Glim and Missile,"
cried a hoarse, gruff voice, as the Count, Richard, and the servants approached the pantry.
"There are 5 of them. It's no use."
The Count rushed forward and burst open the door of the pantry, closely followed by Markham, holding the candle. 2 of the burglars made a desperate push down the kitchen stairs and escaped. The 3rd was captured in an attempt to follow his companion. The light of the candle fell upon the villain's countenance, which was literally ghastly with a mingled expression of rage and alarm. Richard shuddered, for the captured burglar was no other than the Resurrection Man.
"Wretch!"
exclaimed Markham, recovering his self-command. "The law will at length reach you."
"What, do you know this fellow?"
demanded the Count, somewhat surprised by the observation.
"Know me?" cried the Resurrection Man. "Of course he does. But supposing someone was to tell you a piece of valuable information, Count, about a matter closely concerning yourself and family, would you be inclined to be merciful?"
"Of what nature is that information? It must be very valuable indeed, if you think that I will enter into any compromise with such as you."
"Pledge me your word that you will let me go scot-free, and I will tell you something that concerns the peace and happiness, perhaps the honour of your daughter."
"Miscreant!" cried Markham. "Profane not that lady by even alluding to her."
"Stay, curse the fellow's impudence," said the Count. "Perhaps he may really have something worth communicating. At all events, I will try him. Now then, my man, what is it that you have to say? If your statement be worth hearing, I swear that I will neither molest you nor suffer you to be molested."
"Hold, Count!" exclaimed Markham. "Make no rash vow. You know not what a wretch—"
"Silence, my dear friend," said the Count authoritatively. "I will hear the man, let him be who or what he may."
"And you do well to hear me, sir,"
continued the Resurrection Man.
"You harbour a villain in your house, and that villain is now before you. He boasts of having secured the affections of your daughter, and hopes to gull you into allowing him to marry her."
"Miscreant! Murderer!" exclaimed Markham, no longer able to contain his indignation. "Pollute not innocence itself by these allusions to a lady whose spotless mind—"
"Hush!" said the Count. "Let us hear patiently all this man has to say. I can soon judge whether he be speaking the truth, and if he deceives me, I will show him no mercy."
"But, Count, allow me one word. I myself will unfold—"
"Excuse me, Markham," interrupted the Italian noble with dignified firmness. "I will hear this man first. Proceed."
"The villain I allude to is, of course, that Markham," continued the Resurrection Man. "It was him, too, that induced me and my pals, the Cracksman and the Buffer, to make this attempt upon your house tonight."
"What foul, what hideous calumny is this?" almost screamed the distracted Markham, as this totally unexpected and unfounded accusation met his ears. The Count himself was shocked at this announcement, for he suddenly recollected Richard's moody, embarrassed, and thoughtful manner the whole evening, and his sudden intention of departing the next day.
"Go on,"
said the Count. "I met that man," continued the body snatcher, pointing contemptuously towards Markham, "a little more than a fortnight ago in this neighbourhood. He was walking with your daughter, and it was in consequence of certain little arrangements with me that he went back to London next day. I am well acquainted with all his movements, and you sought my life in a manner the most base," began Markham, unable to restrain his feelings. "Silence, Markham!" exclaimed the Count, still more authoritatively than before. "Your time to speak will come. We planned this work while he was in London," continued the Resurrection Man, "and this very evening he told me over the garden wall that all was right."
"Merciful God!"
cried the Count.
"This is but too true."
"Yes, I certainly spoke to him," said Richard, and from the garden, too."
"Mr. Markham, this continued interruption is indecent," exclaimed the Count emphatically, while a cold perspiration burst out upon his forehead, for he had recalled to mind the incident respecting the garden.
"I have a little more to add, Count," said the Resurrection Man. "This Markham told me that you had plenty of plate and money always in the house, and as he has lost nearly all his property, he should not be displeased at an opportunity of getting a hold of a little swag. It was agreed that we should meet in London to arrange the business, and so we did meet at the Dark House in Brick Lane, where we settled the affair along with the cracksman and the buffer who have just made off. This is all I have to say, unless it is that me and your friend Markham first got acquainted in Newgate."
"Newgate?" ejaculated the Count with a thrill of horror.
"Yes, Newgate, where he was waiting to be tried for forgery, for which he got 2 years in the Compter, and that's all. Let him deny it if he can."
Scarcely were these terrible words uttered by the Resurrection Man when a loud, long, and piercing scream was heard coming from the direction of the staircase. Then some object instantly fell with violence upon the marble floor of the hall.
"Isabella! Isabella!"
ejaculated Markham, turning hastily round to hurry to her assistance.
"Stop her, sir. Seek not my daughter,"
cried the Count in a stern voice, as he caught Richard's arm and held him back.
"Let not a soul stir until my return."
There was a noble and dignified air of command about Count Alteroni as he uttered these words, which could not escape the notice of Richard Markham, even amidst the crushing and overwhelming circumstances that surrounded him. The Count took the candle from Markham's hand and hastened to the aid of his daughter, who, half dressed, was lying upon the cold marble of the hall. He hastened to raise her, and at that moment the Countess appeared upon the stairs, followed by a lady's maid bearing a lamp. The Count reassured her in respect to the safety of the house, consigned Isabella to her care, and then returned to the pantry, where his presence was awaited in silence.
"Have you anything more to say?"
demanded the Count of the Resurrection Man.
"Nothing. Have I not said enough?"
And he glanced with fiendish triumph towards Markham.
"Now, sir,"
said the Count, turning to Richard,
"is the statement of this man easy to be refuted?"
Alas, I am compelled to admit that I am the victim of the most extraordinary circumstantial evidence ever known to fix guilt upon an innocent man. I was a prisoner in Newgate and the Compter, but—
"Say no more. God forgive me that I should have allowed such a man to become the friend of my wife and daughter."
The Count uttered these words in a tone of intense agony.
"Count Alteroni, allow me one word of explanation," said Richard. "Only cast your eyes over this paper, and you will be convinced of my innocence."
Markham handed the document signed by Talbot, alias Pocock, to the Count, but the nobleman tossed it indignantly on the floor.
"You have confessed that you have been an inmate of the felons' jails. What explanation can you give that will wipe away so foul a stain? Depart, begone, defile not my house longer with your presence."
Vainly did Markham endeavour to obtain a hearing. The Count silenced him with an air of command and an imposing dignity of manner that struck him with awe. Never did the Italian nobleman appear more really noble than when he was thus performing that which he considered to be an imperious duty. His fine form was drawn up to its full height, his chest expanded, his cheeks were flushed, and his eyes flashed fire. Yes, even beneath his dark complexion was the rich Italian blood seen mantling his countenance.
Go, sir. Hasten your departure. Stay not another minute here. A man accused of forgery, condemned to an infamous punishment, a liberated felon, a freed convict in my family dwelling. Holy God, I can scarcely constrain myself within the bounds of common patience when I think of the indignity that myself, my wife, and my innocent daughter have endured.
With these words, the Count pushed Markham rudely from the pantry and ordered a servant to conduct him to the front door. The blood of the young man boiled in his veins at this ignominious treatment, and yet he dared not rebel against it. The Resurrection Man took his departure at the same time by the garden at the back of the house. As Markham turned down the shrubbery, a window on the third floor of the Count's dwelling was thrown open, and the voices of Sir Cherry Bounce and the Honourable Captain Dapper were heard loading him with abuse. Bowed down to the earth by the weight of the misfortune which had just fallen upon his head, crushed by unjust and unfounded suspicions, and sinking beneath a sense of shame and degradation, which all his innocence did not deprive of a single pang, Markham dragged himself away from the house in which he had passed so many happy hours, and where he left behind him all that he held dear in this life. He seated himself upon a milestone at a little distance from the Count's mansion, to which he turned his eyes to take a last farewell of the place where Isabella resided. Lights were moving about in several rooms. Perhaps she was ill. Most assuredly she had heard the dread accusations which had issued from the lips of the Resurrection Man against her lover, and she would happily believe them all. So thought Richard. Human language cannot convey an adequate idea of the heart-rending misery which the poor oppressed young man endured as he sat by the roadside and pondered upon all that had just occurred. Shame upon shame, degradation upon degradation, mountain upon mountain rolled on his breast, as if he were a modern Titan to crush him and keep him down, never more to rise. This was now his fate. At length, afraid of being left alone with his own thoughts, which seemed to urge him to end his earthly woes in the blood of a suicide, he rose from the cold stone and turned one last sorrowful and lingering glance towards the mansion in the distance, and then hurried along the road to Richmond as if he were pursued by bloodhounds. And not more fearful nor appalling would those bloodhounds have been than the horrible and excruciating thoughts which haunted him upon his way, and of which he could not divest himself, so that at length a species of delirium seized upon him as he ran furiously onward, the mark of Cain appearing to burn like a red-hot iron upon his brow, and a terrible voice thundering in his ear, "Free the convict!" End of chapter 46, part 2, recorded by Dave Wills.